this year. There was just a lot of week to week stress and complication and a lot of work that just went into to get into the point of playing. And then even then you were at the mercy of what was going to happen with the other team. So, you know, it was a real undertaking. And, I didn't have any expectation of how many games would or wouldn't be played, just because there was no way to really guess. But, I think certainly, it was very much, it happened because there was a commitment to make it happen. And because there was a willingness on the part of the schools and the part of the conferences to take a risk. And that's kind of what it comes down to. And they were able to get to the finish line.
Perfect.
James or Woody, you got anything real quick?
Yeah. So before we dig into the game tonight, kind of the first question on everybody's mind, do you think, in your opinion, the College Football Playoff Committee got it right with the 4 teams they selected?
Yeah, I mean, there's always, when you can go back and look at it every single year and say, well, this semifinal game wasn't very close or wasn't good, so they should have put a different team in. But that's not really a fair way to do it. I mean, you based on the criteria that the committee put forward, the 4 teams were very consistent with everything that's happened since the beginning of this playoff. So obviously there was controversy around Ohio State because they only played the 6 games, but at the end of the day, I think they proved they're one of the best 4 teams.
Sure.
James, you got one or?
Sorry. Yeah, back on, I guess, on the selection committee, it doesn't feel to you like they've been inconsistent, with Ohio State's eye test, Notre Dame's resume ignoring, kind of the eye test of the losing by 24 the week before selection. It didn't feel any kind of inconsistencies there with what mattered on the different resumes.
No, I mean, look, this is sort of irrelevant at this point, but Notre Dame, when you look at the fact that they had a win over Clemson plus a win over another team that was in the top 15 in North Carolina, they had the best resume, clearly, and should they have been penalized for the fact that they had to play a conference championship game? I mean, who else would you have put in there? I certainly could have said, hey, put Cincinnati in because they were undefeated. But other than that, I mean, who else was really qualified to be in there?
I mean, yeah, people are going to argue back and forth about everybody has their own agendas and whatnot. But the real question I wanted to ask was, are you a proponent for keeping it at 4, expanding it, going back to 2? Because I've heard a lot more of the going back to 2 recently.
Well, it's not going to go back to 2. I mean, It's just that's not going to happen. It's going to expand. I think, they've done this now for 7 years, and they've figured out that all the focus goes to the playoff, which, is good in some ways and bad in others. But the way to keep the rest of the sport engaged and involved is to expand the playoff and make more games in the regular season meaningful, because teams in, the Pac-12 or maybe the group of 5, like all those games are going to matter in terms of who gets in. So it's, I think it's going to go through a transition period, and there's going to be a change in the paradigm, but I don't think anyone is going to go backwards. The playoff is here, and it's going to command all the attention. And so the only way to balance that with keeping a lot of more teams in the game, or keep a lot more teams relevant, is to expand it.
Yeah. So if you were they made you the deciding factor and you got to choose the size of the playoff, what's your ideal number?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, 8, 12, 16, do whatever you want to do. I at this point, like, I'm just kind of whatever it is, whatever they want to do. I'm cool.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Are you in Arlington right now, I guess?
I'm in Miami.
Miami. I'm sorry. Yeah, Miami. So what's the atmosphere like? I don't remember seeing exactly how many they're letting in the stadium. What's it like down in Miami?
I mean, there really hasn't been much of an atmosphere. I was outside the stadium earlier. There's, certainly there's several thousand fans who are going to be in the building tonight, but it's certainly, it's not a real national championship game type of crowd. And, there were people outside and stuff, but it's just kind of the way this year's gone. Like there's not really like big game atmospheres for any of these games.
Right.
So it's hard to even describe, but it's kind of like every other game this year. I mean, there's little groups of fans, and then a bunch of empty seats, and more groups of fans, and there'll be some noise and stuff, and you'll be able to hear them on the field, but it's not exactly the same.
So before we get into the game itself, one last question. I was reading your column, and I was trying to pick up. So the Charlotte coach kind of got me on mixed feelings, and I was wondering, do you think the season was worth it after doing all that research and writing that article?
Well, I mean, I think it's just complicated. I think the point I was trying to impart is that more than any other season in college football that we've ever seen, teams experience this in vastly different ways. Typically when you go through a season, everyone's playing their season, and you kind of, the way you feel about it is determined by how successful you were. And this year, that was not really the way that most people experienced it. It was a tough slog for a lot of these teams. And I was just sort of highlighting one team that just had a terrible run of luck, and it was very hard, and it was very emotional. And just to say, look, I mean, there was a wide variety of things that happened this year, and they're all part of the mix in determining, the success or failure of trying to play in a pandemic.
Yeah. And coming from the SEC, we had 20% capacity in most of the Big 12 games as well. And so, I mean, it was obviously different for us on our side of the spectrum, but that article really opens it up to realize it wasn't all. And we had cancellations and everything down here, but it would seem more of a just a nuisance at the time. And until the end of the season, you just assumed they were all going to be made up. And that article did a really good job of just kind of showing like we all thought we needed football and everything, but it was also not. It took a toll on everybody involved to get it to come out. And I just want to let you know, I really appreciate it. It was a good read and very good article right there. But before we let you go, how are you feeling the night before the injuries, and then how are you feeling now?
Well, I mean, about the same. I thought from the beginning that Ohio State was going to be up against it a little bit in terms of their defense matching up against Alabama. Alabama has not really been stopped by anybody up to this point. So, for me, this game has always been about Ohio State. Can their offense keep pace? And can they maybe find a way to steal a possession here or there, whether that's, a fake, a trick play, or whatever it is. Right. Can they just kind of hang around and try to match them score for score? It's going to be hard to do. But certainly when you look at just man for man from a talent perspective, Ohio State's got almost as much skill talent as Alabama. So hopefully that means it's going to be a really interesting game. But I just kind of tend to think Alabama's got a little bit more.
Yeah, that's kind of where we're at on it. Guys, do you have anything else so you can get back to it?
Real quick. Sean Wade made comments that he wants Smith and he wants to take him one-on-one basically all game. Do you think he can hang? And is that going to be the downfall of Ohio State if they let him play one-on-one with him?
Well, I think for a defensive coordinator, it's tough in terms of how you're going to play it, and maybe that's the way to play it. You put a guy out there one-on-one, and you just realize Devontae Smith is going to make some plays, and you try to make sure other people don't beat you. Maybe that's the right way to go. But obviously that puts a lot of pressure on Sean Wade if that's the way the matchups go down. I don't know. I certainly could see that as a strategy, and maybe that's all misdirection. It'll be interesting to get out there and watch it.
All righty, man. Well, we don't want to keep you too long. We greatly appreciate you hopping on and just responding to us in general. Enjoy the game, safe travels, and where can everybody find your work and stuff, and your Twitter handle and stuff like that?
Yeah, at Dan Wolken, and make sure to be on usatoday.com after the game. See how it breaks down.
All righty, Dan. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
So he's at the game right now, like in the press box.
He's somewhere there, and son of a gun, technical difficulties over here.
Dude, we're live. Oh, we're live. You can't be playing around with your chair like that. All right, be a professional.
Sorry.
That's better.
You can tell he was a columnist.
Yeah. I mean, he's a great interview. Just wasn't gonna put himself out there, but
Right.
that's okay.
Well,
I mean,
as a the columnists, they're not
That's
they're
their
not
job.
trying to drive anything. They're no opinions. It's I
here's
write
the way it
facts.
went.
I write facts, and you read the facts, and you make your own opinions, and that's what they're supposed to do.
Yep.
Because I mean, if you've read a piece where it feels like they're trying to shove something down your throat, and you're like, I don't want anything to do with this. All right, but I want to say, well, it's just us. I don't think there's any damn way that Wade can check Smith.
Hell
one-on-one.
no.
There was something. He's given up the most touchdowns this year in college football.
They played 6 games.
They played 7 games, or 8 games now.
7 games now.
And he's given up the most touchdowns in college football
Jesus.
in FBS or something. And now you want to put him on the Heisman winner that just put up a ridiculous season?
All right. Before the game starts, what's everybody betting on this game?
Over
Over's a lock.
29 and a half complete attempts for Justin Fields. Josh Fields is my favorite pitcher ever.
Over and then Justin Fields on attempts.
Yeah.
You're not betting the spread at all?
I was going to, but I put all my money on the over on the attempts.
All right. So
Yeah,
far-
I put the spread and Alabama to cover and the over together.
So far, I'm betting mostly props on this game. I don't love Alabama to cover. I don't know. I just don't know. If the Ohio State team that shows up last week shows up again, Alabama might not cover. I don't know.
I don't feel as confident, I guess, as most in Fields coming in cold into a game with that rib injury. Like, that's one thing to keep going and push through the pain. It's another thing to get warmed up after the shots he took.
I get it.
I mean, he got rocked.
I get it. So, hear me. I have Alabama minus half a point first quarter. Alabama starts strong. They always start fast. Alabama minus half a point first quarter. I have Trey Sermon over 109 rushing yards because I don't think they're going to be able to run Justin Fields as much because that injury's definitely still there. So I think they're going to have to run more through Trey Sermon than they usually are. And the dude's on fire right now. And I had one more. I don't know. I'll find the last one. Hold on. I bet it on a different site. So hold on. Oh, the other one was Devontae Smith over 1.5 touchdowns.
Dude,
I mean,
hey,
I'm not arguing that one. I just told you how he.
Why would I bet against it?
did y'all see
Devontae
what I
Smith
put on
over
Snap?
1.5 touchdowns. I got that for minus 110.
Did y'all see what I put on Snap earlier? About how
No.
the over under for Devontae Smith's receiving yards earlier was at 140 and a half. And when I got to it, I still kind of liked it, but the over was minus 150 at 140 and a half.
I just saw something that was. Wait, let me go back to it. I just clicked.
So,
off of it.
anyways,
Yeah.
while he's finding,
So over under 9.5 total touchdown passes in the game, plus 400 for the over.
9.5's a lot.
It's plus 400. That's one of those that you're.
I don't like that. I'd take the under. I mean, I'm not gonna.
Okay, they won't give you the under. It's
All right,
Yeah,
take the over or nothing.
I'm good. My favorite prop was which will be said first, Heisman or Lawrence?
Heisman.
Well, Heisman's minus 300. Lawrence is plus 200.
That's because they're gonna they're going to do the starting lineups and go straight into to Heisman talk.
For sure. For sure.
Oh.
Here's another good one. First to be said, Dabo or Urban?
Urban.
It's got to be Dabo.
I don't know.
Hey, what's going on, man? I'd like to welcome everybody in. We are working on a new partnership over with the Old Humble Distillery. What's going on, man? You want to introduce yourself and kind of talk to us a little bit?
Hey guys, I'm Joe Breida, the Old Humble guy himself. I am the I'm owner, proprietor, spokesmodel, bottle washer, floor sweeper at the Old Humble Distilling Company. I make all the milkshakes that bring the boys to the yard.
That's what I like to hear. You make the sausage.
Love it. Love it.
So,
So,
yeah, actually that's what I've been doing all day long is bottling up whiskey for our next order. So
Yeah. So we, I don't know how we got connected on Twitter. I was following you, or you followed me, or vice versa. But kind of just, I was curious, what got you into the whiskey business, and what was the inspiration and all that?
well, what got me into the whiskey business was actually an accident. I didn't like whiskey about 20, oh shit, most of my life. I didn't really like whiskey much at all. And I was a home brewer in college. And then I went from homebrewing beer to homebrewing wine. And then the wine turned into wine tastings because, I could make a 5-gallon batch of wine, or I could go to tastings and taste a whole lot of different wines. And I kind of called that market research too. And while I was at one of these wine tastings, somebody invited me to a whiskey tasting, and I had never heard of such a creature. I was not a particular fan of whiskey at the time, and went to a whiskey tasting and discovered a whole new world of whiskey that was, just fantastically delicious. The way the different grains express themselves in different ways. Just the same way it is with wines. Different regional variants of wines. Chardonnay from the East Coast and West Coast and North and South, they all taste different. It was the same way with whiskey, and I absolutely fell in love with whiskey. Which is something that happens when you actually drink good whiskey for the first time in your life. And it was right around then when I decided I was going to open up a whiskey distillery at some point in the very near future. And about 3 years after that, I was sitting in my kitchen with a buddy of mine, planning it out on graph paper, where we're going to put everything and how we're going to arrange it. And a couple months after that, we had stills on a boat, bought those guys out, and moved the distillery to Humble, and boom, the Old Humble Distilling Company became a thing.
Where do you source your barrels from?
Deep South Barrels is where I get my barrels. Down in Pasadena, Texas.
Very cool. Very cool. So I'm a big whiskey guy. I wouldn't call myself a connoisseur, but I do enjoy a lot of different whiskeys.
He would call himself a connoisseur to somebody that wasn't a distillery.
I would call myself a connoisseur to someone that wasn't a connoisseur.
Yes.
So anyways,
I'm a big fan of people who like to drink whiskey. You
I like
whatever you
drinking
want to call yourself.
So what, how many different variants of whiskey do you have? Do you do a rye? Like, what all do you do? Do you just have a regular whiskey, or do you kind of branch off from that?
Our flagship brand is our Boomtown Bourbon. We've been working part-time pretty much since our inception up until about October 2019. In October 2019, I took the distillery full-time, left my old job, the full-time gig, the one that paid the mortgage, left that and was working the distillery. Then the apocalypse happened. The plan was by the end of 2020 to have this whole menu of stuff, full-time operating at the distillery and everything, going 5 days a week with the tasting room. We decided to have an apocalypse instead. So we're still working on getting everything up and running full-time. Right now, we have our straight whiskey. We have our special reserve. Both of those are in specs all across the state of Texas. We have our Boomtown Bourbon, which is a very, very limited supply anytime we make it. The last time we had it out was November of 2019. And we had 5 cases and it sold out in 3 days.
Wow.
Like that. So that was a really good time selling all that bourbon, but it wasn't nearly enough. And that's not the plan for the distillery. It's not to make 5 cases every 2 years.
Right.
We want to make hundreds of cases every month and push that stuff out to stores. we, on the list of things that we're going to do when we're more fully functional at the shop right now is a rye, a honey rum, a peach brandy, a rice whiskey, y'all hear that?
Yeah.
Something's going on over there. I don't know what's going on over there. A honey rum, coffee liqueur, and then just other stuff that we can do. Our Boomtown bourbon is aged 6 to 9 months in 5-gallon barrels. So I want to do a Boomtown Gold label that's aged 5 to 7 years in full size barrels. But in order to be able to do a 5 to 7 year aging on a barrel, we've got to be able to do stuff in between those 5 to 7 years. So
Yeah.
we're working on filling out that capacity.
Very
So
cool.
what is y'all's current capacity? Like how many cases do you go through, in a month? How many do you make?
At the beginning of the apocalypse, we were pushing 30 to 40 through the stores throughout Texas, 30 to 40 cases. In the middle of the apocalypse, everything dropped off the side of a cliff in like April. We went from 30 to 5. And I was able to build that back up through social media marketing and all the other alternative stuff that we had to do during the apocalypse. I was able to push it back up to about 10-ish. And then when we were finally able to get back into stores back in September, I was able to just jump that back up almost to the same point where we left off. We are in between orders right now, so most of the stores are still sold out. We're sending out an order on Wednesday. They'll be restocked. And then this year, I expect we'll be pushing out between 40 and 60 pretty consistently throughout the course of the year.
Nice.
Our production is high. We can produce more than that on a daily basis. Today, just the bottling process is probably the part that takes the most. Today, by myself, I was able to do like 20 cases. When I have people with me, we can do 60, 70 cases a day.
So
Okay.
have you given any thought to like when all this shit ends, have you given any thought to like opening up kind of a storefront where people can come in, eat a little food, drink your
Like all the
whiskey,
breweries have.
all that
Funny
sort
you
of
should
thing?
mention that. Part of our current plan is to have a tasting room in the distillery alongside the actual operating space in the distillery. And we're working on a capital plan to raise the cash for that right now. We have about 37 days left in the campaign. It's through a company called Mainvest. And what we're doing is we're basically issuing a promissory note of $100,000, and people can subscribe to that promissory note for as little as $100. You can get a piece of that and make income off the distillery for the next 7 years.
Wow.
And part of that plan is a steam generator to increase our capacity so that we can make more bourbon and more whiskey throughout the year. The tasting room, the office space, a distilling assistant, a marketing assistant, like fully staff everything so that we can work on, selling the business and running the business. And then I don't have to spend so much time wiping off the tops of bottles and corking bottles. I can actually be in stores and talking to you guys.
Yeah. The reason I asked, I went to Ireland for 3 weeks, and when you were there, every small distillery had, storefront where you could go in, do the tasting, do the testing, all that stuff. And I thought it was really cool because, the big guys have it in the US, but not a lot of the small ones do. They don't have that accessibility to their customers,
Right.
which I thought was really cool.
In Texas, the laws changed in 2013 that allowed us to do that. Prior to 2013, small operators weren't allowed to sell out of their store at all. So coming in 2013, we were able to open up a tasting room and actually have people in the distillery. The challenge for a small distillery like ours is when you're in the distillery doing tasting room stuff, you're not in stores doing store stuff.
Yeah.
And there's a limited amount that you can sell at the distillery, 2 bottles per person per month, a certain number of gallons per year. And the challenge is drawing people in to the shop. If nobody's ever heard of you, they can't find you because, land is cheap on the outskirts of town, but people live on the inskirts of town. So, it's like, how do you get people to come to your place if they've never heard of you? Why are they going to come see you? You can sell a whole lot more in big chunks to distributors to go to Specs and Total Wine and places like that. So there's this conflict of resources of, we want people to come to the shop, but we need to go sell whiskey. So it's this challenge to decide where am I going to spend the resources. And when I bought out my partners and moved us to Humble, I really focused on the selling stuff in stores because I was still working full time and didn't have time to do the other thing of,
Yep.
of babysitting a tasting room that's empty for 3/4 of the day. But with the new shop, with the new tasting room, I'll be able, and the people to run the tasting room with me, I'll be able to have weekly shows, monthly shows that would be like a big name that would have a cover charge type of thing. Rotating artists to be able to put stuff on the walls, live shows that come out of the distillery. I'm currently developing a game show with a friend of mine that's a very heavily focused on the theme of drinking stuff naturally.
Sounds like our kind of
Yeah, and we did a run through last night on his Twitch channel. It's basically a trivia show. If you get the question right, you take the drink. If you get it wrong, it goes in your mug. And then at the end of the game, there's a Russian roulette type of question. And if you get it right, everybody else drinks. If you get it wrong, you drink by yourself.
Oof.
Yeah. So, and it's
Wow.
only 3 rounds, so you may be drinking 3 shots.
That'd be a hell of a time.
Yeah. And then we keep talking for another 30 minutes so you can see the hand grenade going off literally inside people's faces.
So I got an idea. We should play that game show on the show one day, and because all we need is an excuse to drink. So if you or you could just come on here, ask us questions, and tell us to drink, and we could be right, and we would never know.
If the question is
True.
properly worded
Yeah.
or appropriately obscure. Yeah.
So
Yeah, but by round 3, I promise we won't get anything right. So
Do you do anything direct to consumer, like online or anything like that? Is there anything?
We do have
anywhere people
merchandise.
can find it.
We do have merchandise online, oldhumbledistilling.com. That's also where you can find more information about this capital campaign if anybody out there is interested in checking out oldhumbledistilling.com. It's also pinned on our social medias and stuff like that. Oh, I uploaded my first TikTok video today.
Oh.
I feel super old, but I even used Marvin Gaye. So old. Anyway, but oldhumbledistilling.com. We have a shop. They got hats, t-shirts, tank tops. We can't sell liquor online directly, but we have any sale in between 2 individuals or that's out of our hands. So we can't sell and ship liquor to anybody, but like my wife can. So she can buy it from me. My neighbors, those neighbors, my brother, my mom, my wife, wink, wink.
God,
Might have to be in touch about that.
Yeah, shoot me an email, whatever. But we're in anywhere in Texas you can find us. We're in Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Fort Worth, Amarillo, El Paso.
That's my hometown.
Yeah, El Paso, Austin, Beaumont, Corpus Christi. I mean, name a major city, we're probably there.
and you
Not
said
Waco,
y'all
not
are in
Mid-
specs.
Yeah, specs all over the state.
so,
We're working on other stores. We were going to be in a whole lot of more stores by the end of 2020, but we decided to have an apocalypse instead.
yeah, that's
Yep.
well, we'll I'll look forward to hopefully getting something worked out with y'all. We're definitely intrigued by the whiskey itself.
Can't wait to try it.
What's y'all's
Appreciate
Twitter? What's your Twitter page so people can
Twitter is at @old_umble. That's also our TikTok. Our Instagram is Old Umble Distilling, I think. Facebook, Old Umble Distilling Company. On our website, there's links to all that stuff too. The social link down to the bottom or on the contact page somewhere. But yeah, the Old Umble Distilling is oldhumbledistilling.com is the website. More information is always there.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you so much for hopping on. We'll be sure to have you back on and keep in touch. And y'all
Maybe we
go
can play that drinking game one night.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the drinking game.
Dude, that'd be fun. And
Yeah.
of course, if we do it in the distillery, you have to have somebody drive you home because having that many shots in 1 hour is like crazy. But man, it's a fun time. It was a good game. It was
one
fun.
shot in an hour, never.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Appreciate you.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers. There it is. String, what's happening?
What's going on, y'all? What y'all up to?
Oh, just I don't know, talking ball, talking whiskey, having some fun.
There you
Still
go.
celebrating the Orange Bowl win
Oh,
over here.
yeah. Hey.
I don't know what you're doing.
James, do you want to tell Woody about?
Oh, wait, real quick. We got his TikTok. What's your TikTok, your handle, String?
I'm pretty sure it's just Prop Joe Says or String Says, one of those two. I've been banned so many damn times. I don't know which one I use. I'm pretty sure it's Prop Joe Says. And I'm pretty sure all I do is go on there and like check out like occasionally whenever the A&M equipment guys post some stuff. I think the last one they posted was how the pads were wet after the Georgia game, and I'm just like, ooh, that's inside information. This is exactly the kind of stuff I'm looking for. I'm gonna click like on that.
Hey, he's not on here right now, but the fourth member of our podcast, he has a script hoodie.
I know, I saw that, and it makes me mad. I'm not gonna lie. Like,
I think he has 2 script hoodies.
oh, son of a bitch! Like, here's the thing. Like, Adidas in general pisses me off, right? And this is an issue I have dating back like 20 damn years. I remember when UT became like a Nike elite team back in the day, and they used to have just so much dope ass stuff available, right? And like A&M was a Nike team at that point too, and you can find crap, and that's because our team was garbage, and it's fine, right? Then we corner turns, we go to Adidas, they make us one of their priority schools and all that other stuff, but like they still don't have a decent selection of stuff for fans, and that Script Aggie hoodie is awesome. So one of these days, I figure like I'm just gonna keep the pressure on. I'm gonna keep pressing and tagging more people, and eventually maybe somebody will get the hint. Who knows? Man,
It's
that thing
turned
is so
into
sweet.
one of those. It's turned into one of those Twitter things that String does.
It's like
It just-
TVU.
Does not you will not let it go until it happens.
I will
and I
not
feel
let it go. And the sad thing is that once that does happen and I'm able to get one, I'm gonna find the next thing to obsess over because
I was about to say, you might be a little upset when it actually happens because it's like an end of an era. Like, what do we do
I'm a-
now?
generally unhappy person who needs something to obsess over. That's really fundamentally what it comes down to.
Speaking of the end of an era, we are all Team Mond here. You want to give us your thoughts? Man, what a ride.
You know, man, like I've said this a bunch of times, and I said this in the post game thing that I wrote, and I said this in a little piece of Good Bull Hunting that I wrote too. Like, I mean, it's not even just Mon, but it's that entire class of 2017. You know, you think about those dudes like Aaron Hansford, you think about Buddy Johnson, like their careers started with that shitty ass loss to UCLA. And honestly, at that point, that was easily the lowest point in Aggie football. And I mean, I've been following Aggie football as close as I have for at least 20 plus years. That was the lowest point in Aggie football that I've ever experienced. And now we're leaving at arguably the highest point. You know, it's just, and you can credit Jimbo and all that stuff, but I think about this, right? Where would Billy Gillespie have been without AC Law? You know, he needed that AC. He needed that AC to kind of be that anchor point on the team. You know, to a certain extent, I think Kellen is a lot of that too. You know, it's that dude who is going to be there through, take all the crap that Jimbo's going to dish out, be a good soldier. And yeah, absolutely, he's limited in what he can do. And I do think that Haynes King has both a higher ceiling and a higher floor than Kellen Mond. But I mean, I love the kid. I'm so thrilled that he got to go out the way that he went out, and just, you know, I'm a number 11 fan for life, man.
Well, I would argue that Mond has a high floor because I can't think of many games that he started that he was the reason we lost that game.
You know, the only one that
he brought you what you expected from him.
You know, the only one that I can think of is Auburn 2018. But even Auburn 2018, like, he played a pretty poor game. But at the same time, like, for 2 years, Auburn 2018 and Auburn 2019, Elko got just worked. You know, he got worked by that offense. And so, and again, I'm not of the belief that one. Yeah, anyway, it doesn't really matter. But regardless, you know, you got a guy that went from 7-6 to 9-1, and with those garbage games that we would have had, he would have been 11-1 this year. There's no doubt in my mind about that, you know. And what's just great about it is, like, for Kellen and for A&M, there's always been those years that we've pointed to that we're like, this is going to be the year, this is going to be the year, this is going to be the year that we perform. And honestly, we've never been able to do it until this year. Like, we've been pointing to 2020 since 2018. You know, we've been talking about Jimbo's third year of his recruits, the schedule lightens up the whole nine, and the schedule didn't lighten up, and we got there. And I think a lot of that has to do with Kellen, like, and again, what kills me about it is like, I feel like there's people who have issues with him. There's people who have gripes with him, and that's fine. And they want to bitch about his performance against LSU. That's great. I'm not against Kellen Mond criticism. I think that any player is worth criticizing, but at the same time, there's a difference between criticizing someone and just hating on them. Criticizing someone means valuing the good things that they did. Hating on them means just shitting on them and not being able to recognize that stuff. So if you talk about the LSU game, you better damn well talk about 80% against number 4 Florida. You better damn well talk about 80% against Arkansas. You better damn well talk about 70% against Auburn, 70% against Tennessee. Like, you got to take you don't have to take the good with the bad. You got to be able to look at the fact that he played really well this year, and it's, again, like you get the older you get, like the more connected to the players you get. You see them from being kids to now, like, and Kellen's he's still a kid as far as I'm concerned, but he's a grown ass man, and man, I just wish him the best. Like, he's been a great representative for the university, been a great representative for the team. I wish him the best.
All right. So is he number 2 all time for you? Obviously, you've watched a little more Aggie football than we have. In
That
my
makes you feel
mind,
old as hell. I appreciate you for phrasing it like that, but I feel like you just called me old.
Yeah,
I was
once
trying
every
to say
time
it
you come on.
nicely,
It happens
Shane.
once.
It happens once, so we'll take that. That was, at least it's getting kinder,
I was
like,
trying
at
to
least
make it nicer this time.
It's getting more gentle. I appreciate it.
But obviously for me, he's number 2. Like, I think the earliest A&M quarterback that I can actually go back to is probably Reggie McNeil.
Sure.
For me, he's the number 2 quarterback in A&M history in my lifetime.
Yeah, I mean, going back to when I have like relative recollections of football, I would say that the very first quarterback that I really even barely remember is Bucky. And that wasn't that was when I was like 10 years old. So I don't remember any of that shit. Like, I didn't follow it that closely. But like, as far as the time that I've been following, he is absolutely number 2. Like, I mean, in my lifetime, it's been Stewart, McCown, Ferris, Dustin Long, Reggie, and like, all these guys like that. None of them could hold Kellen's job, plain and simple, and the other part too is that you've got a guy who started 3 years straight, missed one series, one play
One
against
snap
Clemson,
that
one
fucked
snap
us.
that we
It
fumbled.
fucked us.
We like that. Like,
I had
one
forgotten
play.
about it. Are you kidding me right now?
That's
That
the
one play
one-
fucked that
one
game.
play.
I was trying to think of what the one play was, and now I remember
one
it.
play in 3 years. And then you think about that too, man. Like, he didn't play behind no 2011, 2012, 2013 offensive line. He was playing behind some like pretty shitty offensive lines. Like, you took 34 sacks last year. And I mean, he just sat there and took hits on hits on hits, man. And he just got up and kicked ass. So yeah, I would say that in my lifetime, as far as a performance, and we could talk about talent and stuff like that. I mean, Reggie had a great arm, great leg. You could talk about Tannehill was a Tannehill shit. He is still a good quarterback. As far as A&M quarterbacks go, definitely number 2. Absolutely number 2.
Yep.
And I think that anybody who has beef with that or something like that is just, they're hating. They're hating for no good reason
there's
whatsoever.
haters.
Again, like, find me a quarterback in A&M history who has accomplished as much as Kellen Mond has. And you can't find me one.
I love the argument like, well, Johnny did it in 2 years. Nobody's arguing he's better than Johnny.
No.
But every other quarterback in the history of A&M had the same opportunity Mond did.
Yep.
All of them.
And like, if we're really saying that he's number 2, like, nobody's, like you said, like, Johnny was a once in a lifetime generational player. Like, in college football, like, when you talk about top 100 all-time players in college football, all time, Johnny's going to be on that list, right?
Yes.
You can't compare the two. Like, we can get into the nitty gritty. We can get into the offensive schemes and all that other stuff, and how this was like the offense didn't set Kellen up to do what John. And it doesn't really matter. That doesn't matter. But the flip side of it too, man, is that Kellen's got 2 wins against LSU. Like, he in one, like, the first win relied a lot on Kellen. And I'm not saying like nobody could ever take away Johnny being Johnny, but it's not a bad thing to be number 2 to Johnny, man.
No.
It's not and anybody, like, we could go through the list of other quarterbacks at A&M, and I do not think that you could find a single one that would be better than Kellen, or that you could not put Kellen in their place and that team would be better with Kellen.
Yeah. So
I agree.
yeah, I saw that the RCB had that. I think it was him that had the comparison of him and Bucky,
Oh
of
God,
Mond
like,
and Bucky.
and sure,
It's Mond.
it-
It's Mond.
it's Mond. And you know, it's different. It's different eras in football. I get that and all that other stuff, but like, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't really know. Fuck it, I'll just say it. Like, if you put Kellen back in that offense, give him Bucky's stat line back in the day, just take away the cornrows and take away listening to J. Cole and make him more demonstrative. Everybody loves him. We don't know what to do with Kellen. We don't know what box to put him in, because he's not a fired up, get loud kind of a guy. He's a go about his business kind of a dude, and nobody knows what to do with him. And for some reason, and also the shit over the summertime that he did, which props to him, he stood up for what he believed in. Like, people just don't know what to do with him, and so they just kind of want to hate. So whatever. I mean, he's walking away the most successful Aggie quarterback, the second most successful Aggie quarterback in individual performance, probably the most successful Aggie quarterback in team performance in A&M history. So,
Yep.
Yeah, I got one more thing on Mond. I haven't really gotten to say this, but I feel like the biggest thing you mentioned on Twitter a couple days ago about how we hadn't had anybody play 4 years as a starter for us.
Yep.
Or just that consistent not getting booted at the end of their career because they get injured.
Rod
or they don't
Johnson,
perform.
Reggie McNeil.
yep,
But
right. And then somebody,
Now we're
go ahead.
I was just going to say, now we set up our younger quarterbacks. Now they got to sit back in Jimbo's system for a couple years and watch, and they didn't get thrown in the fire too early like Mond did, and
Yep,
had
we
to
can take a
fight for
breath.
3 years. It took him 3 years
Yep.
to recover from.
We can take a
Basically
fucking
that.
breath.
Yeah.
Yep,
And so now we have the
absolutely.
O-line built up. We have the quarterback room built up, and the program is in such a better state than when
Well,
he
yeah,
got here.
and somebody commented on that too, that McGee got injured, and yeah, he did get injured, and so did Gerard Johnson. But Gerard Johnson also got benched his last game in 2008 against UT because he was underperforming, and then Steve McGee went in there and had the double lassos and all that other shit. But like, the bottom line is that we've never had a quarterback be good enough to stave off the people behind him, and that's the other thing with Mond, is that for 4 years, man, we've been hearing about the people behind him. We've heard that Nick Starkel was better. We've heard that Nick Starkel was better. Then we heard that, holy shit, there's Zach Calzada who can throw the ball over those mountains. He's absolutely going to take over. He's Jimbo's guy. The year after that, we're like, oh man, the Haynes team experience. He's going to start. But no, like, he has literally fought up every single person just by doing what he does.
That's
Like,
just college
and
football fans in general too, though.
Yeah,
Like,
the backup
their
quarterback.
favorite quarterback, their favorite player on the
Always the
team
most
will
popular
always
one.
be the backup quarterback. That's just
always.
the nature of college football, and it's fucking
Yep.
ridiculous. But
Yep. But regardless, like you said, we're set up. We're set up in a good place, and it's a large part is due to him. And it's been a pleasure following that kid. Great kid. Really, really tremendously happy for him.
Yep. So I kind of also want to go into. Oh, Jordy, did you have some?
I kind of wanted to talk about the experience we had during the bowl game. We were in Las
See, that's
Vegas.
what I was going to say. I wanted to go into the Orange
I'll
Bowl.
let you tell it from your perspective,
All
because
right. So, String, I know you're a big proponent of great teams cover.
Great teams cover.
So we were in Vegas for the bowl game, and we all either had the over and A&M to cover the 9.5 to 10 points wherever we got the line at.
Yeah.
And so when what's his name busts that run down to the 1 right at the end of the game,
Yeah.
when A-Chain busts it, we're going crazy. We think he's going to score. We're hooting and hollering. We're in the hotel room watching it. I don't think we should have been in the sports book. We would have gotten our ass kicked in the sports book because we had too many loud people. And so we're sitting there, and then he gets tackled, and we're freaking. I'm like, all right, that's it. Jimbo's gonna kneel it out, and I fucking lose. We lose all our money. This is bullshit and all that.
Hell no.
You're just screaming.
So
Everybody
now
win!
A-Chain's my favorite A&M running back of all time. Now it's official.
Man, like yeah. Well, first of all, what do you remember what hotel y'all were staying at?
We were in the
Alara.
Hilton Alara. That's like behind Planet Hollywood.
Yeah, I can't remember which one we were staying at, but I've been to Vegas twice for 2 football games with my buddy Matt. The first one was for Arkansas 2011,
Oh,
and we watched that on the
Rough.
Aria Sportsbook, and then the second one was our dumbasses went to the same Aria Sportsbook for UCLA 2017.
oh,
So-
hey,
Okay, so you are never allowed back in that hotel. You cannot step
Never
foot in that
al-
hotel.
We cannot
just
go
did-
there. Cannot watch a game with my buddy Matt. Cannot ever go to Vegas to watch ever again. I don't like. I very much feel responsible for both of those events.
So
We were in Vegas that same time for the 2017 UCLA. How did we not
Oh,
run
really?
into each other?
yeah, we
Yeah,
should
I-
have.
we were-
knew each other. Yeah.
Yeah, we were. I was, we were in the sports book, and oh man, we were causing a scene because we were up, and then slowly
Yeah.
but surely we started coming back. And I remember at one point looking at Matt's like, "This isn't happening, is it?" And then it happened, and oh well, what are you gonna
We
do?
made that hour and a half drive or 2 hour drive from Vegas to LA to watch the game, and it sucked. It
That
sucked.
sounds awful.
Well, I have such a severe case of BAS that after their first touchdown of the second half, I told Jordy, I said, we're going to lose this game. So I was already in acceptance by the end of it.
my
my denial hit.
I don't think there was anybody out there that wasn't nervous, but also at the same time, I don't think there was anybody out there that could have at all expected for us to put up 24 points and 200 some odd yards in the fourth quarter. Like it was nothing. Like we just mashed them, man. Like absolutely just took the life out of them, which was, and that's what we've been doing all year long. And that's the challenge. Like there's no, like, I think part of the reason, there's a lot of reasons that I don't think that we made the playoffs. I think the predominant reason that I don't think that we made the playoffs was three big reasons. First of all, we lost to Bama by 4 touchdowns. You can't lose by that much and make the playoffs. Second thing is you're never going to hop over a team like Notre Dame into the playoffs. Texas A&M doesn't have that clout, and that's okay, whatever. But the third thing is that, like, one, we don't really have any stars, and we didn't win games in a flashy way, plain and simple. Like, all these games, like Auburn, we covered the spread. We covered the spread against a pretty decent Auburn team, but what we did was hold on to the fourth quarter and mash them and take away their life in the fourth quarter. That's the way that we win games, and that's not sexy. Plain and simple.
And Jimbo's never going to be.
And he's never going to be that way. It's
Yeah.
never. Maybe we start blowing stuff up against with Haynes King, and maybe he's throwing the ball down the field and stuff like that. But like, it's just we are not going to win games in a sexy way. Oh,
I don't
Lord,
think
there goes
there's-
Bama.
Yeah, 3 and out. I don't. You might be. Are you on DirecTV or some kind of cable?
I'm on Dish right now,
Okay,
so I'm live.
you're ahead of us. So
I'm ahead of it. I won't say anything.
you're just pause it for a little bit. That's
Yeah. I'll
We,
pause it. There we go.
I'm at 13:34.
I have no idea. Bama just has the ball back right now, and
I'm
You-
at, thir-
anyway,
Oh,
I'm at 13:39,
oh,
but I'm streaming. It doesn't
just
matter.
roll it straight.
what were we just talking about? Oh, fuck. I had something to say.
When we were in Vegas.
No.
So what's your thoughts on the game tonight, String?
so Ohio State has those two defensive linemen out, right?
Yep. Big.
It's big. And before that, I really thought that they could. I think before that, I thought that they could really go toe to toe, because I think State could go score for score with Alabama, because this is the exact kind of team that stresses Alabama. On a healthy basis, they've got dynamic wide receivers on the outside. They got a good quarterback who can run the ball and make plays and stuff like that. They got unique ways to get the ball to the running back. Oh, can I spoil something for y'all?
Yeah, go for it.
Trey Sermon just went into the locker room, so I think Ohio
Yeah.
State's done already.
Motherfucker!
I'm
Yeah.
seeing that right now.
I have him to
Yeah.
go over 109 rushing yards. That is
He
not
just went-
great.
he just-
It looks like he's
just
holding
went
his
into-
collarbone too.
Yeah, he
Son
just
of
went
a
into the locker room. And I
bitch.
think their backup quarterback's out too. They're showing a replay of the thing right now. He's running the line. Oof. Yeah, that's something. But so before all this shit happened, I thought, I don't know if Ohio State can win, but I thought that they were good enough to at least stress Alabama. Who they kind of remind me of is like a better version of those Ole Miss teams that used to stress Bama with, like, Bo and Laquan Treadwell and that kid who committed to A&M but then flipped to Alabama, like just
Quincy
basically-
at
Quincy Adebayo,
whatever.
yeah, like they just got good talent on the outside, but it sure as hell looks like Bama's kind of running over them right now. So
Well, and
We'll see.
When you're talking about not getting in the playoff over a Notre Dame team, I think people, the media, the ESPN talking heads, worked everybody into a frenzy of the SEC's not that good this year. It's their down year because
they
the
went
SEC was
500
500. Yeah, SEC was 500 this
so
year.
fucking stupid. Well,
Like, yeah,
then- and then they go into
half
bowl
the teams
season.
in the SEC had a winning record. No shit.
eh,
And then they go into bowl season and they beat the shit out of almost everybody they play, with the exception of Auburn and who else lost?
Georgia
Florida.
played Cincy close, but
I was
I mean,
surprised at that. Cincinnati was better than I thought they were. I'm not gonna lie. I'll say
they're a good team. Honestly,
I've said
like,
all year Cincinnati's a good team,
I,
Yeah,
They're
I
going to be
like-
good next year. They're getting them all back, mostly everybody back.
except for their
Yeah,
defensive coordinator.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, athletes play the game.
did y'all
know,
see
and
the
this is-
whirlwind
this
of
is
the
what-
LSU coordinator hire?
Did they end up hiring anybody at DC?
I don't think they have yet.
LSU hasn't yet.
No.
They were all in on the Cincinnati DC,
Right,
and
but
then Notre
they-
Dame took
Yep.
them.
Yeah,
Ooh.
so we're gonna have some guys on the show here later tonight from the LSU podcast, and they just kind of put it real good. And they were like, it's one thing to strike out on a coach, but it's another to spend so much time in effort on one, thinking you're going to get him in a season like this when there's not a lot of great candidates.
Mm-hmm.
So that he said that. I mean, that's what sucks the most is they come and snipe you at the last minute, and I think a lot of that had to do. I think there's writing on the wall with LSU's program about what's about to happen.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense. But so I was talking to one of the LSU guys that I follow, and he was like just going back on the entire Bo Pelini hire in the first place. Like, sorry, I'm way ahead of y'all right now, and I need to stop.
Holy shit! Bill O'Brien is joining Alabama as the OC.
That doesn't.
There was
surprise me.
buzz about that.
I know, but I don't know.
The play was he's in. I think I just caught it. It was the Jalen Waddle thing, the thing you were talking about.
Yeah, where he
Oh no!
he's
And then he
limping
came up
already.
limping.
Dude just needs to sit, man. Like, just
What-
go
why-
sit. Like, maybe I don't know why he's
It's
playing
not
right
worth
now.
it, dude.
Like,
I haven't
it's
even
just
seen the
not worth
play
it.
yet, but make a business decision. You're a first round pick
Yep.
who's been hurt all
Absolutely right.
year.
What was his injury?
He
thought it was the
broke his leg, broke his ankle, something like that.
don't
I
know.
can't remember. I can't remember what we were talking about. Oh, the
LSU guy.
Yeah. So one of the things that one of the LSU guys said was that the Scott Woodard, apparently Bo Pelini is friends with Scott Woodard, and Scott Woodard was part of the reason pressured Orgeron into hiring Pelini.
Ugh.
So that I don't know how true that is, but that's coming from an LSU guy. And what's fascinating to me about that is like I was pretty shell shocked whenever we lost Woodard. It wasn't really hugely surprising, but it was still kind of disappointing. And I'd say that trade worked out pretty well for us, man. Like I wonder if Woodard got some buyer's remorse right now about heading over there.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to think he does. He left right after he put A&M in the spot they're in, right? Like,
Yep.
I will forever love that guy because I think he is an absolute badass athletic director who can go get
Mhm.
whoever he wants. He's proven that time and time again. But like the last move he made was hiring Buzz Williams. He locked Jimbo up for 10 years in a situation that LSU would kill to be in right now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
Well,
LSU
and he
still
walked
wins the national championship with Jimbo as their coach last year.
Yeah. Well, and he in Woodard walks into whatever's going on at LSU football wise, and they walks into a good situation, but now they've got, hell to pay in football with the investigation, and he walks into that Will Wade situation in football too. And so he's that dude's got his hands full right now. He's got
It's
his hands
also
full
just-
on both programs.
it's hard to underestimate just how, or it's hard to put into words kind of how important it is to go back home for some people too, though.
Yeah, for
I mean,
sure.
He's
Absolutely.
a Baton Rouge guy. Like if it was roles reversed and I was in Baton Rouge and A&M came calling, wouldn't it take me 5 minutes?
Take it every time.
I'd say,
Absolutely.
honey,
he
we're
had
packed.
he had to have known the sanctions that were on the door. Like everyone.
Oh, he did.
had to have known when he took the job.
He did, but would you give a shit if A&M came calling? Because I wouldn't. I mean,
Probably not. I mean, especially as like an AD. It's not like
and he came into him. It's not like they happened when he was there. Everybody knows that he came into that situation, and I'm sure that
Right.
was part of his plan was how to get out of that, right?
I wonder as an AD when all this stuff goes down, like with Ross Bjork at Ole Miss and stuff. I wonder how much of it is like don't tell me how you get these recruits. You just tell me that you're getting them.
I think it depends on the coach. I think it
And the athletic director.
Well, so as an AD, I think it's, the coach has got to know what's going on. It's his program, but I think as an AD, it's almost like you're supposed to be the one monitoring it, but it's like, oh, I didn't know what was going
No,
on.
dude, that's what you do as a coach. Plausible deniability. All right. That's
Yeah.
if we've learned anything.
Well, and I think the other part of it too is that if you're the AD and your coach is getting recruits in however way they're doing it and they're winning, I don't think you care. I think the second that they start losing is when you start looking at attention, because you're looking for a way to fire the coach and lessen that buyout.
Yeah.
Bingo.
And I think that's what we're finding out now. Like I think that continue to hear these things about how buyouts are going to drop and how coaches are starting to try to think of, or ADs are starting to think about new ways to negotiate these contracts so that they don't have to pay these millions of dollars of buyouts at the end of their time. But now you're seeing that with Tennessee. You're seeing that the AD's basically like, all right, fine, we want to fire you. We don't want to pay you $20 for shitty work that you've done over the past 3 years. We're just going to investigate you. We're going to create cause. Kansas did that with Beatty. They basically investigated a ton of stuff and ended up settling out of court, to keep both sides from getting black eyes. And I think that's what you're going to start seeing more. So I think that, going back to the question, I think ADs will have the ability to not care about dirty recruiting as long as the coach is winning. The second that the coach starts losing, that's when they'll start paying attention.
Hell, LSU is the best example. You didn't hear any of this shit last year. All of a sudden this year, you hear about all the shit going down at LSU.
Yep.
It takes
I
one.
thought it'd been
That's the shitty part. As a head coach in this world, it takes 1 year.
Yep. 1 year and then you're done. I mean, shoot. And does anybody remember Gene Chizik winning a title at Auburn anymore? Nope. You don't remember that.
Guy on the SEC.
No.
Hey,
I mean, Jorfy's going to tell his kids, oh, yeah, Gene Chizik with Cam Newton, the guy that talks on SEC Network.
The guy that wears the hat?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God.
Well, and then in the NFL, it only buys you like 2 or 3 years. What is Doug Peterson on?
Doug Peterson's done. He got fired today.
I know. How many years was it? 2 years ago they won it, or 3?
3 years.
It was the
But
Chiefs.
that was also some different
Oh,
circumstances.
but we just get a nice view of that left tackle's ass right there.
Y'all are so far ahead of me. It's not even funny.
They do. It's just like I looked up at the right time, and I'm just staring at this dude's butt crack.
I'm going to try to switch over to Fubo and see if that's faster.
Oh man, String, what'd you think about Bobby's farewell letter?
Oh man, I feel for the kid. Like from the on-field perspective, hell of a job. He is who he is. He's put enough stuff on film. He is going to tear it up in the league. He's going to be great. Like, I got no problem with him going pro. McKinley Jackson's right behind him. He's going to tear shit up. I'm perfectly fine with that. I think the thing that breaks my heart is you think about the kid's maybe 20, 21 years old, and he's sitting there like, I got to go pro because I got to pay for my mom's medical expenses. Like, what are you supposed to say to that, man? Like, the only thing you can do is just say, man, go be great. Like, just God bless you and God bless your family, and just go be great.
He's such an amazing guy, though, too, just in general. Like, obviously, I've never met the guy, but everything I've seen, like, his family's been very supportive. His family's very vocal on social media, all that stuff. He's just a good freaking guy, It kind of reminds me of, like, Mike Evans. There was a lot of debate, is Mike going to leave? Is he going to come back? All that stuff. And he just said, like, hey, guys, I got to leave because I got a baby on the way.
Yep.
So I got to go take care of my family. How can you ever fault a guy for that? Like,
nope. Well, and
go.
I seem to remember a couple of years back hearing something that Bobby was dealing with some mental health issues with his weight and just depression and stuff like that. And you think about this, like you think about the shit that the players have to deal with, not only the pressure to perform, but the pressure to succeed, like the pressure, the 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. grind that they have to do on a daily basis. And of course they get, they get perks and all that other stuff, but that having to do that at like 19 years old, I can't, I'm just happy for him. I am tremendously happy because he's going to go train. First of all, he's going to get a nice big check from an agent, going to be able to buy himself a car, going to be able to buy mama a car, go take care of shit. He's going to go train his ass off. He'll get drafted where he gets drafted and, at the very minimum make the league minimum, and that's what, $500K.
Yeah.
Like
Which
his
is
He's
life
gonna
has
make a lot
changed.
more than that.
And that's at the bare minimum right there. Like the dude
Yeah.
is going to be that. There's a healthy chance that the dude is a millionaire next year at this time, and you can't be anything but happy about that. Like good for him, man. Like good for
And-
him going and making a better life for himself and making a better life for his family by doing the things that he is great at doing.
And-
And he busted his ass for us. We got like I can't be anything but happy for the kid.
Kind of back to your point though, too, with the weight issue, and he was battling some of that. It's fucked up, because my fiance worked in the nutrition department for A&M.
Mhm.
And I kind of asked her when all that stuff came out, like, hey, is he overweight for like what they want him? They all have target weights from the coaching staff.
Mhm.
She said, no, that's where they need him to be, So like we
Yeah.
see it, we're like, look at this monster. He's such a badass. Like that's the perfect defensive tackle. But people that don't know he's a football player, things like that, they walk around and say, look at that fat ass,
Yep.
and it's
Yep.
really fucked up.
And he's like 6'4", 335, running like a 4.8.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
And it's just
the
like
dude is in peak
insane.
physical condition, is
Yeah.
the exact weight that he's needed to be at.
exactly.
He catches shit.
Exactly. All right, y'all. I gotta hop off. Gotta go take
Yeah,
care of some other stuff, y'all.
Yeah, no, thank you for hopping on with us.
We'll
Hey,
see
my
ya.
pleasure. Thanks for chatting. We'll have to do this in the off season, y'all.
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Have a good
Yes,
one.
sir.
All right, take it easy. Have a good one.
All righty. So we're about to
Jay
find
gonna hop on?
what?
Is Jay hopping on still?
No, I haven't heard from him.
Sick.
Yeah, that's fun.
Uh,
Mr.
also,
Arnold, paging Mr. Arnold. Hey, Arnold. What?
that touchdown review, they got it right, but it didn't matter because we knew that they weren't stopping Najee right there.
Nah,
No.
they weren't stopping Najee with their first string.
Is Sarkisian coaching this game?
Yes.
He is. I figured he would be. But
There was some Texas fans on Twitter that were upset that he was not going to Texas before the game and waiting 9 days to coach in the national championship game.
hey, you do realize if they told him you can't coach in the national championship game, he probably would have told them to go fuck themselves.
Jay's
Right? Like it's like the whole point of all of this, of everything that people do in this line of work, is to win a national championship game.
To win that
Hey,
game.
you did all that work. You're not allowed to coach in this national championship game. You got to
yeah,
sit it
fuck
out.
off.
What's going on, man?
What's up?
I was looking at the wrong ass screen. Hold on.
We were just talking about how stupid the Texas fans that were bitching about Sarkisian coaching this game.
Is he actually coaching?
Oh, yeah.
I'll be honest, I haven't paid too much attention.
Yeah, no need. What you been up to, man?
Just work, man. Sister got married this weekend. I almost died coming back from Dallas to Houston, but other than that,
Lord.
Yeah, you had to drive through a snowstorm.
yeah, it is not ideal.
But aren't you from the Dallas area? Aren't y'all like basically like from the North Pole? Y'all get snow all the time and stuff. And
Well, the whole thing is my strategy when it snows is usually just not leave the house. So
good strategy.
Yep.
I didn't get to use that strategy this weekend.
Yeah.
But that's Woody's strategy even when it doesn't snow.
Yeah. If there's
He
like
just complains
flurries,
that-
I'm
yeah.
like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I live in Maryland in outside sales, so if it starts flurrying, can't make it.
Sorry.
It's tough.
Oh shit. So you watching the game at all?
I am. I have it on my screen up here.
Do you have a rooting interest
that way.
either way, or
I'm really pulling for that giant meteor that we've talked about.
yeah?
So, did you ever? Obviously, I don't think we've even told the listeners. This is Jay Arnold, former Texas A&M defensive lineman and Twitter legend. But, did you ever get contacted by either of these two teams? Like, obviously, maybe like a letter, but did you get any serious looks or interest from them?
Alabama, yes. Ohio State, no.
Yeah.
I mean, Alabama, it was just kind of a deal where I didn't think I would ever see the field there, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there was talks. I was going to go out and visit, but I ended up not going pretty much because I felt like there was no point.
Yeah. So Did you ever get to talk to old Nick Saban?
I only talked to my position coach. I never got a chance to talk to Saban.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to think.
I was just wondering if he was as big of a
And
dick
that-
as everybody thinks he is.
Well, I mean, he's a hard ass, but I don't think he's as bad of a person as a lot of the coaches in college football are. And at least he's upfront about it.
Yeah. Yeah. He's not afraid to hide it.
So
And that position coach was the fullback position, right?
I honestly, I can't remember. It's been
Oh,
so long.
I just saw on Twitter you said you were going to be a fullback now.
I should have been a fullback.
Yeah.
I think I would have been better at it. You don't have to be as athletic.
That was during the
is that a
Ravens game,
shot
right?
at Cullen?
Do what?
Is that a shot at Cullen?
No, that's. I mean, that's just kind of a fact of the position.
Yeah.
You just kind of have to be hard headed.
What so I've been trying to get, I don't know, just former players or recruits or just anybody in general on the show, because I'm just curious at like what's the recruiting process like? Is it just like your phone blowing up 24/7, or how's it really work? You know, for just non-athletic like us that never got looked at.
Well, I mean,
Oh, what a
because of the way the restrictions are, it's not necessarily a deal where your phone's blown up 24/7. But during the times when there are no limits on calls, it can get pretty hectic. Trying to get calls scheduled with different coaches or getting visits set up or any of that stuff going on. And I don't know. I know they've changed some of the rules on communication, and this year especially was probably a little bit hectic. But it's not too bad. I think your phone gets blown up more by the media guys trying to cover the recruiting and get all the scoop and whatnot than it does from the actual coaches.
So,
go ahead, Woody. Go ahead.
so was there ever like a coach that just like pissed you off and you said, fuck this guy, I'm never playing for him?
I don't think I had a do what?
You don't have to throw names out there, but if there was one,
I mean, I'm trying to think. Off the top of my head, I mean, nobody ever really pissed you off, but that's because coaches were kind of trying to be nice to you the whole
Yeah,
time.
kissing your ass the whole time.
Yeah. And at that point, I wouldn't really think about anybody that I disliked that I wouldn't have wanted to play for. Obviously, after the fact, I don't think I would have gone to Baylor, knowing what I know now.
Good call.
But there wasn't really a coach during the process that I was just like, fuck this guy in particular.
Yeah.
so what the hell kind of commercial am I looking at with this dead horse?
Shut up.
You're kind of, he's not dead, he's alive, by the way.
Oh no, you got to watch this commercial. Is crazy as hell. You got to watch this one,
Spoiler alert.
I'm way behind.
dude. It's a horse being raised by goats.
What the
Okay, I see a goat. I see a horse that looks
What
pretty
the-
dead.
Dang, you are pretty far behind.
Yeah.
Fubo
Wait,
man.
you're a barbecue connoisseur now. What's and you are now a fellow H-Town resident, right?
Yep.
What's your go-to place right now?
So down in Houston, my favorite places, I mean, there's two places that I really like, and it's Corkscrew and Tejas Chocolate are probably my favorite two. Corkscrews in Spring, Tejas Chocolates in Tomball. As far as like close to my apartment, I really like Fija's barbecue, which is in the Greenway Plaza food court. It is pretty dang good. And then Regals is always good as well. Those are probably the four that I go to the most often down here.
Oh man.
Yeah,
What-
I've been to Corkscrew. That's some good barbecue.
Dude,
No
it
doubt.
is Good
What-
stuff.
What's the best place you've been to across the state? That's a little bit tougher on you.
It's got to be Snows. I mean,
Okay.
like you don't want to buy into the hype too. When you go there, you're pissed off. You got to get there early. There's always a line, but then you have it and you're like, well, shit. I mean, there's a reason.
Yeah. There's a reason for the line.
Yeah.
Okay. What so did you hop on that Aggie follow train this past week?
No,
Okay.
no.
I did it for the blog, not too proud about it.
You got to do what you got to do. I think the kids would say secure the bag.
I was thinking about it back in the day. I don't know if it was you and Hannah or maybe just Hannah, but I think like the original one back in like 2013 or 2014. I don't remember if you were in that one or not.
I probably was
Yeah.
back then, but
So for me,
that's a lot of concussions ago.
Yeah. You were obviously I was following you either way because you were a football player, and then I was following Hannah off of that, and like it was just wild, like seeing y'all to get together and everything. That was just like it was like the whole somebody put on Twitter the other day after I got on this new Aggie Twitter train, and I got all these people on there, and they're like Aggie Twitter most famous couple or something like that, and I was like, don't even try. You don't even know about the OGs.
The original gangsters
Yeah.
of the Twitter Aggie couples.
Yeah. So what fuck, what was I gonna say? Who do you know anybody in these games from they all kind of too young now.
Yeah, they're all kind of too young. There is a receiver for Ohio State, Jackson Smith Jigba, who is from Rockwall.
Oh yeah.
Which I don't know how neither of the Texas schools recruited him higher, but
Yeah.
Hindsight's 2020. But I know his brother pretty well, just from his brother going to Heath.
Yeah.
It's funny because he went to Rockwall High School, but his brother went to Heath. But I mean, it's a small town, so it's not super unheard of.
Relatively.
So
you,
while you're at A&M, who was your favorite teammate?
My favorite teammate,
Like
at
favorite
A&M?
teammate, the guy that you just were attached to immediately.
Ah, man. I mean, the funniest guy on the team was probably Floyd Raven.
Really?
That is not
Dude, Floyd is hilarious. Floyd's one of my favorite people on this planet. But as far as like the guys that I hung out with the most, I don't know. Tanner Shorp was one of my guys that I always ran with. Jordan Master Giovanni. Obviously, all the defensive line guys like Day and Hardrick and all those guys.
Yeah.
We always get into shenanigans together. But
Okay, that reminds me. I was gonna ask you, does Coach Price's food taste as good as it looks?
yeah, 100%.
I was
Yeah,
like,
that
you can open a
alone-
barbecue
like
joint.
no other.
That alone would convince any recruit. Like if he could take them to the D-line cookout every time,
Yeah.
they wouldn't go anywhere else.
I'm still convinced he's going to end up opening up a barbecue shop in College Station when he calls it quits.
If he ever decides to quit coaching, and that's a big if, I think he will.
Yeah.
You going to be a pit master for him or what?
Hell, I mean, if he called me up, I wouldn't hesitate.
Yeah. So
So obviously, you were in the Chick-fil-A Bowl, and what were we in before the year before that?
Tw-
Texas Bowl,
tw-
maybe.
The Cotton Bowl. Was
no, we're in the
2012.
Cotton Bowl.
Oh, that's right. So you did all of the bowl game antics and everything they have the kids doing before. What's like? How big are they missing it because this year they couldn't do a lot of that stuff? What are the kids missing out on?
Dude, I mean, there's just like so much little stuff that goes into bowl week that's so fun looking back on it. I mean, they have like arcades set up in the basement of the hotel. He had all kinds of activities planned throughout the week for the Chick-fil-A Bowl. I mean, I couldn't eat Chick-fil-A for probably a year after that because we had so much. But man, it was just those kids are missing out on a lot. It is a blast. Plus, you get to go to a city and you actually experience it. Whereas normally, when you're playing a road game, you spend one day there and you're in the hotel the whole time, either watching film or walkthroughs or whatever to get ready. So, bowl week is really the only time that you get to experience something outside of your own town, leading up to a game.
Did you
Go ahead.
did you see that the Iowa State and Oregon players got PlayStation 5s for their bowl gift?
Yeah, I'm pretty pissed. I'm pretty sure that's why mine didn't ever come in because they took it to the Oregon Iowa State bowl game, and
That's a lot. That's a lot of PS5s to
dude,
give out.
that is a lot of PS5s. But
But
again, that's a big part of why you want to play in those bowl games, because the bigger the bowl game, the nicer the bowl gifts.
what was
I
the
think my favorite bowl game story is the dude that stole from the Belk store when he had like $1,000 gift card in his fucking hand.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Like, what are you doing?
what was the best bowl,
Anything you want in the whole store.
what was the best bowl gift you got?
Man, I mean, the nicest were probably the watches we got at the bowl games, but I lost both of them so quickly that I didn't really get to enjoy them. I didn't ever wear watches in high school or any time before that, and I guess going up to the bars in Northgate, I just got hammered and took it off to wash my hands after using the restroom or something, and just left it there.
I thought you
I
meant like
lost-
lost like you were playing a poker game and
Oh
like, you
no,
didn't quite win
no,
it.
I don't gamble much, but I'll do a friendly wager every now and then. But no, I legitimately just misplaced them.
So when did you retire?
So I retired after the 2014 season.
Okay,
after the
so-
Liberty Bowl.
In 2016, this kind of your story about the watch kind of reminds me of this. We went to that game against Miss State where Trevor got hurt and we lost as number 4 in the country. And we go out to the bars afterwards, and we had to end up running into these girls that were actually on the foot or dating guys on the football team for Miss State. So we ended up hanging out with their football players. And I'm sitting there talking to my buddy that also goes to A&M with us, and all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, a just giant sized ring just drills him right in the forehead, and he's sitting there, and it just leaving your watch reminds me of my buddy just sitting there, and he's got a giant Belk Bowl ring with all these diamonds in it, just sitting there, and he's like, I have no idea where this came from, and just got a free ring basically. We ended up finding the guy later on, but that shit kind of reminded me of that.
What happened? Did he just like
Yeah.
throw it, or?
Oh, so he was like trying to like dap up one of his guys, and it flung off of his hand, hit my buddy in the forehead, and the guy was like so ecstatic. And I don't know how it was in College Station, like how many bars y'all were able to just get tabs at whenever you wanted, but this was one of those. And so he was so happy that we gave it back to him. He just bought us shots and drinks the rest of the night, and I don't remember much after that, but.
Of course not. I mean, that's usually the way it goes, right?
That
That's a funny
happens.
story though. Is I was probably 12 years old at a NASCAR race one time. We were at the infield of the track, kind of by where all the drivers had their RVs parked. And as the drivers would take golf carts from their RVs to the garage area, people would kind of just like sit there by the gate and try to get autographs. And I was kind of sitting there with the crowd, watching somebody else pull off. All of a sudden, a driver is coming out, and I turn my head around, and my sunglasses fly off the top of my hat, right behind the golf cart. I guess the golf cart stopped. They thought they were their sunglasses, so the driver ends up picking them up, taking off with them. And the kid was a not super well-known rookie at the time, but it was Denny Hamlin.
Oh shit.
So I always tell people Denny Hamlin stole my sunglasses when I was a kid.
You like to think he still wears them around and everything?
I mean, they were like some cheap ass $10 sunglasses. As soon as he probably got to the garage area, realized what they were, he probably chunked them.
That's funny as hell. So watching this Alabama team, I mean, it's a completely different team than the one you guys faced, obviously, in terms of their offensive firepower and things like that. But I have to imagine the hardest part of stopping Alabama is still the case of stopping the run against those offensive linemen, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this year's a little bit different when you have receivers that can change the game, like Waddle and Devontae Smith, and even Mechie to an extent. But
I mean,
playing Alabama, it's always stop the run first. I mean, I think 2014 was probably the year that Alabama started really becoming more of an offensive power. And that was Lane Kiffin's first year there as offensive coordinator. And obviously we got torn up that year. That was the 59-0 game.
Yeah, that one was tough.
long way
They
to
had
watch that.
TJ Yeldon and Derrick Henry in the backfield.
I like to think that the way that game started, I like to think if I think it was DeShazer or whoever was playing corner gets that interception right there when they go down and score. I like to think it's a totally different game.
You know, we like to think that too, but
It might
when
have
you
just been
lose
59-7.
Yeah. When you lose 59-0, you can't really do much. You can't really say much would have changed.
Yeah.
But I mean, momentum is a big thing in games, and sometimes things start snowballing and get out of control. And obviously, that was one of those games where that happened.
Okay, Jane, this is where you ask him if he could hear that guy.
Oh man, we were sitting up on third deck, and the top deck. I think they only have two. That entire game, there was this big old stereotypical Alabama fan, big A tattooed on his arm, wearing a cut off T-shirt, a sleeveless T-shirt at the football game. And every time Alabama gets the ball, he stands up and he goes, "Come on, O-line, block somebody!"
We're like,
The entire game into the fourth quarter. It's the fourth quarter.
Of a
It's
59-0 game.
52-0, and he's yelling. I'm like, I think they're blocking him fine. I think they're doing it.
So
it's funny because there's always like one fan that does some stupid stuff, like just yelling stuff that makes no sense.
Oh yeah.
There's always some dude yelling, "Get him!
Yeah.
Get him!
get him. So
Hey,
Run the dang
Cody,
ball!"
what about what year was the I see you CJ?
That was 2013. That was Johnny.
Okay.
Yeah. So we said, oh God, I can't think of his name right now. He
Who?
returned kicks.
Oh, Casey Crom? Talking about who we went? Oh no, you're talking about the CJ.
So there was a guy that tried to walk on from a town close to ours that we were friends with, and he ended up walking on and having some kind of injury to where they just basically made him a glorified water boy. And he gave us tickets in the student section, and was there a guy named CJ on the team?
all right.
Anyways, his dad stood up the entire game, was just like, every kickoff was like, "I see you, CJ," and then he would like turn around he's on the bench, he would turn around, wave at him, and be like, "Hey, yeah," and like just getting all hyped up. And that was the game you're talking about, but that I don't remember who the player was. His name was Curtis, something C, and his last name was Jones, and I can't remember what it was, but that was the year before you got there, I think.
2012.
Yeah, 2012, when
Okay.
Johnny was freshman year against
So-
South Carolina State or something like that.
So you came in at like the peak excitement of A&M football ever.
Yeah, pretty much. There was probably more hype for the beginning of that 2013 season than has ever been around the program.
I still think that 2013 Alabama game was probably the best college football game I've ever seen.
It's the loudest I've ever heard a stadium
Yeah.
by far.
When Mike took that touchdown 98 yards,
That's the
That was
play.
it.
Yeah.
the loudest. I was at that game on the alumni side, but that was the loudest I've ever heard a stadium as a fan.
Yeah, I don't because LSU, they had all emptied out already. Like, I don't think I've heard anything close to that.
So, like,
I feel
at
so
that
bad
point-
for all those people that left that LSU game early.
Yeah. Hey, so our friend
God,
woke up that morning hungover, and they were living in Austin. They're like, "Well, we've lost LSU so much. We're gonna get our ass kicked. We're just gonna sit this one out. It's the last game of the season." And then they, I guess, like passed out drunk or whatever, and they woke up, and it was like we were leading in overtime. And they were like, "What the fuck did we just miss?" And then they missed the Florida game this past year too for the same reason.
Oh.
So they're not really allowed to go to any more big games anymore.
Yeah, I mean, they should just be kind of banned permanently.
yeah, you need to stay the hell home.
Get rid of their tickets.
So, at the point that like 2013, Johnny was hanging out with Drake and shit. Was he basically just a celebrity in the locker room at that point? Like,
No, I mean, there's definitely like the offensive guys hang out with the offensive guys and the
For
defensive
sure.
guys hang out with defensive guys. But he never really like big leagued anybody, you know what I mean? he was probably a little more lofty, but that's just kind of quarterbacks in general.
Right.
Quarterbacks in general are kind of just cocky assholes. That's just
They have to be
part
to
of
be
the
a quarterback.
personality. Exactly.
It's like
Is that? Oh, let's go. That's a Devontae Smith touchdown.
that's like
Yeah, you are very far behind.
Yes, I am.
Hey, so speaking of how loud it was at the Alabama game in 13, do you have a place that rivals that, like that you went in there and you're like, man, this place is loud as shit?
Well, the loudest besides that I think I've ever heard. That Bama game in 2014 was pretty loud.
Yeah.
Wow.
But one event that I described to people as also just incredibly loud was when I went to the John Jones Thiago Santos UFC fight in Vegas.
Oh yeah.
And
shit.
one of the early fights on that card was Jorge Masvidal's like 7-second flying knee over Ben Askren.
Oh.
And that place after that knockout was just as loud as anything I've ever heard.
Really?
It was insane.
Was that in MGM?
It was, I want to say it was in wherever the Vegas Golden Knights play.
Oh,
T-Mobile Arena.
Yeah, it was in the T-Mobile Arena.
okay. Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
I
that
could see
can't
how
hold,
that
but
could
that
get
can't
loud
hold
as
but like
shit.
40,000, 30,000 people probably, huh?
Yeah, and
But it's enclosed and
yeah,
the percussions are all.
you're on
all
top.
the acoustics of it, and it was just insane.
Oh man, where's our UFC guy when we need him?
Yeah, I know. We have a UFC guy on the podcast, but he's not here. But
Missing out.
yeah,
What,
you're pretty big into the UFC and all that stuff, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
hey, that's what we were gonna ask you. How was that fight? That one that your first, I guess it was
The grappling competition.
the grappling competition.
Oh man, it was a good experience. I kind of screwed myself over. I got ringworm like 3 weeks before the
Oh,
fight,
shit.
Cat?
so I couldn't go to the gym to train, and I was definitely a little bit lazy and did not get on the bike like I should have, and like at least kept up my cardio. So I gasped pretty hard.
What, so did COVID, like, because it's obviously so much contact, did that get shut down because of COVID, or did you call it quits, or are you still working on it, or?
No, I mean, when I had COVID, that kind of messed me up quite a bit. My gas tank, I mean, still hasn't recovered. So basically, I'm just trying to get to a point where my cardio is where it needs to be competitive. Because I mean, anybody that's competing at this stage is taking it very seriously. And I can't afford to compete again if I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm just too competitive. I don't want to step back out there unless I'm at my top. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
So I got to
So-
take some time and get all that sorted before I step back on the mat.
What happened to the rugby career?
Oh, that's still going.
Yeah.
We haven't been practicing because of COVID.
Yeah.
It's just the Texas Rugby Union. The rules, I guess, haven't permitted practice, so that's why we haven't done anything with that. I mean, obviously, games are out of the question too.
Yep.
How much did you know about it before you stepped foot out there?
I knew that passes could only go backwards, and there was something called a scrum.
So you know as much as we do.
Yeah, pretty much. But I've learned a lot of that. It's an awesome game.
How much does it translate from football to rugby?
So the way I describe it to people is it's a lot like football in that it's a team tackling game, and that's about it. I mean, it's soccer and football and wrestling kind of all mixed in a pot.
Yeah.
Like high school wrestling translated a lot to the way you position your head in the scrum, just kind of the feeling your body weight, the way you gotta stay balanced, and even like the way you tackle in rugby is more like a wrestling shot than it is like a football tackle. Like in football, you're taught to get your head across.
Right.
Rugby, you're not wearing a helmet. You get your head across, you're gonna have a real problem.
Yeah, that makes sense. But like, even like the blocking schemes, are they just completely different?
You don't block in rugby. That's illegal.
I thought you
No.
can't like. Oh, shows how much I know about it.
It would be it'd be called obstruction.
There you go. All right.
So you set up gaps basically by carrying the ball and then drawing defenders to you, making an offload
Passing
pass, and then that's how you create gaps for people to run through.
What
Makes
kind
sense.
of advantage do you have being like Division One, like the kind of guys you're playing against right now? Like, where do you stack up against them in size?
Well, I mean, you get some pretty hefty dudes out there.
Yeah, I imagine a lot of them.
Sorry.
If they're not as big as you, I'm imagining they're pretty jacked.
And there every once in a while there's some pretty jacked dudes, but it just kind of depends. You also get some guys that are there for more of the social aspect, which is another great part of rugby is
Yeah.
after the games, both teams go to the pub and just get hammered.
Oh,
That's the most rugby shit I've ever heard.
That is very rugby.
And that's what I love about it. I think football would be a lot better. You have a lot less unsportsmanlike conduct if we had socials after football games.
So
That
it's
or you had
basically-
have a lot more fights at the socials. One of the two.
Yeah, I mean, one of the two.
It's basically beer league softball with
a
full
bit,
contact.
Pretty much.
a little bit more physically demanding.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like beer league
So-
hockey.
So when you get back into to grappling and the MMA stuff, are you going to go into more than just the grappling, or is that kind of where you?
So I've
wanna
been
stay?
doing boxing and kickboxing as well, but I want to get a lot better at that side of things before I.
Before you let someone hit you in the face?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, if I had my way, I'd win a fight without ever taking a punch.
I think most of us would be. I don't.
I think that's a good goal.
Right? That's the strategy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've seen some UFC fighters that I feel like they like taking the punches. So I mean,
Yeah, Chris Lieben,
Yes.
one of those guys. Dude,
Oh, that reminds-
Jorge Masvidal and Nate Diaz both.
Nate Diaz is a fucking madman.
Yeah.
Dude,
what were
both
those
of the
two? There was
Diaz
like two
brothers.
heavyweight guys that they just set. I think it was actually boxers. That big British boxer. You know what I'm talking about?
Tyson Fury.
Yeah.
He just gets in there and they just wail on each other. When he gets in there, it's like
He's a psycho too.
So
that's some scary shit.
I'm going to ask you, since Flounder's not in here, but do you think for the sport of UFC itself, or I guess the UFC, do you think that COVID was actually kind of a good deal for them? Because I know I hadn't watched but maybe one or two fights my entire life, and I think I've missed like 3 fights since COVID.
I think that the speed with which they were able to get back to competing compared to other sports was a huge plus for it. Plus, I mean, one of the first fights back they had was that Tony Ferguson Justin Gaethje fight. That was an
Yep.
absolute
That was amazing.
war.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hell of a fight.
when you put a product like that out there,
That was the
everybody's
only
gonna
thing
do
on.
that.
There was
Yeah.
nothing else going on.
You had UFC and NASCAR, and that was about it.
Or yeah, I like one night I was literally deciding between UFC or Korean baseball, and I obviously chose UFC.
Oh my god. But
I'm surprised. I would have figured you would have picked Korean baseball.
Well, Korean baseball was free, so I almost did, but
Korean baseball is a lot of fun.
it is. They
They
get
have like the cheerleaders and stuff out there. It's
they
pretty
get
wild.
rowdy. It's fun.
Yeah.
I'm a big baseball guy, so it gets rowdy. But
hey, didn't your boys make a pretty good playoff run this year?
Yeah, Rockwall Heath. They lost in overtime to Cedar Hill.
Oh shit. Who?
So, I mean, that's
Cedar Hill's a powerhouse, so
yeah, no shame in losing to Cedar Hill in overtime, especially I think it was third or fourth round.
they just took down Geyer.
Cedar
yeah,
Hill.
no, yeah. Cedar Hill took down Denton Geyer.
Oh dang!
Yep.
I stopped paying attention after Heath lost. I was, you know,
But
a little bit salty.
I think doesn't Cassidy McWall cover them now?
Yeah, so she's been covering. I think it's for Rockwall County Game Day is who she's been working with.
Oh, okay.
So she covers Heath and Rockwall. I think even Royce City at some point.
Yeah.
Do you still have the blanket that she gave us when we were staking out our
Yeah.
our tailgating spot?
Yeah. So I don't remember how I knew her, but like we would text back and forth, and one day we were getting a tailgate spot, and I'm over there with my dog, and she comes to talk to us.
And me, asshole.
Oh yeah, you were over there.
That's what he said. My dog.
And she brings us this blanket, and I was like, okay, I'll get it to you later. And I have not seen her since then. And I used to see her like almost every week, like walking to class or something like. And so I still have her blanket with her initials on it. And my mom keeps, and I'm like engaged now, and my mom's like, that's kind of weird that you have that blanket. And I was like, no, I'm gonna give it back to her someday. I'm gonna see her, and oh, ball.
Yep. Ohio State got it.
Uh-oh.
I'm at least 3
Spoiler
plays
alert.
behind you guys.
Yeah, one day I'm gonna give her that blanket back. I don't know when I'll ever see her again, but it's gonna happen. So, if you want to hop off whenever you can, we're just gonna talk ball and hang out. But you're
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably just going to be distracted by the game the whole time, but
it's up to you.
I may have to get off here soon. Dude, I'm fucking worn out yesterday. I tell you what, driving in the snow is not fun.
Yeah, well, I can't even imagine.
White knuckling it the whole time.
Well, the problem was I was an idiot and listened to Waze when Waze told us to get off the highway to avoid traffic. So we were on 75 north of Centerville, and the road did not have enough cars on it. So there was this stretch of hills that we had to go up and down. And because none of the snow had gotten cleared off by other cars, there was basically a line of like 6 cars just stuck.
Oh shit!
So we were there for about 2 hours before a guy that like lived at the top of the hill got his tractor and basically pulled each car one by one into town.
Jesus.
And it was, dude, it was a nightmare.
I was about to say I can kind of understand what you're saying. I had to drive to Brenham on a farm to market road, so not many people had driven on it, and it was pretty icy. And I mean, but that was just 45 minutes, but I mean, you're just sitting here like this in the same position the whole way. But that's way worse. Yours is way worse.
It was, I mean, I'm gonna try to pull up this picture, but it was sketchy as hell, dude. Just like sitting on that. You're hoping that nobody's gonna slide backwards. I don't know if you'll all be able to see this, but this will give you kind of an idea of what we're looking at there.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
So it's like on a hill and a curve at the same time, and
Yeah, was there anybody who had ran into each other, or they just were all stuck?
everybody was just stuck.
Oh, okay.
Like even the trucks that were 4-wheel drive were stuck. So I mean, my 2-wheel drive wasn't gonna do shit.
So before you go, I have 2 more quick playing days questions. Was
Gotcha.
Derrick Henry bigger than you?
He wasn't bigger than me, but he was way better than I was.
Okay. Was it?
Barely
Were you
or-
scared to
No
tackle
shame-
him?
no shame in that.
Way better. Yes,
Were you scared to tackle him? You were.
100%.
Yeah, I would have been too. I get it.
Absolutely.
I'm like, yeah, fuck that.
That's why I tell people, like, anytime somebody asks how much would you have to pay to how much would you have to be paid to tackle Derrick Henry, I'm just like, well, I already tried that, and I'm good. I'm good.
Did it for free, actually.
Yeah. So I'm going to pass on that one.
Is he the
Number
best-
2,
Okay, go ahead.
who was the best football player you ever faced in a
That's what-
game?
In a game,
Yeah.
fuck. I mean, Dak Prescott's got to be one of them.
Yeah.
Derrick Henry's another one. Like guys like Amari Cooper, Jarvis Landry, and Odell Beckham.
Oh,
But
yeah.
like those receivers, you're not really seeing too much of them when you're on the D line.
Right.
Basically, any offensive lineman from Alabama was good. Hunter Henry's
Oh,
one.
Did he hit
Uh,
hard?
Well, I mean, it's tough because you're not really getting hit that hard when it's just kind of in the trenches firing off at somebody.
Right.
Because you kind of, I mean, unless you're just getting really blown off the ball. But even then, it's not like a heavy contact.
Like
I mean, it's a jolt, but it's not like a getting lit up. The times you get lit up is when a guard's pulling and you don't see him coming, and then you just get kind of.
That's the only time I blacked out in the football game is when they were running a Redskin at me and I wasn't looking and knocked me out cold.
Yeah, that is not fun.
Yeah,
or Derrick Henry got a free shot at you down the hole.
yeah.
But I mean, like the best guys that I ever, I guess, laced up against were probably our offensive line. I mean, Jake Matthews, Cedric Abuehi, like those guys are both
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah. Still playing in the league.
Exactly. Like Jake Matthews in particular, the thing that was so crazy about him is he was so technical with everything too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to be one of the strongest guys in the league today still, but was it the technical side that just really made it that much more difficult?
It makes, because, you know, you're used to in high school, you can just kind of outmuscle everybody. And that goes away a little bit in college, but somebody that is that technically sound it's a rarity no matter what.
Yeah.
And he is just, it was awesome getting to practice against him, but it also sucked.
Real quick, the Chick-fil-A Bowl. How much of that deficit was? Did y'all kind of come into that game thinking y'all were going to handle them pretty easily, or what happened? What happened there?
You know, it's tough to say. I mean, we took it pretty seriously. I thought leading up to it.
Yeah. They're just a good team.
Defensively, we had struggled all year. We knew it was going to be tough to stop them. And because they had done pretty well on that offense. I mean, I think I want to say Jamison Crowder was their receiver. And
Jamison Crowder, he lit our asses up.
He's another one that was a really tough opponent. So we knew that offense was going to give us problems. I think it was more surprising that our offense struggled early in the game than anything. And I mean, I wasn't with the offense as much, so I can't really say whether they took it seriously or not. But I know defensively, when you have that many freshmen out there, nobody's thinking we're gonna handle this team, especially when it was an offense that was as good as Duke was. But then we figured something out in the second half. We're able to get some stops, and our offense started firing. So we managed to come back, but it was a bit hairy there.
That's got to be another
like
one of those all-time moments, right? Like the Tony Hurd pick six. Were you on the field for that play?
Oh yeah.
Was that like just one of your all-time Aggie moments?
Yeah. I mean, you can see me. I started to lead block for Tony, and then I started to cramp up like halfway through that touchdown. So you see me just kind of pull up after trying to run for a little bit. And then the Nate Askew touchdown was or not touchdown, but interception was the same thing.
What how often do you show people that video? Like, I know you put it on Twitter every now and then, but I feel like that video of you getting the sack, like, or the tackle, and like in the Chick-fil-A Bowl, and then the SMU game. How often
the SMU one, and then it was the pass breakup in the
that's what it was.
Label when I'm dropping the coverage.
Yeah,
I just love doing that because I'm just like, I can play DB too.
What's
up?
Pull it up at like work or somewhere in a random place and be like, look, this is what I can do. Like,
dude, all the time I'll just break that out. Like, it's just such a good memory. I mean, you have to It's douchey as fuck, but you have to relive the glory
days. Fuck
that.
You get to do it at a higher level, so it's not as bad. When I do it, I look like an idiot and a super douche because it was in high school.
Yeah, I mean, I do like to tell people, at least I peaked in college. I didn't peak in high school.
Yeah, exactly. My peak. I guarded Ricky Seals in basketball in high school, and he scored 8 points against us when he was averaging 20 something a game. That's my peak moment. And
I'd probably brag about that too.
Yeah, but it was also 10 years ago now, so. That's awesome.
RSJ was a freshman when you were.
That hurts to think about.
Right?
Yeah, so we came in the same recruiting class.
Yeah.
I was class of 12. I think he was just a grade or two younger than me.
He would have been.
He was in my grade.
So your recruiting class was one of like everybody was so high on that recruiting class, and they all just fell off one by one.
That is just a rude thing to say.
No, no, no. I'm not
I
saying
mean-
it. I'm not talking about Jay. I'm talking about half the others that transferred after year one. Like,
Well, a lot of people. I mean, and that's just we. It was a big volume class too.
it was. Y'all had like 32 in that class, I think.
Yeah, and part of that was, I mean, shit happens. You're gonna have attrition no matter what. So
Yeah.
That was his first full class, right? Someone's.
that was someone's first full class. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Jimbo's first full class was like 28 or something like that, I think.
Yeah. I mean, they always load up their first full class.
Well, and
Because
you
people
always there's all with coaches changes. There's always a little bit of a lag in your class.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to make up for the year before.
So you had I guess you played under Mark Snyder and Chavis. You didn't play under Snyder?
I didn't play under Chavis. Chavis didn't get there until 2015. So
Oh.
I was around a little bit in spring ball when they were installing everything, but I mean, at that point, I was pretty much done.
Yeah.
I knew that it was basically just going to be an endless cycle of getting my shoulder repaired.
But
Gotcha.
all
Well,
right, man. Well, we'll let you go if you want. There goes another Najee Harris touchdown.
Yeah, I'll probably
spoiler.
take a shit and hit the hay.
Yeah, I feel that. We still got like two and a half more hours of this. So, but hey, man, thank you for hopping on. Hopefully you enjoyed it as much as we do. We'd like to have you on again sometime if you're about it. So
Yeah, dude. It's always good to chat. I mean, maybe next time I'll actually bring a beer on so I can get a little
but yeah, well,
see a chug
We'll
in
have
chug
whiskey,
action.
whiskey
on the-
next time.
yeah,
yeah, we just got a whiskey sponsor, so
There you go.
whiskey for it. We're gonna play a drinking game with them.
we'll get you tore up next.
We'll just
time.
play Thunderstruck with whiskey, right?
Oh Lord, yeah, that's
I'm describing some sort of bullshit whiskey game where you have to pour it into a mug and chug it. So
yeah. We'll get a recording on like a Friday or something, or
We'll just do it in the middle of the week. Fuck it.
whatever.
we don't have jobs. That's fine.
It's just working
jobs
from
are
home.
for
It's
losers
fine.
anyway.
All right, man. We'll take it easy. We appreciate you hopping on.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. I'll see you.
Thanks, Jay.
Oh, he needs the link.
Who?
Who needs the link? Who are you talking about? Also, over looks pretty good so far.
Over's looking good. Devontae
There's-
Smith, 2 touchdowns is looking good. My first 2 bets did not hit, so that's great.
What were the first two? Bama -1 in the first half, first
Quarter
quarter.
minus 0.5 in the first half. They scored 7 minutes into the second quarter. And Trey Sermon over 109 rushing yards.
Dude, Trey Sermon could still. What if Trey Sermon comes back?
That bitch ain't coming back. Did you see him?
Dude, what an interview, by the way.
Dude, he had to have broken his collarbone.
He definitely broke his collarbone. He's fucked.
Also, this game might take like 4 hours, 4.5 hours at this pace.
This game's slow.
Well, that's what happens when it's 21-14
How many
with
passes?
9 minutes left in
Hey.
the second.
Before we get another guest on, I'm going to piss.
Go for it. I'm gonna go too.
James, keep our 5 YouTube video watchers entertained.
What am I supposed to do? All right, we'll talk. I got it.
Do we have any? I don't know.
We can play some music.
I got music right here for you.
Put a little timer up on the screen for Andrew's piss break.
What? Can you hear that?
No.
What the fuck? Oh, you gotta press the share button.
Turn it down just a little bit. Yeah, that's better.
Commercial break. All right, let me go to the bathroom.
Jordy, cut it. Cut it.
What's up?
Can't play copyrighted music on YouTube, homie.
Did we get cut?
No, but they'll give us a
Okay.
strike.
I've already got one. It's all right. What's up, man? What's happening?
What up?
What you been up to? Get that damn hat
We're
off
back.
my screen.
Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. Just been hanging out a lot.
Yeah.
Watching this game.
Yeah, we're watching it right now. We've got a couple bets on the board. I don't think Woody has any that he can reach. I have.
Yeah, I still got the over, bitch.
Oh, okay. I have over 30.
Hold on, I gotta place a couple more to make this thing interesting.
I have.
If
over,
Woody wins, he should buy a new microphone with his winnings. That's my take.
yeah, it
I
sounds
love my microphone.
like you're
It's starting to sound like ass all of a sudden.
yeah.
Wait, why?
I don't
really?
know.
I don't know. I think you're too
I think
close
it's
to it or
too
something.
Close to it. It kind of sounds ear rapey.
How about now?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's better.
Speaking of,
Hey,
your,
Turn
awful-
your screen share off, Jordy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hold on, I gotta find another. Um,
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
What do I do now?
all right, placing a new bet. I got both teams scoring 30 plus points minus 155. Let's go.
I think that's pretty fair. It's a good live bet.
Yep,
Seems
it's in.
that seems easy. Like seems like easy money.
I thought minus 155 was pretty cheap, honestly.
What I've been doing is I've just been hedging my friends' bets because they're all idiots. So every time they put a pick in, I bet against it. And it's worked out pretty good so far during bowl season.
Nothing wrong with being a contrarian.
Well, the thing is that they all think that they know more than me, and then I make money off of them. And then I have the paycheck at the end of the week. So that's how it works.
Gotta like it.
Nothing.
And then you got to rub it in their face, obviously.
Oh, for sure. No, you got to sprinkle it in there sometimes. You got to be like, I can't believe that, Indiana didn't cover. You're like, oh, Zimmel doesn't win all the time. But look, 2 weeks ago, A&M won their game. So congratulations for that. But I bet against one of them. I think it was the spread. Something like that. I made money off the A&M game, and because my buddy thought it was going to be a blowout, and it wasn't. So
Well,
Well, I don't know what spread you got because we covered all the spreads.
yeah, I don't know. Maybe I teased it up. Maybe that's what I
Oh,
did.
maybe.
I don't know. Worked out good for me though.
Yeah.
What do we think about either team scoring 50 or more points minus 250?
That's tough.
Minus 250 for either team scoring 50? I'm staying the hell away from that.
Yeah, it's kind of my thing. This is interesting. Will either starting quarterback not finish the game minus 500? Justin Fields looks a little banged up out here.
Minus 500.
Minus 500.
Can you?
Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah.
Plus 300. Sorry, I was looking at no.
Oh.
Can you get individual player stats? Because I think that Smith's going to have over 200 receiving yards.
Yeah, I already got Smith to get. I got him over 1.5 touchdowns.
Most
No.
most of the time,
I got him. I got it for like plus 180.
Yeah.
most of the time those close when the game starts because I think
Yeah.
when I was looking at it earlier, I didn't take it because it was minus 150, but it
Mhm.
was over 140.5, and I was like, on the off chance that doesn't happen, I'm gonna have to bet more money to get my. I'm not. It's not worth it. So
Devonta already has 9 for 124.
I
Oh
know.
my
I
god!
think he's going to have 250. I think
Jesus
that's a real possibility. Is he gets 250 in this one?
Well, the other yardage one I had was Trey Sermon over
That's
109
tough.
yards. So
That's a
fuck my
tough one.
life.
His,
how-
his backup's going to run for 150. So
Yeah, and see what Trey Sermon would have done. I also had Bama to cover first quarter spread minus half a point, and they scored to cover 7 with 7 seconds into the second quarter. So that
Mhm.
fucking sucks too. Yeah,
That's a tough one. Tough look.
oh,
not a great day so far.
what you been doing? Podcasting or no?
Yeah, podcasting, freelance writing. I'm writing for this website in Austin, and then the fan side They have a Longhorn deal. It's called Hook'em, I think. I don't know, but I'm used to doing like capital J journalism, and they want all like opinions and stuff like that. But there's one other writer for him. His name's Andrew Miller, and I don't know this guy from Adam, but he writes like a bunch of different stuff, and I'm like, oh, then I can just sneak in there and write a couple things. Every time Sarkisian has like a bad game, I can be like, hey, we should have gone with somebody who's not an alcoholic, whatever. Who knows? But no, I mean, like, I hate that hire. I think that's an awful hire. They're 0 for 2, in my opinion, with these coaching hires in my like time caring about the team at all.
Well, they hired the same guy.
See, I think Herman's a better coach, though. This is where I'm at. I think Herman's a better coach. I think Sarkisian's a better motivator, like when it comes to like in locker room, on the field type stuff. But neither one of those guys is a guy that I'm like, oh, I could see him raising a championship at the end of the year. You know what I mean? Like Matt Campbell, Iowa State's never going to be that team, but I can see him at the end of the year holding up the trophy. Lincoln Riley hasn't done it yet, but I can see him. I can visualize him holding up the trophy at the end of the year. And I think that's part of it. You know what I mean? Just like
it sounds, I can, now that you say it, I can definitely visualize what you're saying about like Sarkisian holding or Tom Herman holding up a natty.
Exactly. Like it doesn't click with you. And maybe, I thought about that way with Jimbo for the longest time. Then he won at Florida State. So, maybe I'm wrong on that. But I'm just like, same with Ed Orgeron last year. Like before Orgeron had that team, you probably aren't closing your eyes when you're going to bed at night thinking like, oh, I can picture this dude who could be a shrimp farmer winning a national title. You know what I mean? But and then crazy stuff happens. So maybe Sarkisian can do it, but I just don't think he's in that same class.
I hate the argument with Sarkisian.
That guy's timeout.
Well, he led the most prolific
back up.
offense of all time at Alabama. Okay, so did Kiffin before him. We all know that's bullshit. He's playing basically with 12 people on the field.
Well, and then you also have to think about this too, is that Sarkisian was handed the best offense in NFL history in Atlanta. And then immediately that offense went from number 1 to like number 26. So I'm like, and I'm looking at it this way. Like, I like winners. I like people who win. Even if that's a dude that won like multiple high school championships as like a recruit, I want that player versus a guy who's never won anything. Sark hasn't won anything. This will be the first time he wins something if Alabama wins tonight. So I'm looking at it that way too, is that this isn't to do with a lot of pedigree when it comes to winning. And that matters. At least it matters to me as like a fan. And, if they don't win, I think that's going to matter too.
I mean, look at
this guy's got to be ejected, by the way.
Fuck.
I don't know if that's
gone.
100% targeting.
He's gone. But I mean, look at his head coaching record in the college game, right? Like, I think the most games he's ever won was 9.
Yeah, I think so too.
He's proven he can recruit. Like, he did recruit a number 1 class at USC a while back when he was.
But that's USC. You know what I mean?
But this is
the same
Texas.
argument. That's Texas, right? Like, it's the same thing. It's a big time state full of talent.
They both haven't been relevant since 2005. Well, Texas even 2009, but
how many coaches?
I was gonna say, I was like,
2009.
Texas has been relevant. They won a Sugar Bowl.
Texas hasn't been relevant since 2009.
They just won a Sugar Bowl.
Just won a. That was
Does that
3
not
years
count?
ago.
That was 3 years ago. Yeah, and I mean, I guess as much as.
But the problem with the
They didn't win their
any
conference
3-loss
that
teams
year.
or 2-loss teams.
The problem with the Sugar Bowl win is that they weren't there because they won their conference game or anything. They were there because they lost their conference game, and OU went to the playoff game.
So, but
They were never in the discussion to be in the title or in the playoff. They were never in that discussion.
Hold on a second. But if Georgia would have won that game, would we say the same thing? Would be like, oh, it doesn't really count. Georgia wasn't in there. They weren't competing for a national title.
I wouldn't say they were relevant.
But half that season, Georgia was, hey, they could win the championship. They were in the discussion. Texas was never in the discussion.
I guess that's fair.
I don't want to talk about the who wanted to be there, who didn't want to be there, because that's all bullshit and no one cares.
This is I was early on the LSU thing last year because they came to Austin. And the headline on Monday was Sam Ehlinger was the second best quarterback on the field. And I said, is that a bad thing? Because Joe Burrow looked really good. Like, that guy looked like he could win a Heisman Trophy. And then he did. And it just happened that was the loss that Texas had. First game of the season, you end up playing a team that's probably one of the best teams of all time. You know what I mean? So maybe if you don't have that game, your whole season goes a little bit different. If you're Texas, I'm not going to make excuses for them because they've been excused out, right? They don't have any more room for excuses. But at the same time, I think about the Longhorns just in general, and they got rid of Herman a year too early or a year too late. One of the two. But I don't think this was the year to get rid of him. Between everything that happened with that program, getting rid of him this year didn't make sense to me. And getting Sarkisian does not feel like the right move, especially when he's going to be coaching against guys like Matt Campbell and Lincoln Riley, who are better coaches to me.
It's just
I think Texas kind of dug themselves in a hole. They thought, because getting rid of him and getting Urban Meyer would have been a great move. It would have been a home run hire. You would have been saying perfect time to get rid of Herman. So I think they put all those eggs in that basket. It didn't work out, and they said, "Well, crap, we can't keep him now. We publicly humiliated him. We can't keep him."
But then they publicly backed him.
Yeah.
oh,
Backed him. That was the weakest. That was some of the weakest AD backing
Then
I've
why
seen.
then that's my whole problem with the process. The only reason he put that out was because it was a week before early signing day,
Yes,
which is chicken shit.
You want to get a good
that's the
signing
business,
class.
though.
No, that's terrible.
That's the business. Everyone
Yeah.
does it.
That's terrible.
shit, I don't remember what I was gonna say.
If your favorite team did that, you would be saying, "Well, you got to do what you got to do. You can't bury the program to be a nice guy."
I don't know.
So,
I think
I
it's
remember what I was gonna
bullshit.
say. The reason that Herman got fired is I was,
Patrick Surtain can't catch. He's not going top 10 anymore.
wow, you're so far behind.
Yep.
The reason
the
Herman got
reason-
fired is
I'll break down for you the reason that Herman got fired. The reason Herman got fired is because they lost in 4 overtimes to Oklahoma, and you can't not beat Oklahoma consistently.
yeah.
You know, if you're
Well, that's
you're
why they
Mac
were
Brown,
upset with it.
if
That's
you're
why they
Mac
were
Brown and you're losing to Stoops every other year, okay, you're in a problem there. But if you can string together 3 wins, now you lost 2 years in a row, and then after 10 years it's 6-4, 5-5. Okay, yeah, that's fine. But Herman's not consistently beating Oklahoma,
right.
and that to me is a big problem. And at the end of the day, he's not going to get a chance to beat Oklahoma again because nobody in the Big 12 is probably going to hire this guy.
right.
I think
was
beating
getting
him.
at-
I think right now beating Oklahoma 50% of the time would be good enough.
Yeah, so what I was getting at is that's not why he got fired. That's why that's why he got fired. What I'm about to say is this is why they decided to go with him this year. Go pull it this year when
Mhm.
I agreed there wasn't if you're not getting Urban Meyer, which I think with all the talking they did and all the reading I've understood is they've known for a while they weren't going to get him. Is that A&M was number 5 in the playoff and kicking their ass in recruiting, and what the guys that A&M didn't get that Texas wanted, OU was getting. So between Lincoln Riley, competitive, I mean, just year after year, and even the years that they don't beat them, it's a close game, and when they shouldn't be a close game. Lincoln Riley and Jimbo Fisher are why Tom Herman didn't get the next year that he needed. I personally think you should get 4 full recruiting classes before they pull
I don't think
they-
Jimbo had any part of it. I don't think A&M, they're not on the schedule. They're not playing them.
Rooting.
I don't think that matters to Chris Del Conte. I think the Oklahoma thing is a good point. I think the fact that Matt Rule, before he left, was looking really good, building Baylor up. And I think Matt Campbell building up Iowa State. I think those are the 2-3 guys who Del Conte looks around the conference and says, but I don't think Jimbo Fisher and A&M had any part of it.
I disagree just from a recruiting standpoint. A&M is Texas's biggest recruiting rival.
I see, and I don't think
And
that.
if
I
you
think
look
that,
at-
if you wanted
if you
to
look
do-
at the 2 recruiting classes this year, you have A&M squarely in the top 10 fighting for a top 5 spot, and you have Texas hoping to hold on to a top 20 recruiting class. And
But-
a lot of those were head-to-head wins.
But what I would do is I would look at the entire time Jimbo's been there, right? That's what I would look at. Not this singular season, but the entire time he's been there. And I think that A&M is in that conversation with Ohio State, LSU, Alabama, all the big name programs that come into the state and pick out guys. I think they're in that conversation, but I wouldn't say that Texas v. A&M is a real reason that Herman loses his job. Even if we want to go down to recruiting, like which I think would be the basement level of the argument, I just don't see it. These two teams are not playing each other anymore. It does not matter. You know what I mean? Like if we want to act like there's a rivalry there, we can. But to me, there's not anymore because the two teams don't play.
I
It
think,
doesn't matter.
I think you're discounting it though, just because they don't play, right? You're constantly fighting for position in the state, in the eyes of the recruits.
That's a false narrative, and it's been a false narrative for a long time. I bring this up to my A&M alumni friends all the time. I say, before Johnny Manziel, if you got a writer from Wisconsin, a writer from Washington, a writer from Boston, and said, "Hey, point at College Station on a map," they probably couldn't. You know,
Sure,
like
but that
Johnny
was 8
Manziel
years
did a
ago.
really good job of making A&M a national brand.
Yep.
You know, in 2020, I think more people know where College Station, Texas is, but I still don't think that it's nearly as a flagship program as a team like Texas. Like, I still think Texas is the face of Longhorn football. Like, the Longhorn program is the face of Texas football nationwide. Internationally,
doubt.
too, I would say.
No, that's
not
No doubt.
arguing
And there's
that.
a reason. There's a reason that Tom Herman could still recruit so well with what the product he was putting on the field at times because of that national brand. Which is why I think the reason I think he got fired is because when he was recruiting well, it didn't translate to wins all the time. As soon as the recruiting fell down, there was no reason to keep him. Also, there goes Smith again. No reason to keep him anymore. If he's not recruiting, and he proved that he struggles to win with recruits.
Worst player
He's not the answer.
development I've ever seen in college football.
Also, before this whole thing started, and right before Ohio State kicked the field goal, I got Ohio State plus 9.5. So we're now Ohio State fans, boys.
Yeah, you're not winning that one.
Uh,
Wade can't
Devontae
cover
Smith
Smith.
Is Devontae Smith going to have 300 yards receiving?
I don't
If they
need
keep
Wade
leaving-
to cover Smith. I need Ohio State to keep up.
If you
He's
if you
over
keep
150.
leaving Wade on an island, it's going to be like that.
He's over.
I came on here and I told you boys 250 is my prediction right now.
I think
he
you're
gets
low.
250 yards.
I think you're low.
You might be low, and I thought you were crazy.
Yeah, no, it's looking.
What's
it's
he at
looking
now?
like it.
190?
He's at
168.
168. If
Yeah, you're low.
if he gets 200 before halftime, do you sit him in the second half if Alabama takes a 2-score lead, or do you
Fuck
just keep,
no.
you just keep riding him?
No.
Okay,
Why
Wait, you keep
would
riding
It's-
Wade or you
it's
keep
their-
riding Smith?
Smith.
It's their last game.
Oh yeah, you just keep running them out there until you. I think it's got to be like 5 scores before you sit the starters. It's the national championship game.
It's the last game. Until
Nope.
Devontae Smith says, I refuse to continue playing this game, you keep throwing him out there.
Okay, all right. Can we talk about Jimbo Fisher now?
Yeah.
Love to.
We love Jimbo.
Where were we? How did we feel when North Carolina took a lead in that playoff or in that bowl game?
That was the first time I thought we had a chance to lose. I didn't think we were going to lose at all until that moment. There goes.
I really wasn't ever concerned about the game because if you watch the A&M games this year,
I have.
it's
They-
been play them tight, control the clock, wait for a mistake, right? And that's been
Some would
A&M.
argue that's playing down to your opponent.
And I disagree. I don't think it's playing down to your opponent at all. There's a Devontae Smith touchdown. Let's fucking go. It hit in the first half. Let's go.
Where were you?
Damn, I don't even care anymore. But so no, I don't think it's playing down to your opponent at all. I think it's playing to the team's strengths. The team's strengths were defense and game control, right? We understood how to control the clock, control the game, and that's what we did. And we relied on our defense to preserve leads and to widen leads,
close.
right?
Yeah, because Mond wasn't the guy. That was going to be my follow-up question. How excited are we that Mond isn't going to be suiting up?
You're
next
on the wrong
You're on the
podcast
wrong
for that take.
podcast, my
Really?
You're on the
guy.
wrong
We're all
podcast,
Kellen
my friend.
Mond fans here. Interesting.
Why wouldn't
So-
we be? He just
so
went
I
9
think-
and 1.
Because I've seen average quarterbacks go 8-2, 9-1.
We're not here to say that Kellen Mond is like a future NFL star. He was
No,
one of
is
the
he a
great
future
quarterbacks
NFL
in
player?
the
We're not
NFL.
going to say he should have been.
Yeah,
hot.
he'll get drafted in the 4th round probably.
Okay.
You
I
will.
would go later, but okay.
He'll get drafted. We're on that train, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not saying he was a star. I'm saying for what we had and what we were dealing with in the program, he was what we needed. He was what we needed. He led A&M from 7-8 wins a season, getting embarrassed against UCLA, to a 9-1 New Year's Six championship. And then UCLA game was not his fault. He's a true freshman first game. The defense just disappears.
Shout out Josh Rosen. He's my guy since then. I love him.
Yeah.
Right.
Is he?
Yeah, and
on
now
an NFL roster?
and now he's probably just recording podcasts the same as us. That's all he does.
He's
now.
on the practice squad for the 49ers.
We should get Josh Rosen on the podcast and tell him how we met his godparents at the bar that night.
Oh, that would be a good story. So yeah, we're not here to say that Kellen Mond is a amazing quarterback or a great. He was a very good SEC quarterback, and he was what we needed at the time.
Is he better than Bo Nix?
Yes.
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 See, I'm watching
Very
that Auburn
similar
game.
players, though. Very similar players.
Yeah, and that's a problem to me. So I'm watching the Auburn A&M game, and the entire time I'm thinking like, oh, this is an A&M team.
Sorry, I got the wrong Bo. I was thinking of
Bo Wallace?
yeah, about how like Bo Wallace was like either really good or he was kind of hit or miss. That's what Kellen was before this year.
I
Bo
think
Nix is the same way.
I think Kellen is Bo Nix with more game. Like Bo Nix is just very like, I do what I can, and if we lose, you know what? Like Kellen has more heart than him. I think. I don't watch
Really?
as much Auburn, but
That
Kellen
is,
plays with so much heart.
that is
more heart
something
than
that
anyone
I would
I've
not,
ever
that,
seen.
that is an adjective I would not use when speaking of Kellen Mond. Was hard.
Then you're not watching the
Doesn't-
same
he
game as
doesn't
us.
play
'cause
with
You're just
passion, he
watching his
plays with heart.
facial expression. You're not
Ah.
watching his
Passion, not
game.
He's stoic. He's stoic, but he's playing balls to the wall every play.
See, this is my deal. Is that there have been so many good SEC quarterbacks that have come through in the last, 9 years, 10 years, that when I like think of those really good ones, and then I think of the good ones, Kellen Mond does not stack up to me. Like Kellen Mond
He's
on
with
his
the good
best,
ones. He's with
See,
the
Kellen
good
Gotta
ones.
be
in
with
my-
the good ones.
Kellen Mond on his best day is Dak Prescott on his worst day. When he
I'm
was
not
at,
saying he's Dak
Mississippi
Prescott.
State.
Dak Prescott's an all pro.
No, I'm saying when he's at Mississippi State.
That's fine. Dak Prescott was all SEC. Dak Prescott was an all American. Dak Prescott was in the Heisman contention. Dak Prescott took Mississippi State to the #1 AP ranking one week.
Yeah, so like if you're doing tiers, Dak's in the S tier. There's no doubt he's in the S tier of SEC quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the A+ tier with guys that weren't quite Heisman level but were damn good quarterbacks. And then Kellen's in the A tier,
He's
the
in
B+
the good
tier.
Like, who would you put in the good category that you described? You said there was very good, and then you said there was good.
Yeah, I think a guy, and I don't want to. This isn't disrespectful to Kellen Mond, but I really do think. What was the name of that Ole Miss quarterback?
Bo Wallace.
Not Bo Wallace. The guy before him. The guy that was there just a
Chad
couple
Kelly?
years. Chad Kelly. Yeah, I would put him and Chad Kelly in that similar type of like. Can this guy win me the
Kellen
game?
Mond doesn't
Question
do
mark?
drugs.
You don't know that.
I'm just saying that when Kellen Mond takes the field every single week that I watched him, it never felt like this is a guy who I can count on to win me the game. They're gonna win, and they're the question mark. They're gonna win, and in that UNC game, I thought it all really came. The storm really came together for me because that was a UNC team that they should have run off the field. That was a UNC team that should not have been a game for as long as it was.
Yeah,
That A&M should have won that game pretty
yeah.
handily. And they didn't. And I looked at Kellen Mond thinking to myself, is it on you or is it on Jimbo? Because one of you guys isn't on the right page here with how this game should be going to me.
And see, I think the piece that you're missing is the receiver core. I think the receiving core, I've been shitting on them all year. I think they hampered Kellen Mond's success this year. They cannot get open. Kellen Mond has to throw them open. And then when he throws them open,
He's not good enough for that.
no, he has thrown them open. And at times when he throws them open, they can't adjust to a ball and go get the ball. Our receivers were absolutely incapable of getting separation. Our top two receivers this year were a running back hybrid player, Anias Smith, and our tight end, Jalen Weidermeyer. Our two outside receivers were absolutely incapable of getting open.
Doesn't it always feel like A&M that they always are missing like one piece?
Yes. Don't get me started.
Well,
It's
no,
either-
I think the missing one piece is new. I think it used to be missing a lot more than one pieces.
Right.
the O-line
I just
used
think
to-
back. I just think back to the Johnny Manziel years where it was like they've got a good wide receiver core, they've got a
Great
really
wide
good
receiver
quarterback,
core.
they've got an okay running back situation, and the offensive line really wasn't there, and the defense
What?
wasn't there.
No, the offensive line.
No, the offensive line
Johnny
in
years,
2012, especially with
Jesus.
Devontae Smith
Hold on.
again.
in the Johnny years, we had 5 starting offensive linemen. 4 of them were first-round picks, and another one still playing in the league.
So in 2012, we didn't have a kicker. That's why. we
Yeah,
didn't go
That was the other thing. But no SEC
There wasn't a
team
lot.
ever
Yeah, there
has
wasn't a
kicker.
lot of holes in the 2012 team. They
No,
just didn't
if
come
they
together
were-
early.
Then why
enough.
weren't they winning?
Andre Smith,
The 2012 team won.
God!
The 2012 team won.
We lost 2 games mostly because of our kicker. And
If-
then Johnny's
If
experience.
Taylor Bertolette made kicks, we were national champions that year.
I mean, they went 11-2. I mean, that
We
sounds
won
like winning.
What bowl game did they
Johnny's
win?
first game,
Possible.
Well,
we
against Duke,
blew
right?
out OU.
No, they beat OU by like 30.
Right,
we blew them
right.
out.
It was the second year that they beat Duke, and
Yes,
it was like
right.
a comeback.
That team had no defense. That defense
Yeah.
struggled.
that
Hey,
defense was
But
terrible.
the first year there wasn't a lot of holes in the team. We lost to
Kicker.
Florida in the very first game of
We
Johnny's
lost
career,
to Florida by 4 points in the first game of the career, and
and we lost to LSU when our
Fourth
kicker left
game to
9 points on the
LSU.
board. So
we missed 3 field goals and an extra point
Hey,
and lost by 4.
shout out the boys at One Team One Pod, Woody. They said that you should have taken a teaser for Devontae Smith over 4.5 touchdowns.
Fuck!
hey, did anybody get a bet for him over 300 yards? Nobody?
Hold on, let me find the live bet for his yardage because I'm
Oh,
taking.
well, he's at 215 right now.
Jesus, this
Your 250 is easy money, Andrew.
Hold on, is this the greatest college wide receiver that we've ever witnessed? Because the answer is yes.
Talent wise or season wise?
season.
Season wise, us
Oh.
we
like
won the fucking
in
Heisman,
our
so,
lifetime.
like,
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's not close.
he just won the Heisman, so that's a pretty easy
But
one.
it was also a down year in the Heisman race.
That's also
Was it though?
Yes, Trevor Lawrence played 7 games. Justin Fields played 6. Mac Jones
Okay,
was.
fine, Andrew. Take the Heisman Trophy out of it. His stats are just
Oh no,
untouchable.
I'm not. I'm the biggest proponent of Devontae.
I want to
Smith.
hear. I want to hear this because I think he's really good. I really like him.
I have
just
been
think Jamar
arguing
Chase was a
Devontae
little bit
Smith
better
for
last year.
Heisman since like week 8.
Yeah.
I think he should have won.
Yeah.
Period. I think he would have won against a lot better competition for the Heisman race. Like if Trevor Lawrence would have played more games, if Justin Fields would have played more games, things like that. We also didn't have the kind of, I guess Devontae Smith was that guy in those terms, but the guy that kind of came out of nowhere, like the
See-
Jameis Winston, the Johnny Manziel,
The Joe Burrow.
the Joe Burrow, the Lamar Jackson, the guy that like was on no
I would
one's
argue that Kyle Trask was that guy.
I guess I would say the deal with the Heisman, and I've said this for a while, is that it's the most outstanding college football player, right? Like, it's the guy who, at the end of the year, this is the most outstanding player. And last year it made sense for Joe Burrow to win it. This year was a no-brainer. Devontae Smith was the most exciting player in probably sports this year. Like in 2020, I would argue that he probably had the most exciting and just excitement around him. You know, it would be probably between him, maybe LeBron. That's about it. The guys that like I would tune into just to see that guy because he's so good. So I don't know. That's where I would have him.
Yeah, I thought it was a no-brainer Heisman too. I mean,
Who's your
unbelievable
Heisman next
season by
year?
receiver. Who's the
Thought about
Heisman
it?
outlook?
Isaiah Spiller.
Really?
No,
You will not see a Heisman in Jimbo's
No.
offense. There's too much.
I
Didn't
think
Jameis win
there's-
one?
That's true.
Jameis Winston
He did.
win a Heisman?
Jameis did one.
in the greatest
did win
offense
Heisman.
in college football history.
Okay, the quarterback, sure, you have a chance. Definitely not running back because we run too much of a committee.
Mm.
But yes,
Is Is the backup running back better than the starter?
he's fucking good.
Maybe.
He's really good.
Because that was another takeaway I had. I was like, where was this guy all year? Like that guy was incredible, and he ran with so much passion. Like you talk about passion versus heart. He ran with both of those, and it was like he hit the hole and he ran.
Yeah.
True
And
freshman too.
All right.
and there may be like 7 guys like that in college football.
Yeah.
So
It'll be
Just doubled up. I got Ohio State to score the last points of the game in a backdoor cover. Let's go. Plus
Why-
100,
what is
baby.
wrong with you? Why,
Plus 100.
why do you take these awful bets?
Did
There's
you
a
get the
reason I don't
9.5?
run this thing yet.
Mm-hmm.
okay,
I got them 9.5.
and you think they're going to cover?
They're going to get a backdoor cover with my last score of the game.
Did any of y'all seriously think Ohio State would win this game?
Absolutely not.
I didn't think so either. I think I had them about 14-point lead by Alabama, but it's honestly going to be worse than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought there was a chance when Justin Fields was carving up Clemson, and then I was telling these guys, all my friends picked Ohio State to win and cover, and I knew that they weren't going to do that because my friends are idiots. So that's when I knew Alabama was going to win.
What information were they getting on that one? I have no idea how you get that.
So partially, I think that they just want to be the type of guy who is like ahead of it. They want to be like on Monday, or I should say on Tuesday. Oh, look, Ohio State covered and they won and stuff like that, because nobody thought Ohio State was going to beat Clemson. Like Clemson was a pretty good favorite in that one, and here we are. So I think they were just trying to be contrarians, and they were wrong. So we love to see it.
We all have those friends. They're a pain in the ass.
Guys,
My shortest TD bet hit. I got it for under 1.5 yards.
The 1 yard Najee Harris
Yep,
touchdown.
let's go.
I
So
didn't even know that was a prop. I didn't see that one.
So let me
Yep.
ask you, do you take like, I don't know, $100, chop it up into 10 bets and then just sprinkle them? Or are you one of those guys that's like, hey, I just got a paycheck. Let's see how quickly I can burn through this. What type of
Yeah.
gambler are you?
Well, I'm kind of in between. Like I said, an amount, and then I decide from there.
Nice.
I'm not going to throw $10 a bet because you don't get anywhere with that. You
And
just-
then the amount is however much his fiance won't notice.
yes.
I mean, it depends on the game. Like, so some of them are really stupid prop bets that are just obviously hooking you into betting them,
Mhm.
and you gotta know which ones those are. And then sometimes it's just Vegas. Like we always got into this on our podcast at the beginning of every year, especially in the non-conference games. There are some big obvious games that they miss in college football every week in Vegas for whatever reason. They just flat out don't see them. So I kind of look for those typically and go from there. And then when it gets into these games, any kind of prop bets are just more fun, or more or less just fun.
Yeah, and I mean, most of these prop bets that I bet were just bullshit to keep me interested.
Exactly.
Because
Yeah.
that's what's fun about watching a game about two teams I could give a fuck less about.
Mhm.
So that's
Yeah,
the
definitely.
voice of Corey. We got him coming in from Big 12 Country Podcast. Welcome in, Corey. Sorry I didn't give you a better intro right
Oh
away.
no, man, it's cool. I didn't want to interrupt y'all's flow. Y'all was going
Yeah.
good. I know how it is. So
Zimmel, sorry. And then Andrew Zimmel didn't get one either. We just kind of hopped in with him. It just kind of was Zimmel, you can stick around for a little bit if you want. Corey, what do you think about this game so far? Oh, wait, hold on. Were you the one that I was messaging when I was drunk in Vegas?
yes,
Okay.
yes, that's me. I run the Big 12 Country main handle. 99.9% of the time, if you're talking to somebody on there, it's me.
Okay.
I am the host of the podcast, not by choice, but because I drew the shortest straw, pretty much. When we started this, it was me and 3 of my friends. It was about 2014, 15ish. The Big 12 at the time was getting absolutely murdered on a national landscape. They won't. If you guys remember, then the narrative was they'll never make it as a conference. They won't make enough money with these 10 teams, et cetera, et cetera. And I just thought, you know what, we could do a better job of filling in, this big gap that they're putting around the conference than what they're doing. So it literally was just me and 3 of my best friends, and we decided to do it and take off. And 4 years later, for some reason, people are listening and we're doing okay. So
Yeah.
So do you have a team, or are you unbiased bystander for it?
I'm an Oklahoma fan.
Okay.
That's what we're built on. We're built on nothing but fans. It was originally started with me, another OU fan, and 2 OSU fans. And now it is, we have team accounts. Now there's roughly, depending on the year, anywhere from 15 to 21 of us involved that run all the accounts and everything. And we have the guys come on the show sometimes, but We have people from Florida to West Virginia to Texas to Kentucky to Kansas, just depends on the year. Usually, I mean, we have our core 10 or so guys, but we usually try to bring in college students every year or two that are kind of wanting to do this for a career. Say, hey, you can come in and kind of run the handle, write stories for us, that sort of thing, and then go from there. So that's kind of the way it's grown.
So this just got a little more interesting. We have 3 A&M grads, a Texas writer, and an OU fan.
Yeah, I saw one of y'all was an A&M fan. I don't know which one it was I was talking to earlier. But,
All three of them.
Gig 'em, baby.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
I'm
I
here.
saw that.
The number one reason, okay, the number one reason is to kind of get an Oklahoma and a Big 12 fans take on like just kind of the game tonight and everything. Number two is when we were in Vegas, I got a little bit drunk and ran my mouth a little bit about the Florida and the
The Florida OU game, yeah.
the Florida OU game. I don't remember what you tweeted, and I said something dumb, and then I was like, "Man, I'm an idiot," but I already said it. I got to roll with it and stick to my guns. And then Florida, regardless of who they were missing, laid an egg in general.
Well,
So-
They didn't show up. The whole team decided that they didn't want to play football, and they got their asses fucking kicked for it.
Well, the problem I have, and this is the problem I've run into running this in the last few years, is Oklahoma has been on top in this conference since I took this over. So we waited about a year to kind of reveal where our loyalties lied when we started this, because we thought, well, we'll kind of earn the trust of the fans and then we'll kind of let that out, And I've never not been on, like, for example, when OU played against Army a couple years ago and looked like shit, I trashed them. I mean, I had no problem doing it. So that was kind of like how we had to set that standard of, hey, we will attack our teams.
Yeah.
But the problem I have in an instance like this with Florida is no matter what I say, it's going to look like a homer thing. I 100% thought straight up Oklahoma was the better team by about a touchdown, regardless who they had out there, who they didn't. And that's not taking anything away from the season Florida had. I know they had a great season.
No, take it away. Take it away.
But I genuinely believed, and this was totally a reverse of what we've seen from Oklahoma in playoff games recently. Oklahoma has been the one-sided team that couldn't play defense, that couldn't do anything. To me, that's what Florida was. It was a very good offense and a mediocre at best defense. And this was an Oklahoma team that was by far the most complete team we'd seen in 8 to 10 years. And going forward into this season will be the most complete, most talented team they put out there since the 2008 game against Florida. So, I mean, that's how big of a difference this Oklahoma team is compared to recent ones.
So I want to throw the grenade in here, and I'll do it early here. Which team was more deserving of the 4? Because clearly Notre Dame didn't look that good. So should it have been OU or the beloved Fighting Aggies? Who do you think was the more deserving team to be the 4?
Well, deserving that's hard for me because there's two equal things there. One, Oklahoma has 2 losses, so in my opinion, they blew their shot. But they clearly honor conference titles. And A&M didn't even play in their conference title game. So for me, that's very hard to say one is better than the other. I would probably, give more credence to the conference title with one team, because that was more recent versus Oklahoma's loss being all the way back in September, their second loss. So to me, they were currently the champ, had the better win as of late versus an A&M team that didn't even play in their conference title. So I personally would lean Oklahoma. But I honestly, if you ask anybody, I wanted A&M over Notre Dame or Ohio State. I made that known several times. I didn't agree with Ohio State being there. I'm only playing 5 games. And I really just was not that impressed with Notre Dame at all. But at least they played for a conference title. I have to give them that.
And got shit canned.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, they did. No, I'm not denying that at all. But I'm just saying at least they were in that game versus if you're trying to make an argument over deserving, obviously they make a big deal out of these conference title games. So, which gets into a whole nother thing, why I'm totally against the AQ qualifiers. I want to see at most 6, maybe 8 teams, but I don't believe in the AQ qualifier because in a year like this year where you have Oregon that absolutely just backed into a Pac-12 title game and beat a USC team, that would have been a team we would have let into a playoff in that scenario. And I don't agree with that. I don't think
I have been banging this drum. Non-AQ 18 playoff is where we need to stay.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I don't agree with it. You win your conference title, you automatically get in. But they really hold a lot of weight with those.
So I guess like the counterpoint, and I'm not even arguing because you made great points. Just the counterpoint from an A&M perspective is you said OU's last loss was in September.
Mm-hmm.
A&M's last loss was week 2. right?
Oh, no, I'm not
So-
saying that. I'm saying like if you're wanting to compare these two teams and what they've done here at the end of the year going forward, kind of comparison team by team. OU's conference title was more recent. The one plus you give them that A&M doesn't have. Not necessarily that their loss was further back or worse than A&M's. Probably didn't explain that very well.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Let
they
me
hold-
ask you
they
in
hold certain
retrospect.
things against teams.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
ask you in retrospect here. What was Oklahoma's best win versus A&M's best win? Because that's another thing the conference or the committee kind of takes and weighs the best win versus the worst loss.
It would have to have been. I mean, pretty easy answer for me is the conference title game against Iowa State. I mean, they're a top at the time top 10ish team. You know, they only had one loss and you knocked them off. So I mean, you know that's pretty. It's hard to really go up with a better win than that, to be honest.
Yeah.
And
So
A&M's would
I
be Florida, the team that just
yeah,
got spanked by Oklahoma.
A full
Yeah.
strength Florida with everything to play for.
Okay,
But okay,
All right.
but the resume argument is not really what I'm going to get into because
That's
I
the
don't think
disputing
I don't
argument.
think you're right. I think OU's 2 losses was what kept them out, and rightfully so. You know those games
Absolutely.
have to matter.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, I thought Oklahoma was one of the hottest and most dangerous teams in the country at the end of the season because their young quarterback grew and they were a much different
Hold on.
team than they were early.
Hold on. It's
So my
almost
question
like
is-
it's almost like we were talking about this earlier. 2012 Texas A&M.
Yeah. All right, let me
Mhm.
finish my point, asshole. So my question is, how do you think that this Oklahoma team at the end of the season would have fared against Alabama?
You asking me that?
Everybody, but specifically you, yeah.
I think probably they lose by 10, 12 points at least.
Okay,
I don't see anybody hanging with them.
let me
No, I mean, I
reframe
don't-
it. Let me
that's
reframe
an
that.
optimistic side of it. They lose by double digits. Let's just put it that way.
I like that question. I want to reframe it. Ohio State was a 9.5-point underdog in this one. Would Oklahoma be more or less than that?
I think more.
More, but I
More?
don't think a lot more. I think like
Well, it depends.
something in that ballpark.
Is if Oklahoma had beaten Clemson in the semifinal,
I think it'd be
Yeah.
then it would have been about the same. But
That's true.
if-
That closes it. Yeah, because
if this was a 1-4 matchup and Ohio State hadn't beat Clemson yet, they probably would have been 13-14.
yeah. Because see,
In my
going
opinion.
into the playoffs before they happened, to me there was only 2 teams. I thought, to your point of how well Oklahoma had been playing, I thought there was 2 teams I would legitimately thought could beat Oklahoma without really any questions asked, and that was Clemson and Alabama. Clearly, Clemson probably not what we thought they were. Also, could have just had a really bad night. It's hard to do that on one game. But I would have taken Notre Dame, A&M I would have taken any of them all day long and had no problem. Ohio State
Well,
didn't even scare me that much.
The
So
damning thing for Clemson is that their conference went 0-6, 0 whatever in bowl games. That hurts.
And
I've
then
been saying
they
this.
lost.
going
Since
in,
Since we did the realignment, we need to get rid of the ACC. That's a basketball conference only. Get rid of the football teams. Clemson, Dabo Sweeney, you've been running. I hate the ACC. I will be the first person to say this, that the year that Watson won the national championship, they might not have even deserved to be there because they won an ACC championship.
Mhm.
Like, I
bad,
absolutely hate the ACC. And, you know, with Mac Brown at UNC now, maybe they can kind of get some stuff together. If Florida State figures all their shit out, maybe they figure it out. But right now, the ACC by far to me only is not the weak. They aren't the weakest conference just because the Pac-12 exists. So if you
exactly.
conferences
But
that
it was
matter, they are clearly the worst.
It was embarrassing for them because, like, was it NC State that lost to Ole Miss? Like, that was one of their 4 best teams that got beat by one of the bottom feeders of the SEC. Every loss hurt.
Yep.
So going into the playoff, kind of backing up what you were talking, Corey, about, you know, the teams that were on fire. OU is definitely one of them. Nobody wanted to play OU going into bowl season, right?
Mhm.
And the other one for me was Georgia,
Yep.
right? Because they lost games when they didn't have their star quarterback in and other things like that. But their game still had to matter. So they, you know, they went and played Cincinnati. But to me, the way that OU handled Florida compared to the way that Georgia beat Cincinnati,
Exactly.
that kind of showed me something that showed me what OU had, you know what I mean, compared to the way Georgia played. And you could argue that Cincinnati was a better opponent than Florida that week, but it doesn't really matter. Like, OU came in and absolutely handled them, right? So
Now,
I mean,
to
I
play
don't
devil's
think-
advocate here, Kyle Trask looked like shit.
Kyle
He
Trask
looked-
got exposed.
Well,
He
that,
looked awful.
Kyle Trask
Ah.
got exposed without his two.
Kyle
Playmakers.
Trask had a bad day at the office. I think he's better than that.
He
that
got
brings me to the
exposed.
questions I have for you guys whenever you're ready.
Let's hear it.
Because I need questions. I need answers from outside of our Big 12 bubble here. Do you how much of that do you put on Kyle Trask versus receivers? Because the second one, I could argue maybe there was a misread between the two on where the receiver and the route were supposed to break. The other two, I thought were flat out just Trask being bad. Secondly, how much do you think those players would have made a difference in this game? No, after seeing that matchup, do you really think it was enough to say that they were better than Oklahoma or could have beaten them?
So that's why I wanted to bring you on, because after watching that, number one, I realized that some of that is Kyle Trask being used to being able to, like, if you go watch a lot of the highlight reels from this year, Kyle Trask, he didn't have to be real precise. He just had to be accurate because Kyle Pitts is going to go make that play.
Yep.
And that one
Saw
interception.
with Deshaun Watson at Clemson, same thing.
Yeah. So he throws that ball up against OU and it ends up being a pick when normally Pitts makes that catch and it's an easy touchdown for them. Number two, I think some of it had to do with the receivers because I mean, as much as I hate Dan Mullen and he's a crybaby bitch.
Worst loser of all time.
Yes. it's
Dabo
so bad.
Sweeney exists. You can't say that when
No.
Dabo exists.
No, Dan
No,
Mullen-
Dan Mullen is by far a worse loser.
No,
It's
but
not even
anyways,
close.
they literally had guys that were practice squad, like not even scholarship players running wide receiver. But at the same time, he made some terrible decisions. And I'll let y'all answer this in a second too. But after watching that game, I think what was that? Was it the Alamo Bowl where they were like final score of like 78-74 or something like that? That's what I think would have happened in a normal game. Because I mean, he was still able to get down the field and stuff. He just made a bunch of turnovers and stuff. But they, even with the full defense that they were missing, however many guys, they weren't stopping y'all.
That's where I think you guys and it's totally warranted. I'm not saying at all it's not. Oklahoma has earned it for the last 8 to 10 years. That's where I don't think people nationally understand how much better Oklahoma's defense is. And
Oh
how
no,
much-
they were. I gained a lot of respect for them, even with them missing those guys. I still gained a lot of respect for them. But that offense was something else with Tony.
Oh, no. And I'm not saying it's not, but the 78-74 thing I can't quite get behind just
Oh
because
no, that
I
was
really
that
think
was
Oklahoma's defense is that much better, and people just because I even had this question the other day from a guy on the radio asking me what Oklahoma needed to do better, and I mean it's been obvious the last couple of years they've been able to play defense on even an average level. This defense has turned around so much in 2 years and is now getting 90% of it, 95% of its players back to make a run with an. I mean they're returning basically 17 starters this coming season.
So
overall,
I was
on both sides of the
exaggerating a
ball.
little bit on the 78-74.
To answer your question from my perspective, I think OU was playing the best ball they've played all year at that point. And I think Florida was playing the worst ball they've played all year at the back end of their season.
Yeah.
Florida closed that season out like shit. At the
October, they
beginning of
looked
the year,
unbeatable, or in that top echelon.
they lost to LSU, and you can blame it on a shoe all you want. They lost to LSU. That's tough. LSU was very bad.
Mhm.
So when you look at the way the seasons went, right? OU was, I don't care who Florida had or didn't have, OU was the better team at that point in the year.
Mhm.
Now, if OU and Florida matched up at the beginning of the year, I think Florida handles OU.
Oh yeah, they weren't ready.
So
Yeah, they
it just
were-
so at the end of the year, I think OU was without question the better team.
Mhm.
Period. I don't care if they have Tony. I don't care if they have Pitts. I think OU is the better team at the end of the year.
Yeah, which is why I mean when people kept asking me, well, why do you think if this would have been head on head? I really don't think it would have mattered. I think Oklahoma probably wins by 7 to 10 points at least.
Would have been a very exciting game.
Yeah,
I
it
think-
would have been a fantastic game. I was excited when it first came down. I was ecstatic. For the only team I wanted to play more than that was A&M, and that's just because.
That's what I was just
I mean,
about to
that's-
say.
We all wanted it.
When the bowl game,
the only team I wanted more than Florida was to play A&M.
So
Not-
hold on. After watching UNC play you guys close, would you still have wanted Oklahoma? Now
Yeah.
the season's over.
Yeah,
you would
yeah,
want
so-
okay.
100%.
I think when the bowl alignment came out, I was disappointed. I wanted to play Oklahoma because I thought it'd be a fun game. I thought it'd be a close game, and it would have actually meant something. Like you beat, even if you blow out UNC or if you beat them close, it doesn't matter. It's going to be the same reaction that you have. The same thing. So that's why I wanted to play Oklahoma, because it would have meant something, and for them too. Beating a full strength A&M team would have meant more than beating the crap out of Florida.
Oh, very much.
I would take Oklahoma by 2 scores against A&M.
I mean, I disagree.
That's just like your opinion, man.
The one thing I will say and I got to see A&M play full blown probably 5 or 6 times this year. I just never was blown away by their offense, but I would be interested to see it like in a game against our guys, because it's hard for me to scale that.
I would say our
That's kind of the
defense-
point of this offense, is to just pound the rock and run you,
Be
into
unimpressive.
the ground and score.
Come close to losing,
slowly.
lose a lead,
But is
fight
that-
back.
But
Yeah,
how-
normal stuff.
When you're playing against guys of equal or higher caliber, it's not always going to be. Sometimes you have to make explosive plays to tie a game or to get
which
a
is what happened in the Orange Bowl.
So that's what I think is interesting. It would have been.
Hey, I got a question about Lincoln Riley, because he did this a little bit in the Cotton Bowl, but not as much. But does he have a tendency to kind of take his foot off the gas?
Yeah, it's been a problem. Where it reared its ugly head the worst was the Georgia game, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's I want to say it's starting to kind of get a little better, but it's still not great. And the thing I have the biggest issue with, like for example, it's not what necessarily a lot of people would call taking their foot off the gas, because like in the game against it was Iowa State. He kept in the third quarter in the Big 12 championship game. He kept throwing the ball. So he was throwing the ball a lot. Problem was, you have Ramondre Stevenson back there who was averaging like 7 yards a carry at the time, and they couldn't do anything to stop him. And your offense was easily just turn around and hand him the ball, and you'd have been fine. So not necessarily in terms of he's not spreading it out and throwing it, but in my biggest issue with it is he's not running the offense that got him to that point. The offense and the game plan that got him to that lead in that game, he doesn't continue running that once they get a big lead, and that's what's frustrating as a fan to watch.
Is Iowa State the best team in that conference outside of Oklahoma? Like, is that the team that you look at and you say, like, oh, this is going to be the challenge for the next couple of years?
This year, yes, and that's why I will say this: as much as you guys aren't going to like to hear this, Texas has some talent. If they can just get better direction, it's going to be a problem.
What a
So
hot
is
take!
Sarkisian the guy? So is Sarkisian the guy?
I don't know that he is, because personally, I don't think he's really any different than what they just had. But at the same time, I think offensively, he's a lot more liberal with what he likes to do than Tom Herman. Tom Herman basically runs what I would call a pro-style spread, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
It's very it's hard. I'm trying to think of how to explain it. He sets his receiving routes and stuff up like a spread, but it's very much a power run game pro-style offense. And he doesn't really take shots like you typically see in a lot of the spread systems. Sarkisian is more creative and will do more of those things with those athletes. And that's where I think it could be the difference. And they do have really, really good potential playmakers coming up at quarterback, receiver, running back, obviously, Bijan, no secret. They do have more than they've had there in recent years at that. They are going to finally have a quarterback who can complete a ball 10 yards downfield, unlike Ellinger. So,
Ellinger's
tough
most-
shot right there.
He's the most overrated quarterback in my lifetime.
Okay,
There
let's
is
pull the
literally
microphone a
no
little
difference
farther away from
between
our face
Sam
there.
Ellinger and Kellen Mond.
I think
There's
he's
no difference.
I think he's
But-
a very good quarterback in terms of, most Power 5 programs would be lucky to have him. He's not good enough to win big games in a big school like Texas. He's just not.
With Lincoln Riley, he would have won a Heisman.
I
That-
think
that's what
Not
I
a
think.
fucking chance.
Lincoln Riley would have taken advantage of it, just like we saw with Hurts.
Mhm.
Lincoln Riley, that's the thing that people don't understand either that haven't watched the program closely. Every single year that he's had somebody, he's kind of morphed the offense a little bit to fit their skill set. Definitely what he did for Jalen Hurts. Part of the reason Trey Sermon left, he didn't get near as many carries. Jalen Hurts was getting a lot of those carries because that's what suited him. And that's what he did. And he kind of morphed it back this year more for a passing quarterback. I think he would have been better under a guy like Riley, but overall, Ellinger is very limited. He just, in terms of a passing game and a quarterback, he's just not good enough. Unless you put him in a program like Alabama where he's surrounded by 5 stars, then I think he's good enough to get it done. And even though Texas does recruit well, I mean, hell, I'll never forget they go 5-7 under Charlie What's his last name?
Strong.
Yeah, and they turn in a top 5 recruiting class that next year. I mean, it's just absurd. They fall out of bed and recruit whatever they want, but they don't have player development worth the crap the last 7 or 8 years. They can't seem to get the boosters to stay the hell out of everything. They get in the middle of everything. They think it's like an ownership. It's like Jerry Jones and the Cowboys. That's basically what the Longhorns have become. They become the Dallas Cowboys of college football. The only thing that's interesting is the circus that surrounds the team, because it ain't what the team's been doing on the field. So
I thought they played Oklahoma good this year.
I mean, they play Oklahoma good every year.
couple
That's what you don't understand about that game. You can never take that game and base it on what either one of those two are going to do the rest of the year. It literally is its own animal. The whole cliche of throw the record books out the window, it's exactly with those two. It can be.
Wait, hold up, Zimmel. You spent earlier saying how all you care about is winning. Did they win the game?
No, they didn't.
I'm just
Okay,
saying.
so that's all that matters in your opinion, right?
I am saying to the point that was made was that did they win the game? No, but was it close? Yeah, that counts for something. You know,
You said all you care about is winning.
OU kind of fell asleep and let them walk back into it, and they were like,
That was also very early in the year when Spencer Rattler was half the quarterback he is now.
and that's what I wanted to say right now is that I was really impressed by what Lincoln has done with Spencer Rattler, because this is the first guy that he's actually had to develop in any way. I think that Baker came in as a pretty complete product. Kyler, same way. Jalen Hurts, we saw him as a Heisman contender. Spencer's the first guy who Lincoln has actually had to really, I think, change the way that he coaches to match Spencer. And you could see the development from week 1 to the conference championship. How much better Spencer Rattler was as a quarterback.
Oh, he definitely developed him, and he grew him, and he found his flaws, and he corrected them. But we got to stop this narrative that he hasn't developed any quarterbacks. Baker spent 3 years under him. Kyler was there for 3 years before he ever played underneath him. Now Jalen, he didn't really have a huge hand in, but I will say this: he did a lot of development for his passing game in a single season. So he does develop quarterbacks, and that's why I always thought that was the dumbest narrative. Everybody kept telling, because the biggest thing we took heat for is when we did our preseason poll we do, where I poll everybody in Big 12 country and we get our teams. Oklahoma was the favorite to win the conference again. Well, we started getting killed. Oh, they're losing so many players. Oh, so many guys that got to come back. Oh, they've got a new quarterback. The thing that people kept knocking Spencer for, oh, they don't have a transfer quarterback for the first time. What's he going to do? Okay, so your narrative is they're worse off because of the 5-star he hand selected is now the quarterback versus the transfer that he picked up from another school. That's the narrative you're going with.
it wasn't good enough.
But I get that.
Yeah,
but you have to understand, I understand where those fans are coming from, because it's a known commodity versus an unknown. We know that Baker can play college football. We know Kyler can play college football. We know Jalen. But with Spencer, a lot of those fans had never seen that guy take a snap.
We knew they had taken snaps in college, but the suggestion, I would say this: Baker wasn't terrible his freshman year at Tech. Kyler was ugly at A&M. There was nothing about Kyler that impressed me the entire time he was there.
Yeah, he had no business being on the field.
So, that's what I'm saying. To suggest that a known commodity in terms of they've taken snaps as a college quarterback, yes. But to act like people, if you guys will go back and remember, 5 or 6 years ago, transfer was a dirty word. Nobody wanted transfer quarterbacks.
Right.
They weren't a commodity. They were this thing you went, ugh, this guy's going here because he has nothing left to do at this school. It didn't become a thing until OU started turning them into Heisman winners. So
and that you are 1,000% correct there. But I just understand where that fan comes from, because it's the same thing in the NFL, where I talk to these NFL guys and they say I would rather have a guy like Sam Darnold or a guy like Carson Wentz, who I know can play at the NFL level. I know that there's something there with them, versus I don't know if Zach Wilson can play in the NFL. I don't know if Justin Fields can play. I think he can play, but some guys don't. Some guys think he's a little too small. So I'm just saying that I understand where those fans are coming from when they say, I would prefer to have a transfer. Now, there wasn't a transfer market this year for Oklahoma to pick from.
Well, he's never played, and we need to see that. There's some doubt there. But to assume, as many did, that was the reason that Oklahoma was going to be terrible this year was just a bit.
But hold on, though. You're saying be terrible. Coming third?
Their standards. Terrible.
Third in the Big 12 for them would have been a terrible season.
Yes.
They would have been pissed.
Yes.
If they did not make
third in the Big 12 got Tom Herman fired.
What?
It's Texas. If
It's
Baylor
OU.
if Baylor was third, people would be happy. I'm just saying.
But it's
There's
OU.
level,
You
there's
can't use
standards.
the argument both ways. OU's won the Big 12 how many years in a row now?
6.
Yeah.
6 years in a row. So to say that OU doesn't have as high of standards as Texas is crazy.
I'm not saying they don't have the same. I'm not saying they don't have a high standard. I'm just saying that coming in third in the Big 12 for a lot of people is fine.
But
Not
it's
for
not
Oklahoma.
for
That's
OU
fine.
in Texas.
Not for OU.
Which is why Tom Herman's not the coach there anymore. I mean,
Bingo.
There's a lot of reasons why he's not the coach there. We've been over a lot of these.
All right.
And the biggest reason is because he finished third in the Big 12 this year.
He can't.
So I want to go back into
Hey.
I want to go back into the preseason OU talk because I had OU winning the Big 12 and I got a lot of flack from Andrew and Jordy about the unknown at quarterback. You know, we hadn't seen him, we didn't know. And I was like, okay, every time a new quarterback starts, he's unknown. We haven't seen him. I'm going to trust the talent, the 5-star talent, and the Lincoln Riley effect. And it worked. I mean, it didn't start off great. You know, you go 1-2 to start the season, I believe.
Yeah.
But in the end, it was right. He's crazy talented at quarterback, and Lincoln Riley still has it. Apparently, he lost it or something. I don't know.
Yeah. No, and that's fair. And like I said, I understand the doubt, but the flack we took and a lot of it was from Texas fans. I ain't gonna lie, because of what they had coming back versus what Oklahoma didn't have coming back. I understand the thought process behind it, but if nothing else, my biggest answer to them and everybody else is until somebody else does it, I don't know how you go against Oklahoma.
It's like Alabama in the SEC.
It's Ohio State winning the Big Ten. It's et cetera, et cetera. Like until somebody else knocks this team off in the Big 12, I don't know what. Now you want to in the playoff game, you don't want to pick them, fine. Even though I think if they make the playoff next year, it will be the best version that they've ever had in the playoff game so far. If you still want to go against them for all that history, fine. I totally get it. But in terms of them in the Big 12, at least, especially in a scenario where you only have to be one of the top 2 teams to make it in this conference, you don't necessarily have to win a division. It's just hard for me to assume anybody else is going to be there until somebody else does it.
Yeah.
Also, that's
All
how
right.
every conference should be. There should be no more divisions and conferences.
Yeah, I don't
It's bullshit.
I love this model, and I didn't know that I would, but now that we have it, I love it.
How close do you think Alex Grinch is to getting a head coaching job? Because he's got to be on a short list for a lot of programs.
He's been getting calls. As of right now, it's and this is not necessarily one of the teams, but it's the Utah States of the world. That kind of so it's not necessarily, and I think he knows. Look, everybody who's a smart Oklahoma fan who's followed the recruiting. When Riley took the job over in 2017, everybody said 4 years. Everybody pointed to 2021. That's what it's going to take because everybody knew who's been close to that program how bad the defensive recruiting had been. I don't think nationally they understood it, but because they'd look at the recruiting ranking and go, "Oh, Oklahoma finished 10th this year. That's good." It was all offense, guys. Their recruiting defensively had gotten so bad, so everybody knew it'd be about 4 years to turn it around. I think inside the program they know they're close. And they know they're really close. And the thing I get from people really close to the program, especially one that we have on the show a lot that gets paid for a living to cover the program, talks to me. It sounds like they know how close they are to having a team that they finally can go make a national title run. And they want to try that first within reason. Now, if that's 6 or 7, I don't think he's going to be there that long. But over the next couple of years, I think he's trying to stick this out because one, they want to see if they can do it. And 2, if it works out or if they even get close and he shows, y'all go look at what Oklahoma's defense was ranked just 2 years ago versus where they are now. It's already ridiculous what he's done in 2 years. But he knows people are going to see that and you can get him on that stage with his defense against the Alabamas of the world and see what happens. I think that's when he knows the bigger opportunities are going to come calling. He's not stupid. So I think he's there for at least a couple more years. But I don't think he's there, long term or anything like that.
Yep.
All right, guys. We got to get on to our next guest and everything. Corey and Andrew. Corey, I hope you be willing to hop on again. I know it was a short time, but
if you guys get a hold of me, if you can give me the notice that day sometime, I'll be here.
Okay, we really appreciate it, Zimmel. As always, appreciate it. Love
to get
somebody over here and live listen.
So.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for having me on, guys.
All right, we'll see you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
See y'all.
Woo!
Fuck.
That was a
Man,
lot.
I like that Big 12 country
Oh
guy.
yeah.
He's
Oh.
good. He's fucking good.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's the Big 12 guy I've been trying to find. Like I've been trying to find somebody to come in from the Big 12 and give us a little
No, he needs to be a regular. But I had about.
Hey,
15
we're still
minutes
live. We're still live. Also, there was a nice little OU A&M tag team on Texas there for a little that
Loved it.
very much appreciated.
I want to go piss before one team gets on.
oh, they're coming in now. You better hurry.
I'm pissing.
Hey, so All Hogs Sports Pod tweeted, "How does anyone guard Smith?" And I replied to it and said, "If you find out, let Sean Wade know."
What's happening, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Did you enjoy
Hey, how's it going?
Because I feel like you're not.
Wait, what's up?
I feel like you're not enjoying this football game very much.
Nah, I mean, this isn't exactly what I was picturing. I mean, actually, it is what I was picturing, but it wasn't what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah, dude, Devonta Smith's crazy, huh?
Oh God. Did you hear us talking? We're trying to figure out if he goes over or under 250.
Yeah, I did hear that. I don't see how he doesn't get. Oh, well, actually, nope.
He's
Now
a
he's
little
going
beat up
into the
right now.
tent. So maybe he goes under.
Oh wow, that's the only thing that was going to keep him under 250 is an injury.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Sean Wade definitely wasn't.
Oh God.
I
He
know
was
that
all
like you're a
about that.
corner. I know you're a corner and you're a cocky guy, but man, you just wrote a giant check you couldn't cash.
What did he say? He said he wanted to make sure he was guarding him or something.
Yeah, you said he wanted them all. You said you already know who I want to cover
Yeah.
all day or
Man,
something like that.
dude,
and it's like
I don't-
you can get torched, but he put all this attention. I wouldn't have even noticed who was defending him if he wouldn't have said something.
Yeah. I mean, like I was looking forward to that matchup just knowing how good Sean Wade was, but yeah, no, I wouldn't have said anything that would have been leaked publicly.
No.
Although I don't know if y'all watched LSU and Bama's game, but Derek Stingley, our corner, he got real pissed at the coaching staff during the game because they wouldn't let him guard Devonta Smith.
I didn't
and
see
like
that. I watched the game, but I did not see that.
yeah, so it was like kind of like an underlying thing. Like you probably only would have known about it if like you really, really followed. So like going into the locker room at halftime, they showed a shot. It was like very brief of Derek Stingley like running up to Coach O and he's like yelling at him and they're like kind of got into it a little bit. So yeah, there's a little bit of that. Maybe that's what maybe Sean Wade knew about that. I don't know, but yeah, I think LSU definitely didn't make sure that our best corner was on him.
Right.
Well, LSU did a lot of interesting things on defense this year.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I don't even want to talk about that. If y'all want to talk about that, then I might just leave.
no. We're here to talk about something else. It's Alabama football.
Hey, Jack, you
Yeah,
want to
no, I don't want to talk about that either.
Here's something you do want to talk about. You want to plug all y'all stuff real quick?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so we're One Team One Podcast. We've been doing this since the first day we recorded was 2 days after COVID hit. And we've been having fun ever since. It's me and my uncle. And I mean, I don't know, we're kind of just having fun with it. There's a couple other podcasts in Baton Rouge that are a little too serious, and we kind of like to take things a little bit more easy about LSU sports, and it's been a fun time. We're having a good time.
Well, I saw you reported that Bo Pelini turned down a new job offer.
Yeah,
That's a real
that's my uncle. Anytime you see us report any of that like
Sauces?
parody, the sauces and all that, that's always my uncle. I'm usually like, if you see any office quotes or anything like that, that's gonna be me.
How's the basketball team looking?
It's pretty good. Y'all saw Cam Thomas? How y'all like that?
Yeah, not very well.
It's good.
Not as much as you're liking this game tonight. That's how much.
That dude's good at
that sounds
basketball.
about right. Yeah. By the way, I actually have I was after the Bama game, I got just like insanely drunk at the Bama game and I left pretty early. But as I was leaving, I was walking to my car and this guy came riding on he was like, there's like pedicabs.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like bikes and they have like a little carriage behind it. and I just started running next to this guy, and I was just being an idiot. And he goes, "Yeah, you know, number 6, that's my godson." I was like, "You mean the guy who might win the Heisman in a couple weeks?" And he goes, "Yeah, that's him." And I was like, "Holy shit, let me get your phone number real quick." So I got his phone number, and I don't remember any of this. My girlfriend had to tell me about it the next day, but I looked in my notes, and I just have Devonta Smith's godfather's phone number, and I guess I'm going to do something with it at some point, but I haven't texted him or anything yet. I don't know if he'll remember it. He might have been fucking with me. I don't know.
See if you can get an interview, and then if you like get in the interview and you're like, this is obviously not Devonta Smith's godson or godfather, then you just roll with it and keep bringing the guy on and see how far.
Yeah, we just get him on as like a recurring guest. Yeah.
Crazy Alabama fan.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah, that was pretty hilarious.
So hold on. I got a question I thought about this earlier, but I decided to wait for you because LSU. Devonta Smith or Jamar Chase as a college wide receiver?
Oh man, if you would have asked me about this, what time is it? It's 9:30. So if you would have asked me about this about 2.5 hours ago, I would have said Jamar Chase. But I mean, dude, there's just no one in the country who can guard this guy.
I mean, how bad is Sean Wade's draft stock getting hurt tonight?
Oh man, I don't even know.
He's getting exposed.
Although, like the most of the time that I'm watching this game, they've been in like zone and stuff, and Sean Wade hasn't even been on the same side of the field. He's been in front of Mechie for most of the game. I don't know if y'all seen that.
The 2 times I've seen him lined up against him, Devonta Smith just ran past him.
Okay, I didn't see that, but yeah, I mean, no, there's no one in the country who can guard this guy.
No.
I mean,
So I know that
I said earlier that Stingley was pissed that he wasn't able to guard him this year, but last year he did guard him, and I think Smith went for 250 yards on us last year, so it's not like he would have made much of a difference.
Is there?
And
I'm trying to
I know
think.
that like NFL teams.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I know NFL teams don't overreact to one game too much, but like in the national championship game, no one can stop him. That's got to help Smith's stock.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
I know that like they try to they like to evaluate more than just look at one game, but this is some unreal shit right now.
No, Devonta Smith might have worked himself into the top 5 of the NFL draft.
And they've clearly game planned against him for 10 fucking days. Like,
yeah.
That's been their number one focal point is how do we contain this guy?
And fucking Sean Wade might be like the 3rd or 4th CB off the board this year.
Yeah, he was first team All-American.
Right. It's similar to what Jamar Chase did to AJ Terrell last year against Clemson.
Yeah.
But it's better. He did everything that Jamar Chase did in one half.
It's a different level.
That's insane. I feel good for the guy because he is from Louisiana. So, that is good. I hate that he's playing for the Crimson, but it is cool that he's the first Heisman winner from Louisiana in like over 60 years or something.
You know who the last one was?
It was no, but it was in 57. It was 1957 or something like that.
It was John David Crow, I think.
Oh, that's right.
Hey, let's go.
He's a fight Texas Aggie.
Oh, he played for A&M. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
nice.
I think he was the last one.
Although, if I heard y'all talking about the Heisman earlier, and whoever the Texas guy was, I forgot his name, but Andrew, I think his name was.
Yeah.
And he was saying that like the best player in the country should be the most outstanding player. And really, if you want to go back to 2011, Tyrann Mathieu got snubbed for the Heisman.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Was that the year that
the same way Ndamukong Suh got snubbed in 2010, if you want to go that way?
Yeah, they both got snubbed.
Sure. Yeah, no, definitely.
The difference
that was that year Mark Ingram won it?
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
The difference between Mathieu,
my boy, Bo Pelini.
The difference between Mathieu and Sue is that Mathieu did stuff with the ball in his hands as well. That should have got
sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Right. It's the biggest like you can relate it straight back to like Charles Woodson. So like I didn't understand.
Same deal.
And who won it over him? It was it was Robert Griffin. So RG3 was a stud, but I've never seen a defensive player change the game the way Tyrann Mathieu did.
Yeah.
I could talk about that all day. That would we could talk about that forever.
I'm not even an LSU fan, but like every once in a while, I'll just come across on YouTube Tyrann Mathieu,
Dude, he
college
has the best
highlights.
highlights.
and it's like 45 minutes long, and I watch every second of it because it's fucking insane.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know how many times I've watched those highlights.
Like-
It's an ungodly amount.
It doesn't make sense what he did.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
like, the best way I've tried to describe it to other people is it's like a college player playing with middle schoolers, which like,
Yeah.
because he would just, I'm going to take this ball now. And he just ran the other direction.
Yeah. And it was like the craziest part about it is that like you think about a player that's like that dominant and you think of like a, like a 6'3", 240-pound guy who runs a 4.4.
Yeah.
No, he was 5'9", 170 pounds, ran a 4.5. Like wasn't anything like crazy physically.
Just the honey badger.
Yeah, no, I've never seen someone who can just go up to a guy who's carrying the ball and just rip it out of his hands super
Yes.
easily.
No,
He did it like
multiple
10 times
Multiple times.
in that sophomore season. And he was a sophomore.
Hey, so
Man,
he's-
I wish he could have played his junior year.
On the flip side of that,
Uh-huh.
we were talking about down Heisman year, right?
Yeah.
Now, Johnny Manziel would have won the Heisman in 2012, no matter who else was in
Probably.
contention.
Probably.
But his contestants for the Heisman were Colin Klein and Manti Te'o. Two of the most
Colin Klein, is that the Kansas State guy?
yes, the two
Holy
most
shit.
bullshit Heisman finalists possibly ever. Like legitimately possibly
Yeah.
ever.
Although Manti Te'o had like 10 interceptions that year or something crazy.
Yeah, Manti Te'o also got absolutely fucking exposed in the national
Eh,
championship.
the national championship doesn't count for Heisman voting though.
That's true.
Yeah,
You
that
got-
dude
And
got
if it did,
exposed.
Devonta Smith would have won the Heisman again.
Yeah.
My favorite thing is like, so all the Heisman votes were already in, and Kyle Trask goes out and just lays an absolute egg
Yeah.
in the OU game.
Otherwise, not if they would have waited like another week or two, Najee would have gone to New York instead of him.
Right. And I was just sitting there, I was like, man,
Wait, instead of who? I'm sorry.
Instead of Kyle
instead of
Trask.
Trask.
Yeah. Oh my.
Yeah,
And I was just sitting there like, man, I wonder if any of these guys had Trask as their like Heisman winner, like voted
Yeah.
him.
No, I'm sure some did.
Like
And
you
he had
just
some
have-
crazy numbers.
You
Right.
have to
Yeah,
look
no,
at
I
that
mean-
game and just be like, fuck.
Right. I mean, like you always gotta wonder with those guys that like are putting up crazy numbers like that. And even though they're putting up those crazy numbers, people are like, is he really that good though? Like those are always the guys that I'm like, they're probably not that good.
Yeah.
If you have to question it, even though they're putting up crazy numbers,
Where-
Okay. Speaking
real
of
quick.
Heisman talk, I've always wondered this. Do you think Leonard Fournette should have won it over
No. Over Derrick Henry?
Yeah.
No, I
Okay.
mean in the game that year proved it.
Yes. Okay.
Uh,
Just making sure.
Because Leonard, I think he had, although it wasn't Leonard's fault. I mean, Les Miles kept running him into a brick wall.
He got
that
shut down
was-
though.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Statistically,
And but
he got beat down.
to be fair to Leonard, I mean, dude, that Alabama front seven that year was the best front seven I've ever seen in college
Yes.
football.
I was about to say, Derrick Henry didn't have to run against Alabama's defense.
No,
That's
yeah,
the
he
biggest plus
would've-
for him.
He would have ran for 40 yards.
Who
Yeah.
all was on that front set? That Quentin Williams was young in that.
Yeah, he was in there.
What's the guy with the beard and he's bald?
CJ Mosley?
No. He looked like
I
he
think
was.
CJ Mosley was on that defense though.
Oh yeah, no, he might have been on the linebacking court, but I'm thinking of the grown ass Ashawn Robinson.
Dude, honestly, I wouldn't remember the names of any of them, but they were just.
They're all in the
freaks.
league.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you should go look at the NFL roster.
Yeah, those guys were insane.
Hey, go.
But
go
yeah, no, Derrick Henry was definitely had the better season.
I think
And then I
that was
remember
like-
just a couple weeks later, Derrick Henry went for like 300 yards or something on Auburn. So, and then that pretty much sealed it.
that was probably the last year that Alabama had like one of those truly elite Alabama style defenses where
Yeah.
they just suffocated people.
That year in 2016, I mean, fuck, they shut us out in 2016. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I guess they were
I
pretty
mean,
good. And then they
always
shut us out in 2018 too. So I guess they were pretty good that year too.
I mean,
And-
Alabama's defense is always like crazy good, but
Yeah, I mean they got talent all over the place.
I think
that
last
year
year
I
was
feel like they've just gone too fast to be like on offense to be a suffocating defense.
Maybe so.
I
Dude,
want to say it was either 18 or 19 the first year where I was like, these guys can be had, but by the right offense, and we are not that offense. But,
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
and I don't remember what year it was, but it hasn't been very long, 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, last year Alabama's defense was pretty bad too.
Yeah,
Not like it's you say
bad is the wrong.
like
Bad is the wrong
they're
word.
good. Like
Yeah.
they're good players. Like and they're 4 and 5 star guys all over the place and high 4 stars at that. I think it's just like when you score a lot of points, you're gonna give up a lot of points.
Yeah, you go too
Like
fast.
just because, yeah. And it's not even like I don't even think it's like a speed thing, like a tempo thing. I think it's just like whenever
Yeah,
you
little
put up
back.
45 points on the board, teams have to get desperate, and then when they get desperate, they score more points because it's just like when you're trying to score on every play, you're probably going to score more often.
The problem with that is it's happened with Alabama all year long.
Right.
Alabama scores fast, and then they wait for one mistake. And as soon as you make that one mistake,
They bury
you're fucked
Yeah.
because you're not going to stop them.
Because Ohio State was scoring with them for a little bit, and then
Mm-hmm.
Alabama scored, went up 21-14 in this game, and then I think Ohio State just didn't answer, and then at that point on, this game has just been over.
Yeah.
And Ohio State's just been in like
Alabama's
recovery
offense.
mode.
So Jalen's not playing, but he's not healthy. Obviously, you can tell. Then Devontae Smith is out. They do look a little bit more pedestrian that last drive without Waddle and Smith.
Why wasn't
Oh,
Smith?
yeah, the offense is worse when they're missing 2 of the top 8 receivers in the league in the nation. That's a good take right there.
You think
Yeah,
it's only
no
top
shit,
8?
but-
I'd say it's 2 of the top 4 probably.
Yeah, I mean,
What I
it's-
was
I
getting
guess
at,
it'd be
No, that's
Yeah.
true.
the
it's
reason I said
Smith-
more pedestrian is because they still were able to go right down the field, and they just couldn't get in the end zone. But they still have Najee Harris, and they still have one of the greatest offensive lines. So.
Well, when you talk about like, here's the problem with Alabama, and here's why we're going to hate
There he
Alabama
goes.
for a
There's a
very long
touchdown.
time.
There we go.
Because
All right.
if you look at their recruiting class this year, they have 4 top 50 wide receivers. They walked into Dallas this year and told a guy, hey, you now have a committable offer for the first time all year long, a top 50 receiver or
The
top
day of
50
signing.
player in the nation who was committed to LSU, JoJo Earl.
Oh fuck!
The last
Dude, that
day, the
pissed
last
me
day
off.
of
And
signing day.
they walked in and said, now you have a committable offer. And he said, cool.
And he bounced. Yeah, no, that sucked. Because
So,
I was
and
really
the
really
crazy-
excited about JoJo Earl.
JoJo Earl is probably the best playmaker from Texas since Jalen Waddle.
Dude, yeah, no, he is. I mean, he's a Jalen Waddle. He's that breed of guy.
He's
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean, he
pure
reminded me a lot of.
4.4 speed.
He reminded me a lot of Jameson Crowder specifically. in
Pure
the NFL.
4.4 speed.
How many times is that guy gonna get brought up today? It's like the third time we've talked about him.
Who,
JoJo,
Jameson
oh,
Crowder?
Jamison Crowder. Yeah, we actually have talked about
Really?
him.
Yeah, so we had a guy on that played for A&M in the the Chick-fil-A Bowl against Duke when he was on the team. It's
Oh, he played for Duke. Okay,
Yeah.
so,
I
yeah,
actually didn't know that.
yeah. So,
He was that dude was a fucking baller. Like I know you see him in college and like or in the NFL and he's good.
Right,
That
he's just like a little
Tore
slot
our
guy.
ass up in the Chick-fil-A.
Shit, I don't remember that. I remember that was the same night that LSU. Wait, no, LSU wasn't playing that night.
no, they
I was that was just like on New Year's Eve. I think I was just at a party or something. I was watching it like in the background,
yeah,
That was
and I saw
Johnny's
the Duke.
last
I remember
game.
seeing that Duke went up early and just thinking that it was over.
yeah. It was
Then
ugly.
Johnny
I checked
happened.
the score later that night and it was not.
Yeah. Then Johnny happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, whoever took the over on the number of times Jamison Crowder got mentioned tonight, you won a lot of money.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the first
definitely.
money I'll win all fucking night.
Oh shit. What y'all got going on the show coming up? Y'all got anybody coming on? I saw y'all had what was it, ZVR the other day?
Yeah, Von Rosenberg. We had him on the other day. He came on during the season too, and shit, I got people coming in.
Okay.
What's up? I'm on the show. Yeah. Fuck. Sorry, I completely got sidetracked right there.
You're cool.
What was it saying? Zach Von Rosenberg. Yeah, he came on earlier in the season, and he came on like right after a practice or something, and he was like, you could tell he was just like kind of on edge because there were like coaches around. And he didn't know what he needed, like what he could and couldn't say. And he came on last week, and he was definitely a lot more relaxed and down to earth, and because he just declared for the draft, so he was like, I'm a free man
Fuck
and all
it.
that. Yeah. And it was cool talking to him because he kind of gave some insight on like what's going on in the program and all that kind of stuff, which was interesting. But we don't have any guests coming up. I think we're gonna try to get John Brady back on. He was the LSU basketball coach maybe 15 years ago.
Okay.
And he does color for the radio for LSU basketball. What's up, Cole? So we'll probably get him on soon with basketball going on. That's about it. Like I said earlier, we're just having fun right now.
Yeah.
What do you think of the new offensive coordinator and passing game coordinator hires?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask what y'all thought about that, if y'all have any thoughts. I mean, it's these two guys that, you don't really know anything about.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel good about it because, like we asked, like Coach O went straight to Joe Brady and was like, hey, who do you recommend to like do your offense? Like if we wanted to just do like a carbon copy of your thing, and these are the guys that he recommended. And, I think that's definitely a good place to have your head at. But, like I said, you don't know anything about these guys. Jake Peets has never called plays ever. So I don't know. We'll see.
I think it could be really good, but at the same time, you got to be careful with stuff like this because you might be just chasing ghosts, and I don't know if that's something that's like, I don't mean to be rude, but was it a one-trick pony? Not necessarily like the combo of having an all-time quarterback, an all-time team, and a future NFL head coach or college head coach, and Joe Brady.
Yeah.
And I also don't understand the obsession with having to have a pass game coordinator. I understood it when Brady came on, but I don't need. And now that Insminger's gone, I don't think it's that big of a deal that you need to have both. But
I actually agree.
There he is.
Yeah, sorry, the light on behind me was fucking with the lighting. I had someone ask us this week about like what is the obsession with having a passing game coordinator? They asked that exact thing. And it made me think, and I was like, I don't know. I don't know why we feel like we have to do that. But I don't know. I actually really don't know. I think it's just that's what we did in 2019, and it worked really well. So I think Coach O's just like, let's just try to do it again.
Yeah,
that kind of thing. And especially with a guy like Jake Peets, he's never called plays, so maybe get two guys in there
that haven't called plays
get two guys that have never called plays, and maybe two is better than one. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like Jordy said, like to me, it just kind of felt like you're chasing that magic again, right?
Yeah.
But I understand like wanting to hire from the prestigious trees, but is Joe Brady even of that prestigious tree yet?
He is in Baton Rouge.
Oh, I get that, but like, has he even had the time to instill like his knowledge on these guys yet?
Yeah.
Or is it just, hey, Joe Brady, send the best you got? Yeah.
No, well, I think the big thing that people see in Baton Rouge is just that, like, we've had these athletes, and we know that if they were in the right system, that they could you could plug them into if you plug them into the right system, they will like compete for national championships every single year.
Oh yeah.
Except for when you lose 20 guys to the draft and, have,
that was the greatest college football team of all time.
Yeah. No. It's hard to, bounce back after that. Especially in a COVID world. I mean, Jesus Christ, the odds were so far stacked against us. I don't know what we were thinking that we might be able to repeat. So I think that when Coach O tries to go back and tries to just keep the same offensive system, that speaks to a lot of LSU fans. And like, I think a lot of LSU fans will think like that this offensive system is, with the talent that we have on offense. Like, I mean, you saw Keishon Butte went for 300 yards receiving.
Oh, we
against
could
Ole Miss.
his ass there at the end of the game.
What's that?
I said he gave us fits at the end of our game.
Right. And you know, I actually wonder if Max Johnson would have played against y'all, if he would have started that game instead of TJ Finley, if maybe we would have had a better shot at beating y'all, the way our defense played that game. And granted, it was very rainy, but
Yeah.
I think Max Johnson was. I don't know if y'all watched the Florida game and the Ole Miss game, but Max Johnson was clearly better than TJ Finley. So
Is Finley going to stick around? Is there going to be an open competition this year?
there's a lot of speculation that Finley's going to leave at some point this offseason. Maybe he sticks around for the spring and sees if he can, maybe win the job, and then after that he might transfer. But the vibe I'm getting is that he is going to transfer. I don't have any sources on that or anything. It's just kind of the vibe I get. We have Garrett Nussmeier coming in, who I think is better than him.
Yeah.
Max Johnson is better than him. Miles Brennan is better than him. So he's,
Oh, shit. I forgot all about Brennan.
in my opinion, he's the fourth guy.
Yeah, so
But
Max Johnson may not even be your starter. I forgot about Brennan.
yeah, no, Max Johnson probably isn't the starter.
Yeah.
Although that's the next thing we're probably going to talk about with football is what does the quarterback battle look like in the spring, or is it a quarterback battle? And I think it should be a quarterback battle. I think, Max Johnson with those last two games has definitely earned the right to have a shot at the job,
Yeah.
But Miles is going into his fifth year, so maybe you want to just give him the job. I don't think that would be a good call, but I don't know. I don't know where Coach O's at.
Competitive program would make him earn it.
Right, exactly.
Right,
Yeah,
he
I
should
don't
have
know.
no problem earning it
Does anyone
as the
know?
fifth-year guy. He shouldn't have problems earning the job.
Right. Yeah. No, I completely agree.
If he can't earn the job, then he shouldn't start his fifth year,
Sure.
If,
Right.
he's
Yeah.
not the
No.
guy.
If Max Johnson looks like he's better, because we got into a little debate with some guy on Twitter, maybe 3 weeks ago. I think it was after the Ole Miss game, and he was saying I wouldn't want to play for a coach who doesn't reward guys for sticking around for a long time. And my response to that was, I wouldn't want to play for a coach who doesn't play his best players.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would prefer. I would prefer my coach to play the guys who are going to give us the best chance to win.
Was this a Longhorn? Because that sounds about that. They kind of feel like Tom Herman was just playing the guys that had paid their dues. And
Yeah.
Mac Jones just got hurt. My plus 500 bet might hit.
Look at this, Brian Robinson.
Oh, he's still in.
you're like 3 plays.
So we were talking about the turnover from the team last year, and I think a lot of the turmoil issues right now in LSU is just because the expectations were too high. If
I think so.
and fans are like that, it's going to be like that all the time. But if there shouldn't have been preseason ranked, they should have came into the year thinking this is going to be a rebuilding year. Maybe we hit something special, but most likely it's going to be a struggle.
Yeah.
And if you go with that mindset, I think that you look at this and like, yeah, it wasn't good, but
Right.
we'll be better, instead of, what the hell are we doing?
Right. And my uncle / co-host tends to be a roller coaster rider. So if we lose to Auburn by 37 points, he's like, the program is in shambles. We need to clean house, and he's a psychopath. But if we beat Florida because an asshole throws a shoe, then he's like, oh, the program's completely turned around. Like Coach O's doing such a great job and all this. But I can't even remember what was the question you asked. I don't even remember where I was going.
That was just basically about expectations in the LSU program for this year.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, that this isn't where the LSU program is at. Like we're not at there goes Mac Jones again. Slade Bolden, another Louisiana guy. I hate to see that. This isn't where the LSU program is at. Like, this is the outlier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, this isn't like, we're not going to be like this every year. Like, COVID hit. We lost a crazy number of guys to the draft. You know, our starting quarterback got hurt in game 3. There's just so many things you couldn't have planned for that happened this year that aren't going to happen in the normal year.
Right.
So that's kind of where I sit on that.
Do you if you need to hop off, you can. We're gonna talk your ear off as long as we can. But
No, you're good. I thought I was planning on going out, but my roommate and all of them just got here, so I guess I'm not going.
So I had a question about the DC hire, or
Oh yeah,
The-
no,
Lack
process.
thereof.
dude,
right, the process. Where do y'all stand on it right now as fans?
I haven't even processed the whole Marcus Freeman thing yet because I thought we had him. I thought it was done. And a lot of people in Baton Rouge, like there are some guys that are like insiders, but they kind of just like don't know shit. But
They recycle news.
They recycle news, exactly. And Football Scoop said that like it was probably going to happen, that we were going to get Freeman. And Jacob Hester on the radio said that like the deal was on the 1 yard line of getting done. And then all of a sudden he is now Notre Dame's defensive coordinator. So now he's out the picture. And that happened while I was like playing basketball. So I finished playing basketball, checked my phone, and we no longer have Marcus Freeman. So at this point, I don't even know where we go. My biggest candidate would have been Zach Arnett from Mississippi State. I think that 3-3-5 and like very multiple style defense fits what we're doing really well.
There's a lot of smoke of Arnett to Texas.
Oh, really?
yeah,
Dude, there's smoke of everybody to Texas. Texas is like the
also
Also
Lakers.
true.
yeah.
Texas thinks they're getting fucking Nick Saban as their analyst.
Texas thinks they're going to get Corey Raymond, our DB coach.
Yeah, that
Every
ain't
single
happening.
team thinks they're getting Corey Raymond.
Been trying to
every
get Corey Raymond to College
week.
Station.
Y'all tried to get him last
We
year.
tried to get him 4 times.
I'm pretty sure A&M has thrown some fat checks at him and he has turned it down.
Yeah,
I know they
well,
have.
Every time A&M's done that, he's gotten a pay raise over here.
Right.
So I mean, yeah, just keep offering him
Well,
money. We're just gonna keep upping it.
We should have learned better by trying to steal John Chavis. but-
Dude, that like Les Miles got off so good on that whole deal. Although I mean, we got Kevin Steele the next year and that didn't go very well. But then the very next year we got Dave Aranda, which obviously went really well.
Yeah.
Although Les Miles didn't get to stick around for longer than 4 games of the tenure.
Well,
We-
we
yes,
saved Les
we-
Miles' job for 1 more year.
What
Yeah.
was that?
A&M saved Les Miles' job for 1 more year.
Dude, he saved Coach O's job too.
Yeah, A&M
Yeah,
saved Coach
that's-
O's job.
Yeah.
We
If
got
it
Coach
wasn't
O
for-
hired.
We basically gave y'all the natty. You're welcome.
Well, so A&M, y'all are playing like 4D chess over there because like if you don't beat LSU in what was that 2015, then we would have hired Jimbo Fisher that year.
No,
So-
if we would have beat y'all.
Right. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Yep.
If y'all do that, we have Jimbo Fisher probably.
Yep.
And then, but y'all beat us, so we kept Les Miles. Jimbo sticks around in Florida State for another year. Then we get Coach O, and now y'all have Jimbo.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know how y'all thought that
Yeah,
through.
we
all
got
the
big
way.
brain
That's
over here.
that's Scott Woodward. That's our AD now. So
Yes. Hey, Scott,
that-
I've
that's-
said it from I've
Scott
we were
Woodward.
talking about
If you
this
took
is
the
the
over
second
on
mention of Scott Woodward now too.
Jamison
wait, what's
Crowder,
that?
This
We've
is
been
the second
talking
mention
about
of Scott
random
Woodward on this show too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I love Scott Woodward. I think
he's a great
complete
AD.
badass. I mean,
He went to
got
the
us-
same high school that I did.
oh no shit.
Yeah,
So he got us Jimbo Fisher and he got us Buzz Williams.
yeah.
Love both.
But I
of
thought
them.
Buzz Williams was an incredible hire.
Love both of those.
I would, but I don't know if he's getting roasted on the internet or not. But I would be patient with Buzz because
Yeah.
his
Yeah,
most
no, I would be
talented
too.
players are 17 years old right now.
He's
Yeah,
a
I mean,
program
I love
builder.
We have
job
a
that he
5-star
did.
coming in next year. We'll be fine.
Yeah, no, he did such a good job at Virginia Tech. I would definitely give him time.
Yeah.
He's only
no.
in his he's only been there for a year and a half.
Yeah.
Buzz Williams has a very long leash. But
Yeah.
anyways,
No, he should.
look how long
So-
it
so I
took
don't wanna-
to hire Kennedy.
Right. So I don't want to rub too much salt in the wound here, but I just don't know if you saw it. But they were showing the comparison of Mac Jones and
I
what's his
glimpsed at
name?
that for a second, and then I stopped looking because every time someone tries to compare someone to Joe Burrow, I just don't even care anymore. Because they've been comparing Kyle Trask to Joe Burrow all year.
I just want you to know.
I'll talk to you in a minute.
I just want you to know that I had Joe Burrow. I had a terrible, terrible fantasy team, and I picked up Joe Burrow and T. Higgins, and they almost single-handedly kept me out of the last place game until Joe Burrow got hurt, and then I got fucked.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
But this must be a pretty deep league if you have Joe Burrow and T. Higgins.
Yeah, it's 12-team league.
Okay.
So,
Wait, why do you have Joe Burrow and T. Higgins?
because
Because his team sucked. That's
His team
why.
was bad.
my team was really bad. I went in on I don't remember who I got originally at quarterback, but Phillip Rivers. I'm an idiot for that one.
Dumbass drafted Phillip
Ooh,
Rivers
that's
before
brutal.
Josh Allen.
That's I got Josh Allen in I was the last one to take a quarterback in my draft, and I
Me
got
too.
Josh Allen in like the
I had him-
13th round.
I
What a
had him in
steal
like
that
all
was.
4 of my leagues. It was
Yeah,
amazing.
you know what the difference between drafting Phillip Rivers and Josh Allen was? 2 places.
that?
You got third to last. I got last. Congratulations.
Yeah, I also had the best team in the league. It's total bullshit. But anyways, we're not talking fantasy football.
Yeah.
I had the best team and I won. So
Yeah, see, this is the kind of guy I can get behind. Best team in one. Hands up if you did that.
there you go. There you go. That's you too.
Anyways, so with the LSU program where it's at,
Yeah.
if Orgeron has one more bad year, is he gone? Do you think?
That was a conversation we were having when we were 3-5 after the Alabama loss, and we were thinking, okay, we're probably going to lose out. It's going to be 3-7 here, and then next year, like if you go 7-5, you're probably done. But now you're at 5-5, and you have some momentum. Let's say you get some good coordinators. In my opinion, if you just look good next year, you're probably okay. If you go 8-4 or so, you're probably safe for another year. And then the next year would be bad. But if you go, if you go 500 again, you go 6-6, I would say cut him.
It feels a lot like Gene Chizik, right?
Yeah, that's been a big
From the
comparison a lot of
outside.
people have been making, yeah. And that's fair. I mean, like, it's all the things are there. You got a transfer quarterback. You won a natty with him. He won the Heisman. He's one of the greatest college quarterbacks of all time. And then the very next year you suck. So, the comparisons are definitely there. And that's why these coordinator hires are so important right now. Because, I mean, if you botch these again, you're probably done. You're probably done.
Alabama has a sophomore balling out tonight, and he looks like he's 40. What's new?
I'll tell you who's going to be a problem is this Billingsley kid.
Billingsley. Oh, which one is that? I know that.
Number
name.
19, the tight end who runs a 4.4.
Yeah, okay. Actually, I know who you're talking about. Yeah,
That
dude,
kid's going to be a problem.
he probably had like 100 yards against us or something.
Do we
I
know
feel like they all had
why?
100 yards.
Do we know why Devontae Smith is out?
Yeah, he.
I mean, I can
Fuck,
call his
that was him.
godfather if you want me to.
I think he broke his hand just from
He
looking
broke
at
his
the
hand?
replay. It's what it looked like.
Oh
It's
shit!
something-
Really?
It was something.
It was something with his hand. It looked like a break the way it kind of bent. His
Okay,
hand
if he
or his
broke his hand, then
fingers.
I would take Jamar Chase over him in the draft.
You sure?
Yeah. He's got 2 hands. Dude, we posted this picture of Jamar Chase yesterday. I don't know if y'all saw
Yeah,
it.
No, I
yeah,
didn't.
Dude, he is jacked now.
Is it
He's
like
been-
the
he's-
DK Metcalf
clearly he's been
transformation?
working out hard. Wait, what's that?
I was about to ask, how does it compare to the DK Metcalf, AJ Brown picture from a couple years ago?
Oh, it's not even close to that. But
Oh, okay,
like,
but that's not really fair. But
that's what was he like 1% body fat or something crazy?
Yeah.
No, it's not that. But like he's bulked up a good bit. I bet you he's gained like 10 pounds or so. And I guarantee he hasn't lost any speed either.
the thick old boy.
Speaking of y'all's Twitter, I don't know which one of y'all was on it when you asked your favorite LSU player from when you fell in love with LSU.
Yeah, that was Matt.
Okay, well, I responded with Eric Gilbert, and I don't think he liked it too much.
What did he say?
I think he just replied with a GIF or something of. I mean, I have to look at it.
What it was. No, it was basically.
I think he said too soon. I think it was too soon.
Oh, I replied too soon. The comment, whatever he said to him, was basically like "fuck off."
Yeah. I mean, that's probably what I would have said too.
I mean, that's brutal.
Dude,
He's going to Georgia, right?
I don't know. We heard that he's going to
Florida.
Tennessee, and then we heard he's going to Georgia. Now I'm hearing that he might go to Florida and like try to follow the Kyle Pitts model.
I mean, Kyle Pitts was a
we've heard some
badass, but he's
stuff
better.
about how he might have like some off the field issues. If you follow what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like he's a bit of a locker room distraction anyway. So him leaving maybe isn't the worst thing. I mean, it sucks because he's easily the most talented tight end once Kyle Pitts is gone. But
Yeah.
no offense to Weidermeyer.
No,
He just
he's more
responded with
talented than
ass.
Weidermeyer.
Yeah, I think so.
Now,
He just responded with ass. That's all I got back from him.
Oh yeah, that sounds about right. He said he responds to me with that pretty often.
Wait, what did he say? What did he respond with?
He just said ass.
Ass.
That's one of his
Oh.
go-tos.
There it is. I found it. It took me 3 hours, but I found it.
No, so I think you're right about the Weidermeyer thing. I think the reason I like Weidermeyer as a prospect, because obviously he's not more athletic or talented than
He's a better blocker
Pitts,
though, for sure.
but he's a great blocker. And then in the NFL, that fucking
Significantly
matters.
better. Right.
Yeah.
And that's one of the big things with Jimbo. If you're a tight end, you go to Texas A&M, you're going to be a good blocker.
Yep.
Like what was that other guy with the long name? Stein something.
Sternberger.
Sternberger, that's it. Oh yeah, he fumbled by the way.
I don't think he did.
Oh, okay. Well, we don't have to go there. But
I don't think we're getting a resolution on that one.
dude, I swear
3
to God,
years later.
the one freaking time I come to College Station and that crap happens.
Yeah.
Dude,
What all time? Did you
can
leave
come back
early?
anytime now?
No, I didn't leave early.
Alright.
We got our shit ready. I went up there with my girlfriend and we were getting our shit ready to go right after the Grant Delpit interception and the knee down and all that. And because we were like, all right, we're just gonna take a knee and it's over. And then I see that they're reviewing and I'm like, what the fuck are they reviewing? Like this was like an obvious play. And then they show it on the screen and I was like, oh my God. And, dude, that was some of the craziest crap I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, obviously you weren't happy when you left, but you were there for a 7 overtime game. I mean,
Yeah, no, and I'm never gonna forget that, and that's gonna be one of the most memorable things I've ever experienced in sports.
yeah, exactly. And that's kind
Or
of
just like in life.
yeah.
I mean, it was a 5.5 hour game.
That's kind of like my recollection of the 2013 A&M Alabama game. We were both top 5 ranked. Alabama won because they had the ball last. Amazing game.
Yeah,
And
I
it's still
remember
one of
that.
my favorite college football games I've ever been to. Because
Yeah.
A&M lost, but we all walked out going, holy shit, what a game.
Yeah, that's something a lot of people say about the Alabama again. It's the Alabama LSU game in 2012.
Yeah.
It was the year after
Oh,
9-6.
Yeldon?
Yeah, that was the screen to Yeldon. And I was
Yeah, asshole. It was the screen to Yeldon.
Yeah, fuck you, man. No, it was I was maybe 14 years old. I actually wasn't at the game. Okay, yeah, it definitely looks like Devonta Smith's hand is broken. But yeah, I wasn't at the game, but I hear people talk about that game all the time. Scott Van Pelt was at the game and he talks about that. He still talks about that game to this day and how the atmosphere in the stadium was just unbelievable. Because it was the year after 9-6 in overtime and the national championship game rematch when they beat us 21-0. And you know, they come to Baton Rouge and everyone's like losing their minds. And that was actually the start of Alabama. We still haven't beat them since then at home. We haven't beaten them at home since 2010. But the atmosphere in that stadium was just insane.
Yeah.
I thought, was it 2010 that A&M played LSU in the Cotton Bowl then?
It was, 2010. Yeah.
2011.
That was the Tyrann Mathieu coming out party. Actually.
Yeah, Tyrann Mathieu destroyed us.
Yeah. Him and Eric Reed went off too.
Yeah.
Jordan Jefferson. Y'all made Jordan Jefferson look like a Heisman contender.
We tend to do that with shitty quarterbacks. So
Him and Terrence Tolliver, who is one of my favorite LSU players of all
Terrence
time.
Oliver is from down the road.
Is he really?
I think he's from Hempstead.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which is
Oh, yeah, I knew he was
legit
from
thought we were
Texas. I
gonna win
didn't
that
know he
game.
was.
yeah. So he's so Hempstead's probably like 35 minutes from where Clayton and I grew up.
Okay.
And it's about maybe I would say less, but right around an hour from College Station.
Okay. Maybe he had a little extra to play for that day. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Nah, dude, Hempstead's like 35 minutes, 45 minutes from College Station, if that.
I said hour max.
best thing
Anyway,
to ever
I
come out-
legit
best thing to
thought we
ever
were going to
come
win
out
that
of-
Cotton Bowl.
what?
I said I legit thought we were going to win that Cotton Bowl. After
I
we
did
went up
too.
early,
It's
I
on
was like,
fire.
oh, we got this. LSU, nah, we got this.
Yeah.
We were wrong.
Yeah, the rest of the
The
game
best-
didn't go like that.
The
That was
best
back when we
thing.
thought there was a such thing as Les Miles bowl game magic. And we thought that like the Mad Hatter was like
The Mad Hatter.
He was like a closet genius.
The best thing to ever come out of Jordan Jefferson was his brother.
Yeah, which one though?
I'm
Just kidding. It was definitely the youngest one. But yeah, no, I just wish there was another Jefferson brother because they all seem to be pretty fucking good athletes. Ricky Jefferson would have been a really good safety if he wouldn't have torn his ACL his senior year too.
What was
He
his
was,
other brother's name?
For a while. What's that?
What was his other brother's name?
The middle brother was Ricky Jefferson. He was starting safety in 2015, and then he tore his ACL at the beginning of the year.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't remember him, but
Yeah,
2015.
You didn't remember him
I
because
didn't
he
really
tore his
care about
ACL.
the LSU
Right.
team because we were getting our shit kicked in the whole time.
Yeah,
so.
that was the year Les Miles should have been fired and we should have got Jimbo. But I actually had a conversation.
Darius Geis ran for 400 yards on our asses.
Oh, that's the one. That's the one.
Me and Jordy.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
So A&M, we stand up the whole time in the student section. So me and Jordy, we are cheering for LSU at this point to score because the only way we win is if we score as well and score a 2-point conversion and come back that way because we weren't going to stop LSU. So we just hope they scored as fast as possible. This is late in the game when we're getting our shit kicked in. Cold as fuck. And me and Jordy sat down to drink some whiskey that was in a water bottle that was,
nice,
brought into the game.
Love to see it.
And we got
I've drank
yelled
whiskey
at
out of
by-
I've drank whiskey out of a Ziploc bag before, so you're ahead of me.
I've taken a dip out of a Ziploc bag, so.
Pack that.
What?
How do you pack
You
that?
just gotta, dig it in there,
Yeah.
AT&T Stadium used to take it away, so I had to pack it in a Ziploc.
Right.
But anyways, so we got screamed at by these freshman fucks who were like, stand up. We don't sit down for the student section's fucking empty. We're getting killed. Stand up. We don't sit down for the Aggies. Meh, 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 meh. Jordy just turns around drunk as shit. Fuck you, bitch. I've been here 6 years.
Let me re-emphasize that I said "fuck you, bitch" to a guy, not to a woman.
Yes, woman,
I wouldn't blame you either way.
This little freshman fuck was like, "You beat a bunch of 2%ers. Why don't you just leave like the rest?" And I was like, "I have stood here for 6 years. Fuck you, bitch. I've been here for so long, and this is the worst shit I've ever seen." I just
When
went.
you say 2%ers, do you mean like 2% milk?
It's an A&M thing.
Oh,
where
what is that?
They say like 98% of the student body will stand the entire game, stay the entire game, and be supportive of their team no matter how good or bad we are. Then the other 2%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I've never heard that before. I genuinely thought you meant 2% milk.
It's a fair assumption. Only
Which
A&M.
would work too because that's the inferior milk.
Yeah.
So.
Right, yeah, no, I thought that was like some sort of bitch milk. I was like, I have 2% milk in my fridge. What are you talking
Oh shit!
Yeah.
We 12 more passing attempts here for Justin Fields.
How many more?
Oh god.
12 more.
This is getting brutal,
You
huh?
need 12 more pass attempts?
Yeah, well, he keeps fucking running the ball like a pussy.
I don't think my in-game not Ohio State plus 9.5 is going to hit.
Yeah, that was a stupid bet.
Yeah, I threw a little. I didn't throw much at it.
They keep
But-
showing Mac Jones's girlfriend like they did with AJ McCarron. AJ McCarron did better.
AJ McCarron's girlfriend was hot as fuck.
Dude, I remember seeing her
Oh.
after the Iron Bowl and being like, damn.
Yeah.
Like, I'm glad that he lost, but Jesus Christ, he is winning.
He didn't
He
really
did not lose.
No, he came out of that night a winner.
Except for having that dumbass chest tattoo. What a
Oh
fucking-
God, dude, that was so.
Oh.
I remember making fun of him so much.
It's like
Man,
he was in
he's-
prison.
He was such a douche.
What a
Fuck
fucking tool, man.
Oh,
I'm
and
so
so he
glad-
was the one that got
I'm
Johnny.
so glad that like
Money.
the one time A&M beat Alabama, it was against him.
Yeah. Oh
It
yeah.
makes me happy. Fuck that dude.
That was. I mean, other than last year, that was the last time LSU beat them too. Was his freshman year.
Really?
Yeah, 9-6.
Oh, yeah, it was that one.
Right.
I didn't realize he
I
played
mean-
as a freshman.
Yeah. No, he was like. It was a big deal too. It was like one of the first true freshmen to start for Alabama at quarterback, and it was like a long time. I don't remember what the stat was, but it was a long time.
All right.
Was that right after Mr. Game Manager?
Greg McElroy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was right after him.
Hey, let's play a little game. The douche or the SEC quarterbacks you have hated the most since let's go since I don't know 2008, 9.
Bo Wallace. End of list.
Yeah, but well, any Ole Miss quarterback really. I mean, like
Chad
the first
Kelly.
one I was going to mention was Chad Kelly, right?
Yeah.
Chad Kelly. Chad Kelly might be the dumbest motherfucker alive. He was a backup quarterback in the NFL, has the easiest job of all time. All you have to do is not fuck up.
Right?
Busted drunk driving.
Yeah.
Like, you fucking idiot. You're making
Right.
$4 million a year to hold a goddamn clipboard.
Call an Uber.
You know, like I would mention Johnny Manziel here, but like
No, you can.
Oh, no, he was a douche.
yeah, I mean he was, but like I loved it at the same time.
He was
Because I was able to love it because he never beat that's the thing. Like if you never beat LSU, then like I really don't have many issues with you. You know what I mean? So like every Alabama quarterback, like fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Except for Jalen Hurts. I like Jalen Hurts. He seems like a solid dude.
He's hard. He's
And
hard to
Tua.
get.
I also like Tua. But who was that dude, that really ugly dude in 2015? when they
Coker.
won the Coker. Dude, fuck Jake Coker, man.
dude.
I can't stand that guy.
Oh,
Ugh.
Fuck Coker.
Dude, he
That kid
sucked.
had no
And he thought he
business
was
being
so
a
good.
quarterback for
I
Alabama.
hate Jake Fromm.
Yes.
Okay, I could get
Fuck
behind
Jake
that.
Fromm.
Most
Absolute
most of the reason I hate Jake
fraud.
is because he, like you said, fraud. He is a fraud. If you go look back at our website, I have a page, some article somewhere where I did the math, and they won like 5 games his entire career. Anytime he threw the ball more than 25 times.
Really?
I mean, they were like 5-12 anytime he threw the ball more than 25 times. It's like a quarterback should be able to throw the ball at least 30 times without putting your team at jeopardy.
Like
That is
imagine
an
imagine
awful
if
stat.
imagine if Kirby Smart decided Justin Fields was his guy.
Well, yeah, I mean they would be in the national championship game right now.
Yeah.
They'd be playing Alabama right now.
Right? Yeah. No, they may have beat them in the
Oh
SEC
yeah,
championship already.
that's true.
Actually, I guess they would have got fucking routed by Alabama, but
And I saw some
It'd be really
bullshit
good.
where Georgia fans were like, Kirby Smart's the guy. He's just got to find his quarterback. He found him.
yeah, he just let him go.
He just chose Jake Fromm's dumbass over him.
Now, granted, I think he's got something here with JT Daniels. I was really hoping LSU would get JT Daniels actually, but I think JT Daniels is legit.
He's
I think
not
he's-
Justin Fields, but he's
No,
good.
definitely not. But I think Kirby's definitely more comfortable with a pocket guy like that, and you know, I don't think he knows what to do with a guy who's able to run. I think because you remember whenever he would put Justin Fields in that year, that what was that, 2018?
He
would
put him in
Justin
a
Fields
punt, in a fake punt.
Oh my God, that was so terrible. And but every time Justin Fields came in, it was like he was Taysom Hill or something. It was like
Yeah.
you knew he was just gonna run. They wouldn't let him throw, and he's the #1 quarterback out of high school. It's not like he doesn't have a good arm. He's gonna be a fucking like top 5 pick in the NFL draft.
I
didn't mean-
I
He didn't.
It's like you
he
could
had
have
no
made him.
clue how to manage that.
You could have made him a pocket passer, and he could have done it. Like Justin Fields could have been just a straight up pocket passer.
Right.
He could do it.
And and just let him just run your offense. But he just has the option to run if he sees it.
When shit breaks down.
Right, exactly. What I don't understand you don't have to design run plays for him. You don't. That's a big problem that he has right now. And I'm sure that's exactly what he would have done with what's his face from Wake Forest that transferred in.
Oh, that dude's fucking terrible. Don't get me
that dude
started
was
on
so
that
overhyped
sorry son of a
before the
bitch.
season. Jamie Newman, that was his
Jamie
name.
Newman.
Yeah,
He
dude.
fucking
Where's J
stinks,
Boy
dude.
when we need him?
Jamie Newman fucking stinks. He's terrible.
Yeah, no, dude, he was so overhyped before everyone was like,
Oh
oh, they
my-
found their Justin Fields replacement.
The dude had the fifth best odds to win the Heisman. Get the fuck out of here. Anyways,
Dude, you remember before the year, Miles Brennan had the the second or third best odds to win the Heisman.
yeah.
That was crazy.
I mean, yeah.
that was a stretch.
And then as soon as Georgia gets JT Daniels transferred, Jamie Newman dips out like a little bitch because he knew he wasn't going to win the job.
Yeah.
But either way, I think Kirby Smart is Mark Richt incarnate.
Yeah.
He did not catch that ball.
Yeah, that's a drop for sure.
Yeah.
But,
Nice.
yeah, no, I agree with you though. I think Kirby Smart is Mark Richt. He recruits a little better right now.
A little
And
bit.
I think,
but how
I
long
think-
does that last?
I think they're about to have a little investigation that's gonna
I saw that.
cut some of that up a little bit.
Yep.
Get in the way of a lot of these these Ojolari type fellas that they get a lot all the time.
Yeah.
Dude, they got some serious bagmen over there.
Oh,
And I mean,
yeah.
I can't talk too much shit because LSU also has some bagmen. I mean,
They got a hospital.
Shit, they have a whole butt bag hospital.
yeah, we do. That's a good one. I mean, LSU's on HBO with Will Wade talking about how strong his offer was to Javonte Smart.
Oh god.
But anybody that doesn't think that happens everywhere is out of their
Yeah,
mind.
no, it does happen.
Well, so that's why that tweet said Georgia and Tennessee got sloppy and now they're getting investigated.
Right.
That tweet acknowledges that everybody's doing it, and it's we do it this way. If you break the rules in this way, not the NCAA's rules, but our rules that are under the table and unwritten,
Right.
then you're fucked.
Right. I love that wording too. Sloppy.
Sloppy.
Yeah.
You didn't cover your tracks.
No,
right?
they didn't get a burner phone like Hugh Freeze. Like,
Right. Yeah.
No, Hugh Freeze didn't get a burner phone. That's the problem.
Right. Yeah. No, I remember. You remember when Lane Kiffin got hired? The first thing someone told him was, "Make sure you get a burner phone."
Dude, I don't care if I were able to do podcasting for a living or not. I just want to make enough friends and meet enough people to where I can get some stories about these coaches and what goes on behind.
Yeah. No, we had KJ Malone on. He was an offensive lineman for LSU a few years ago. His dad, you may have heard of him. He goes by the Mailman.
Oh shit. Okay.
And he was telling us some stuff about because you remember Matt Canada for LSU and he ran all his jet sweeps and everything. And he was telling us about, because I wasn't going to ask about it, but my Uncle Matt was just straight up asked hey, so was there any tension between Coach O and Matt Canada? And he was like, yeah, they would fight all the time in the locker room.
Oh shit.
Not physically or anything, but
Right.
they would get pretty big arguments in the locker room. I was like, shit. I didn't think you would answer that question. It's shocking how often these guys are just willing to answer questions once they're out of the program and stuff.
Right. Well, that's
So-
those guys that'll be like, yeah, I was paid $100,000 at Texas.
and nobody does a fucking thing.
No, nobody
Doesn't
does.
matter.
But they're not scared to come out and say
Dude, that's why that whole thing with Odell passing out $100 bills after the national championship game, that was so overhyped.
Number one, Odell's a dumbass. Shouldn't have done it. Number
Dude, he
two,
was on like lean or something.
yeah.
He was on
Number
something.
two, it doesn't fucking matter.
All the players handed it back
Right. 100%.
after the game.
And I
It's
love how
like-
LSU comes out and says he's not allowed to come to a game for a whole year. Oh, you mean during COVID? No shit.
Yeah, right. I think it was actually longer than a year. I think it was like a few years. I think.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
I might have been thinking of the bowl ban that they sell.
Oh yeah, no, the bowl ban. That was some.
Yeah,
That was some
we're
stuff.
3-5. Bowl ban. We will not play Utah State.
No. Hey, we would have played against Indiana in the Outback Bowl, but
And would have won.
yeah, actually, we probably would have won.
Indiana's the biggest fucking fraud I've seen in 10 years in college football.
Come on, they didn't have Michael Penix.
Yeah.
who has the
That
best
dude
NFL.
fucking stinks.
Oh, he was good.
He's a baller. He's just not.
He got injured.
He's not a quarterback.
He got injured.
The LSU guy should know what it's like to have a quarterback that's not a quarterback.
Ooh, yeah, we've had a lot of those.
Yeah.
Anthony Jennings to start.
Ooh, that was a
That
bad
brutal.
one.
That was brutal.
That was a
But
bad
lost
one.
to him. That has to hurt.
God damn. No, the
Yeah.
worst we ever lost to. It doesn't get any worse than Danny Etling's bitch ass.
No.
Ugh. Dude,
The
Danny
worst
Etling threw
quarterback
300
we
yards
ever
on you.
lost to was the preseason Heisman at Auburn. The
Oh, Jeremy Johnson.
that guy. We
Dude,
lost
he
to him.
sucked.
We lost to him.
Garbage.
We
Yo,
lost to Jeremy fucking Johnson.
He was bad. He was really bad.
I know. He was benched, and then his replacement got hurt.
Sean White.
Had to play,
Yeah, I remember that.
and we fucking lost. It was sleeting at that game. I was in the third fucking deck, leaning up
Holy
against
crap.
the fence in the back.
How do you remember that game?
I remember starting the game, and I remember walking out of the game almost fighting an Auburn fan.
Wait, which game? Where were we playing this game?
That was when we. That was when we
at
threw.
Kyle.
That's when we threw paper airplanes on the
That's
field.
the paper airplane game.
Oh man, I don't remember. God, I barely remember that game.
You were drunk as shit.
So in that game, we
I'll
had to
tell
hold
you,
up signs.
In 2014, I don't remember. I remember maybe one game.
In the Auburn game, we had to hold up signs to like fight cancer or something at halftime. And then after halftime, we all made paper airplanes out of the signs and we're tossing them everywhere onto the field and stuff. And it became a real hazard.
Yeah. No, not
Yeah,
really.
We,
That
actually,
girl
we
made
did a similar thing against Auburn. The student section did, except
Y'all probably won.
this was in 2019. So yeah, we won. We beat everybody that year. There were a bunch of guys that they would take their condoms and they would blow them up into little balloons and then they just throw them. And they would keep landing on the field. And right when they would land on the field, they would pop.
Oh,
And they were just like little. You could see like little like plastic like things all over the field. And it was like those are all condoms.
oh
That's
my
the most
god.
LSU shit I've ever heard in my
It was,
life.
dude, it was fucking hilarious. That was one of the most fun games I've ever been. We didn't play very well in that game. We fucking almost lost.
Oh,
it.
we only won by 25, you know.
No, we won by 3.
Oh,
Yeah, no, that was a close game. It was weird. It
Yeah.
was probably the worst game we played all year.
was that late in the year?
No, it was like
That was the game before Bama, so it was kind of a look ahead spot. Although I mean, like it wasn't too much of a look ahead spot because Auburn was a top 10 team, but it was. We didn't play very well in that
It's
game.
wild that Auburn, and I think they ended up with like 4 or 5 losses, and Texas with 3 or 4 losses gave y'all's best games last year.
Yeah,
Well,
it was weird.
The
I mean,
LSU
Bama-
Texas game, LSU was a
crazy game.
completely different team.
No, I get that, but just
That was not the same LSU team late in the year.
No, you're right. No, we definitely
no shit.
we
I'm just saying
peaked
from
at
the
the end of the
outside
year.
looking in, like when you look back at everything and how everything played out, it's still a little interesting that's
Yeah,
the
no, Texas was as close as anybody to beating us.
yeah.
If we don't convert on that 3rd and 17 play at the end of that game, Texas probably wins that game because
Yeah,
our defense couldn't stop them in the second half.
I feel like that drive though was the first time I saw Joe Burrow and was like, this
Shit.
dude's legit.
Yeah, no, I remember early in that game, Kirk Herbstreit was like, this dude could win the Heisman.
Yeah.
Although I wasn't watching it on TV, I was at the game. But oh, by the way, I heard y'all talking about Sam Ehlinger earlier. Y'all don't think Sam Ehlinger's good?
No,
Okay.
I-
Is this is an A&M thing, huh?
no. Look at what they did in the bowl game without Sam Ellinger. Were they better or
I don't
worse?
know. I didn't watch that game.
Okay,
I didn't hear about it.
so their backup quarterback,
threw for like
Quentin
150
torched.
yards and a half.
like
Who'd they play?
Colorado.
I mean, they played Colorado,
Okay.
but Sam Ellinger wasn't moving the fucking ball.
Right.
They-
I didn't
they
watch,
have a
dude. I
pass
didn't
to-
watch like hardly
Sam
any Texas
Ehlinger-
football this year.
So I think when Sam
Sam-
Ellinger came in, he was a good quarterback recruit, and I don't know what happened, but he digressed after his sophomore year. He played really good, or whatever. He digressed after the LSU game. Every game he played after that was worse and worse and worse
Yeah.
and worse and worse. And then he I don't know if he was actually hurt or if he had been playing hurt, but it kind of looked like he got benched, and then they said he had an injury and had been playing with it, but
Uh-huh.
he didn't really take like a hard hit or anything. So I
Yeah.
don't know
Maybe
if he
I
was
just haven't
playing
watched
with
enough
it.
Sam Ehlinger since that game against LSU. Because I mean, dude, in that game against us, that was one of the better quarterback performances I've ever seen outside of Joe Burrow playing on the other side of him.
And I think he also had 2 NFL wide receivers,
Yeah.
probably 3. Colin Johnson, 4. Colin Johnson,
Duvernay.
Evan Duvernay. Who's the third one?
The Lil Jordan,
Lil Jordan Holmes.
Lil Jordan wasn't on that team.
he wasn't.
They had Eagles though. Eagles is really
Yeah,
good.
Eagles is an NFL receiver, and then Josh Moore, maybe.
I don't remember.
That's
Josh Moore.
fringe, but
So my thing with Ellinger is he's a very good college quarterback for any program. He was going to be good. He's
I heard
not
y'all
an
compare
NFL
him to
quarterback.
Kellen Moore. I mean Kellen Mond. I have a hard time disagreeing with that.
Yeah, him and Kellen Mond for me are the same level.
What?
They're the
Just
same
different,
quarterback.
different offenses.
Yeah.
they're the
That's
same
difference.
quarterback. One gets shit on. One is
my
lauded as
God,
this
did y'all see that play?
fucking amazing quarterback.
Yeah.
But
Also, Sam Ehlinger
has
is playing
any
against
quarterback-
Big 12 defenses.
has
Right.
any quarterback done less with more talent in a better situation?
Then Sam Ehlinger, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. no,
He's
that's
facing
fair.
Big 12 defenses every week. He has talent all around him.
Yeah.
And he's never had better than a 2-win or a 2-loss season.
Right. No, he's a great preseason Heisman dark horse pick.
He's a
Yeah.
He's
not
really
even a
good.
dark horse.
Yeah.
Everybody was ready to give it to him, but
I remember. Yeah. No,
he
he
was,
would.
up there,
He
he was up
definitely.
there with Miles Brennan.
yes,
Yeah.
he
yeah,
was.
him and
he was
Miles
up there with Miles
Brennan,
But the dude never won a Big 12 championship.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. No, I mean it. Yeah. No, if you're talking about in terms of like what have you done, he hasn't done much. That's for sure. But I don't know. I just have that game that I went to just so ingrained in my head that it's like
The
he
best
has
game
to
of
be
his
there.
career.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Best
No,
game
it is
of
the
his
best game of his career.
That would
and
be
that's
like if
also
you only
part
get-
of it.
That just happens to be the game I was attending.
That'd be
That's
like
also part of it is Ellinger is very similar to Mond in this sense, in that he's a fucking gamer. So when
Yeah.
his back's up against the wall is when he plays best, right?
Now with Kellen Mond, like the few times I've seen him play, like watched him from the beginning of the game to the end, was when he's in the past 2 years he's thrown for 200 yards against LSU, like total. So that's my Kellen Mond bias is exactly the opposite of my Sam Ehlinger bias.
Those two
Right, so
LSU games were the worst of his career, worst games of his
Right, exactly. Yeah, no. So it's definitely not a fair thing that I'm putting on Kellen Mond here.
But
Right.
if you go back to the 2018 game,
Yeah, the 7 overtime.
the 7 overtime game, he
Right.
balled
Yeah. No, he played pretty well in that game. Yeah. No, for sure.
Well, so if you go and look, so if you pick the Florida game from this year, or even the Clemson game from Kellen's sophomore year, where
Yeah,
he threw
that-
400 yards,
Yeah.
and if those were the only games you watched to Kellen, you would been like, "Oh shit, like this dude's a baller."
Yeah.
Whereas, like you could, and there's probably games where freaking like imagine if the only game you watched of Danny Etling was against Texas A&M.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we have a full campaign in Baton Rouge. That people like to say Danny Etling is a good quarterback, and if you watch that game, you'd say Danny Etling is a great quarterback.
Oh, exactly.
I'm telling you, we make shitty quarterbacks look good. It's a tradition unlike any other at Texas A&M.
My favorite
Y'all
thing.
made TJ Finley look like a shit quarterback.
Yeah.
Y'all might have lost TJ Finley his job.
Yeah.
And y'all
We
did
made
lose TJ
Shea
Finley.
Patterson look like a fucking Heisman candidate.
Yeah. I remember you talking about that last time we talked.
I'll never let it go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I think with it looks like Bama's got this in the bag.
Yeah, this looks about as good as over.
Yeah.
I just can't wait to see Ohio State get the last score, so I hit that bet.
I have
I heard you talking about that.
I have the Justin Fields over pass attempts, so my night is complete. I'm 2 for 2 with the
You hit it? You hit the over?
Yeah, he hit 31. I needed 29.5 over, so
Nice.
I hit it on that last drive, so he's at 31 now.
So last year when LSU was playing in the championship, my uncle, I think he laid down, this was before we were doing the podcast. He laid down 8 bets, just little prop bets. And I think he took LSU on the line, and he took the over, and he laid a bunch of little prop bets down, and he went 8 for 8 on the night. I gotta get him to send me the picture that he sent me at the end of the night with his full card.
Yeah.
Cause he won all 8 of them. And I was like, Jesus Christ. I mean,
could your night get any better? Your team fucking won and you went 8.
You win the national championship.
Yeah.
And you win a fuck ton of money. He won $1,000 that night.
Jesus.
Yeah. No, he had a good night.
What have they legalized sports gambling in Louisiana yet?
No.
Jesus Christ.
Well, actually, I think we did. I think we just did actually.
I mean, a lot of
Maryland
did.
I think we did, but it's going to take them a little bit to to get all the way through, or I don't know. I don't follow it.
So what I need is
I voted, but I didn't follow it very well.
I need Harris to get a sports book ASAP is what I'm getting at.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I'm tired of having to fly to Vegas when I could just hop in a car for the weekend and drive and come back.
Yeah, well, we always if we ever need to do any gambling, we always just go to Biloxi.
Is it? Oh, okay.
It's 2 hours away from here.
Yeah.
We always just go over to.
Do they have sports books there or no?
Yeah, they do.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's a little bit
Why
further.
would you go all the way there, Jordy? Why don't you just go to Lake Charles?
They don't have sports. Oh yeah, I would do that. That's what I was getting at. Is once Louisiana has sports gambling, I'll just fucking drive.
Y'all don't have sports gambling in Texas?
Shit.
Not at. We don't have any.
Not legally.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got plenty of.
I am not recording in Texas, and if I were, I do not have any bets on the game tonight.
Yeah. So by the way, me and my roommate found a little loophole for online gambling, and if you buy, if you buy Bitcoin, then you can do online sports gambling on BetDSI, and it's just a little they don't check your location or anything like that. And that's how we've been getting by this year.
I found a website.
We've lost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Jordy uses a website that starts with B and rhymes with
Nada.
Bovada.
Oh god. So
yeah, Andrew, you would have been
Real good at the Mad Libs. You've been real good with that creativity.
Oh, you want to do a math?
Pull one out. Get Jack to do one.
All right, we'll do LSU.
All right.
I got SEC Mad Libs.
Okay.
We're gonna do a Mad Lib. You ready?
I'm in.
We're gonna do LSU.
Okay.
Holy shit! I just flipped to him. Can't fake that. All right. Jordy, give me a plural noun.
What? No, this is Jack's deal.
No, it's all 3 of you guys.
Oh, okay.
Dumbass.
A plural noun. Balls.
Balls. Jack, give me a verb.
A verb. Hitting.
Hidden.
Or hit.
Hid.
HIT, not HID.
HIT.
Yeah, HIT. Yeah, sorry.
Clayton.
Your ears work about as good as your hairline, dude.
Yeah, good one. All right, fuck it. Clayton lost his turn. Jack, Jordy, give me a verb ending in ing.
Pissing.
There you
Good
go.
one. Good one.
I can
Jack,
imagine.
give me a noun.
A noun. Post. Field goal post.
Jordy, give me a male name.
Ed.
Jack, give me a noun.
Hospital. Say hospital.
Line.
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 All right, now he's back.
Clayton, give me a noun.
Sorry, I was pissing, as Jordy would say.
Clayton, give me a noun.
Rah 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 football. Can you write that?
Yeah, I got it.
Have you seen the Coach O video from when he was at Ole Miss, dude?
Of course. I've watched it so many times.
Oh god. Oh, it's so great.
Colonel Reb is crying.
Jordy, I don't trust you even a little bit, but give me a verb past tense.
Shat.
There you
I
go.
like that.
Well done.
That's a good one. Jack, give me a color.
Purple.
That's original.
Yeah,
Would you want him to say crimson?
right, yeah.
Clayton, give me an adjective.
An adjective. Fuck, I don't know. Skip me. I'm preoccupied. Sorry.
All right, I'm writing slimy.
Nice.
You been watching Nickelodeon or what?
Yeah. Did y'all watch that?
Definitely.
Y'all watch
Yeah,
that
I watched it.
podcast?
It was actually pretty good.
It was the slime stuff is weirdly sexual.
Yeah.
Did y'all see Sean Payton get slimed after the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. That was
And then
great.
the best part is that Mitch Trubisky's bitch ass got the MVP.
Wait, what does the MVP stand for? I never learned what that stood for. It's like
Nick-
It was the Knicks valuable player.
Yeah.
Oh god.
The kids basically voted online.
Jordy, give me a verb.
Run.
That's creative.
I was just watching him run the ball. I don't know.
No shit. Jack, give me a noun.
Helmet. Actually, shoot.
Shoot.
Oh, I should have said throw, and you should have said, yeah, damn.
Yeah, we didn't collaborate there.
Yeah.
Clayton, give me a verb ending in ing. Perfect.
What did he say?
Fucking.
Bro, I told you this is a PG podcast.
You're allowed to
man.
say fuck one time in a PG film.
No, you're not.
Bro,
Maybe
speaking of that,
PG.
you know what I just discovered?
The Nicolas
I
Cage
just-
thing tells you all about what you can say and what you can't say, dude.
I just discovered in the Jim Carrey Grinch, he says the snow is bitching in the movie.
What?
What?
Or the powder. He says the powder's bitching in the movie.
When?
That must be.
When he's like skiing down the mountain at the end.
What? Oh man.
Yeah, I just now figured that out.
No. I guess that's how they got their PG-13 rating then.
Yeah.
Is that PG-13?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I
so.
didn't know that.
That's
That
the only
must be
thing
what it
I
is.
think that's bad. Well, actually, there's a lot of sexual innuendos in there, but
Yeah, there are. But that's like all Disney movies, kind of.
yeah, exactly. What else we got? Or what are you transferring it over or what?
All right, you all ready?
Yeah, here we go. As
Hey.
Alabama pulls out their starting quarterback to kneel out the clock. Alabama 52, Ohio State 24. Woody does not get the backdoor cover.
Fuck you.
Is Nick Saban about to get slimed?
Oh,
He'd fucking shoot him.
Yeah, he would. He would.
Anyway, y'all ready?
yeah. Here
Sure.
we go.
Hey, balls of the SEC, whatever you do, don't hit with the pissing Tigers. You might not know that our team's post is a real live tiger named Ed. And we always make sure he's close to the visiting team's line room. And if a live tiger doesn't scare you, the fact that we call our rah football Death Valley should. In fact, back in 1988, the fans shat so loud that it registered as an earthquake.
I've had a couple of those.
Yeah.
We also rock our purple jerseys at both home and away games. And we like
Nope,
having
incorrect.
slimy school goalposts so the players can run between the posts as they enter the field.
That was
That
pretty
kind of works.
And when the golden shoe from Tigerland starts playing, hey, fucking Tigers, you may as well just go.
That's great.
Oh shit! I
I
think
haven't
with
done an
that,
ad lib in a long time. All right, Alabama won.
yeah. All righty. Hey Jack, thanks for joining us. I'm gonna hop off.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll hopefully get y'all on. Maybe if
Yeah,
ain't basketball stuff together, we'll start.
Do we play again? Do we play y'all again?
I don't know. I honestly have watched
We
one
should.
game. I've watched one game so far. I'm not doing my best job.
Was it the Cam Thomas 32-point game? Was that the one you watched?
I watched 5 minutes of that.
I
and
watched that whole game.
Yeah.
That was fun. I was there. That was fun. I enjoyed
I'm
that.
so happy for you.
Oh yeah, we play again. We play again on the 26th.
26th? Okay.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should talk again before then.
yeah,
Yeah.
we'll hop on that week or something.
Yeah, definitely. I'm down.
All right, man. We'll take it easy. Thank you,
All right, you too.
Later, man.
boys. We made it.
Oh well, that was a lot of fun. I am tired now.
Yeah,
It is midnight here.
That was fucking fun. Did y'all enjoy that as much as I did?
It's a good time.
That was a good time. Oh, also, that was a touchdown by Ohio State on that last drive.
I fucking know.
That was a touchdown.
Well,
The one they reviewed,
He had his foot down first.
his toe hit the ground. I don't know how that wasn't conclusive. It didn't matter. That wouldn't have covered, but
It was
No, but it
30
would've given it-
bucks.
It would have given him the
Fuck.
last score of the game.
It was
It would've
30
what?
bucks.
It would have given him the last score of the game.
oh, I forgot about that bet. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was definitely a touchdown.
Would have given me 30 fucking dollars.
And then on the fourth down play, that is 100% on the receiver. You know what I'm talking about? The fourth down play.
I didn't see that one, but
So Fields scrambles to the right. The receiver's running across the back of the end zone, right to left in front of his face. The quarterback's running right. Don't keep running left. Stop.
yeah.
So instead of stopping, he keeps running and the ball's behind him. But if he stops, it's a touchdown. Like the quarterback's running this way. Don't run away from the
Hey!
quarterback.
Bama over or a team hitting 50 or more points hit for me.
Yeah, but wasn't that like minus 300?
No, it was plus 300.
Oh, you didn't tell me that. You told us it was minus.
I meant
If it was plus,
plus 300.
if it was plus, I would have said that's a great bet.
It was plus 300.
Oh, that was the part where we were recording and you forgot what plus and minus meant.
Yes.
Congratulations, Alabama. Fucking
So
won.
I think this proves that the argument of who was the 4 seed didn't matter.
Yeah.
Everyone was going to get their shit kicked in.
Sorry.
We just saw 2 all-time teams in back-to-back years. That's pretty crazy.
Yep.
At least 2 all-time offenses, at least.
Which team wins?
So, LSU, I think.
I
A completely
don't
healthy
know.
Alabama team. Jalen Waddle's completely healthy, and Devontae Smith. Maybe Alabama. It's tough.
How many does Devontae Smith go for if he doesn't get hurt?
Well, I mean, they were throwing the ball still the entire game. and stuff.
320?
Over 300.
Yeah, he was going to hit 300.
He had 12 for 215 in the first half.
Did he play in the second half at all?
one series.
One
and-
target, one target, and he got injured.
Yeah. Man, I wish we could have seen that. Those would have been some amazing numbers.
It would have been maybe the greatest national championship performance of all time.
Wait, did Ohio State just lose by the same amount of points that A&M did?
The exact same score, I think. I think it's the exact same score.
Fuck.
When they didn't have Devontae Smith the whole second half.
Or Jalen Waddle.
Jalen Waller played.
Played.
He played. He was
Jordy,
on one
quit
foot.
playing copyrighted music. We're gonna get kicked off of YouTube.
He played on one foot, and they still couldn't cover him really.
The exact same score.
That's what I just fucking said.
No, I was just confirming it.
Oh.
So
Tell them to give me my money.
So, all righty, boys. We'll see y'all Wednesday. Everybody that may or may not still be listening, we will be recording with Cole Kubelik from ESPN and SEC Network and getting that out to you Thursday or Friday. Until then, take it easy, and we'll see you on the other side.
Deuces.
See you.
Oh, he's just gonna leave. Okay, I guess
I
we
thought
just
he was
have
going to
leave.
turn off the recording like
Yeah.
a normal fucking human.